What would you do if you found yourself in an unknown forest with just a pencil and paper? For the MC, the answer was simple: keep drawing. Art had always been his escape, even when his high school days were filled with obstacles. Despite his parents constantly throwing away his supplies, he'd save every penny to buy more. Drawing wasn't just a hobby, it was his lifeline. Flashback to a moment before he ended up here. Tougo, frustrated but determined, was hunched over oil paints he'd recently bought. His teacher walked in with snacks, a gesture of care Tougo rarely experienced at home. The teacher, aware that Tougo often spent his weekly allowance on art supplies, had brought him mochi, tea, and fresh fruit from his garden to ensure Tougo ate properly. Tougo, however, ignored the snacks. The sight of cherry tomatoes on the table had sparked inspiration, and he began sketching instead. His teacher laughed, reminding him to eat because wasting food is bad, but also remarking on how Tougo's passion for art seemed unstoppable. Unlike the harshness of his parents or school, his teacher gave him a space to create freely. It was the only place where he wasn't judged for pouring his soul into his art. That's why, no matter how many times he's scolded, ridiculed, or had his supplies destroyed, Tougo keeps going. Even if he dies, he will never stop drawing. Moments later, Tougo woke up leaning against a tree, his mind foggy and disoriented. As his senses returned, he realized he was in a dense, mysterious forest, unlike anything he'd ever seen. His high school uniform was still on, but his memory was kinda hazy. Flowers emitted soft light, sunflowers grinned eerily, and giant stone-like mushrooms. This place was bizarre, otherworldly, and nothing made sense. It didn't take long for him to accept the impossible. He must have been transported to another world. Determined to survive, Tougo decided to explore, hoping to find a human settlement or someone to help. But the deeper he ventured into the forest, the more alien the plants became. While some were familiar, like dandelions and violets, most were utterly strange. Hours passed, and his search yielded nothing. No settlement, no water, no fruits, nothing. Hunger gnawed at him, and his gaze landed on the sunflowers. Could he eat them? Before he could try, one of them spoke, warning him it tasted terrible. Stunned, Tougo froze. Talking flowers? That flower was the first being he spoke to since he came to this world. As night fell, the glowing flower provided faint light, and Tougo slumped against a tree, his thoughts drifting. He missed sketching in his notebook during moments like this. Searching his jacket, he found a pencil, eraser, and a few sheets of paper he had stashed away for doodling. Using a flat rock as a surface and the flower's glow for lighting, he began to draw. Even hungry, thirsty, and exhausted, Tougo found comfort in drawing. He sketched the mochi and barley tea he often enjoyed at his teacher's house. But as he admired his work, something impossible happened. The mochi and tea materialized from the paper into reality. His stomach growled, and though his mind struggled to process what had just happened, his body acted on instinct. He grabbed the mochi and took a bite. To his surprise, it tasted incredible. At first, Tougo thought the food he'd drawn was just an illusion. But as he bit into the mochi and sipped the barley tea, the flavors were real, just like the ones his teacher used to give him. He wondered if it was safe to eat, but hunger won the debate. What puzzled him even more was how the copier paper he'd used had somehow reset, as if nothing had happened. Could his drawings really be coming to life? Determined to test it, Tougo sketched the same mochi and barley tea again, and just like before, they materialized right before his eyes. It wasn't a fluke, this was real. That night, he kept drawing the same thing, creating endless mochi and tea until he was full. The next morning, he woke up in the same spot. He fell asleep as soon as he was full with mochi. His mind was racing, his drawings turning into reality was beyond belief, but he was ready to explore its limits. Armed with pencil and paper, he decided to draw something new, this time cherry tomatoes. But nothing happened. He was confused as to why the cherry tomatoes didn't materialize. Then he noticed his pencil had grown dull and tried drawing another pencil to replace it, but that didn't work either. While sharpening his pencil, Tougo couldn't help but wonder about the strange rules governing his newfound ability. So far, only the knife has materialized. The tomato and even the pencil he tried to draw stubbornly refused to appear. Time flew by, and as the noon stretched into the afternoon, he returned to something familiar: Mochi. Once again, the sketch came to life, soft and warm on his plate. As he ate, a thought struck him. He wished for a bed, a futon, or at least a blanket. Anything to make his nights in the open more comfortable. Then his eyes caught sight of a red berry nearby. He smiled, realizing he hadn't seen vibrant colors in what felt like forever. Everything he'd drawn so far was in black and white. That got him thinking. He quickly picked up a stone and crushed the red berry. Tougo finally realized it. His drawings only worked in black and white. That must be the rule. Inspired, he smeared red juice from a crushed berry onto the paper and added the color to his sketch of a cherry tomato. Holding his breath, he watched as it sprang to life, plump and vibrant. It was no illusion, color was the missing key. To materialize a drawing, it needed completion and the right shades. White worked for Mochi, as did the dark hues of barley tea and the knife. But his pencil? It failed because the one he drew was green. A tomato? It needed red. Maybe there were other factors like skill or detail, but Tougo now had the basic rules figured out. The problem was that his resources were limited. He was stuck eating mochi over and over, and he was sick of it. What he really wanted now was something different, like edamame. But more importantly, this strange ability felt like fate, a second chance. No one was here to scold him or drag him down like before. For the first time, Tougo had a goal that was entirely his own, to collect colors and see just how far his art could take him. That night, Tougo sketched a thick blanket. Using just black and white, it came to life effortlessly. Finally, he could sleep comfortably, even if his back still ached. By morning, he'd made up his mind. He drew a simple bag and a plain white shirt. With this setup, he was ready to start his mission, collecting paints. As he walked, Tougo's thoughts wandered. Minerals? Flowers? Could they help create paints? His answer came sooner than expected. He stumbled upon bright red flowers. Crushing the petals with a rock, he hesitated, wondering if it would work. He drew an apple, carefully applying the crimson extract to the sketch. Then he added yellow from flower pollen. After hours of effort, the apple materialized, vivid and real. It was a breakthrough, but also a hassle. 3 hours for one apple? There had to be a better way. That's when inspiration struck. Why not draw paints directly? He sketched a standard color paint and applied the flower's red pigment to the packaging. Holding his breath, he watched as it worked perfectly. The resulting paint was a bit pinkish, but it was efficient and game-changing. With this new method, Tougo began experimenting, using different berries and red clay to create new colors. His world was expanding, one shade at a time. Tougo noticed something frustrating. The paint colors he made were pale. The vibrant red from the bright flowers turned dull no matter what he tried. Layering the dye didn't help either. The moment he completed a drawing, even with the faded red, it materialized instantly. Apparently, if he took too long to add the finishing touches, the sketch would bring itself to life prematurely. He panicked, experimenting tirelessly to find the perfect shade. Then, an unsettling idea struck him, a deep blood-red color. Desperate, Tougo lightly cut his own arm to harvest the pigment. It worked. He finally added a rich crimson red paint to his collection, though the price he paid left him uneasy. With red secured, his next goal was to find yellow and blue, the primary colors he needed to expand his palette. After wandering for hours, he stumbled upon a gigantic lily, so massive he could get inside. Its abundant stamens provided more than enough pollen to create a vibrant yellow dye. With his hands now covered in pollen, he sketched a glass of water to wash up. The glass materialized, and as he cleaned his hands, he realized another problem. He needed a permanent water source, not just a one-off sketch. There were no rivers in sight, so he decided to create one. After scouting for the perfect location, he began an intricate drawing on a rock. capturing every detail from the flowing water to its shimmering reflections. The task consumed him until nightfall, his work illuminated by glowing flowers. Exhausted but satisfied, Tougo fell asleep wrapped in the petals of the giant lily. By the next day, Tougo finally finished his masterpiece, a detailed sketch of the water source he had envisioned. He stood in front of the spot he had carefully prepared, ready for the big moment. But nothing happened. He stared at the empty ground, disappointment creeping in. Just as he began to doubt himself, the image he'd drawn started to move on its own. It shrank and swirled, and then, out of nowhere, the crystal clear spring he imagined appeared right before him. Tougo was stunned. The sight was almost too good to be true. As he stepped closer to the spring, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. His knees buckled, and before he could make sense of it, he blacked out. When he came to, the water source was still there, glistening in the sunlight. Ignoring the headache pounding in his skull, he crawled to the spring, splashed his face, and gulped down the cool, refreshing water. Relief washed over him as the realization hit. He hadn't had a sip of water since yesterday. Was dehydration the culprit for his fainting? Or did the act of materializing the spring take more out of him than he realized? He didn't have time to ponder further before his stomach growled. Tougo quickly sketched a magnifying glass and used it to focus sunlight on black paper to start a fire. Once the flames caught, he drew a frying pan and a piece of meat, carefully cooking it over the fire. The first bite was satisfying, but something was missing: salt. A quick scribble produced a chunk of rock salt, which he filed down to season his meal. The difference was night and day. With a full stomach and a spring to keep him hydrated, Tougo felt a small sense of triumph. For the next few days, meat would be his mainstay. After finishing his meal, Tougo sat down to examine the paints he'd painstakingly collected: reds from flowers, berries, red clay, and even his own blood, yellows from pollen and clay, blacks from humus, and grays from stone powder. It was a decent collection, but the colors were mostly variations of red, yellow, and brown. What he really wanted was blue, but that felt like chasing a dream. He remembered something about blue being made from a gem called lapis lazuli, a luxury far out of reach. He also needed green. Drawing plants without it felt wrong, and maybe, just maybe, green could substitute for blue in a pinch. Tougo tried grinding leaves, but the beautiful green always turned to an unappealing brown. Frustrated but determined, he held a leaf up to the sunlight. The vibrant color sparked an idea. Splitting the leaf in two, he used lily nectar as glue and applied it to his drawing. He sketched an edamame pod, pressing the natural green onto the image. At first, it felt more like arts and crafts than drawing, but then the impossible happened. The image shimmered and materialized right before his eyes. Tougo couldn't believe it. Excitement bubbled up inside him as he realized the potential of this discovery. If attaching real colors to his drawings worked, he could expand his palette in entirely new ways. He wasted no time testing the method again. When he found a dead butterfly, he carefully extracted the bright orange from its wings. It worked like a charm, producing a vivid orange paint. But before he could bask in his success, the familiar wave of dizziness hit him like a brick. His vision blurred and his head throbbed. Reluctantly, he decided to call it a day. As Tougo cooked eggs and bacon over the fire, his mind buzzed with ideas. Top of the list, get the color blue. But before that, he needed a pencil and some paper. He couldn't draw without the basics. Oh, and a house. Yeah, a house sounded good. Drawing outside all the time was getting old, and honestly, being homeless wasn't exactly a vibe. His thoughts raced with possibilities. There were so many things he wanted to create, so many experiments waiting to happen. The more he thought about it, the bigger his grin got. This joy, this unfiltered freedom to do whatever he wanted, it was intoxicating. Tougo couldn't remember ever feeling this kind of happiness before. Fueled by this new sense of purpose, Tougo sketched a proper sling bag to replace his makeshift one. The satisfaction of crafting something useful, without pressure or expectations, filled him with a quiet kind of bliss. It wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about doing what felt right for him. By the end of the day, he had built himself a simple tent out of wood and synthetic cloth, a temporary home in the heart of the forest. That night, lying under the shelter he'd created with his own hands, Tougo felt a strange, unshackled peace. This feeling he felt had been suppressed, so from now on, he would let it overflow as much as his happiness this time. It was weird, but it was not a bad feeling. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows of the forest, a strange creature watched his tent, its silhouette clearly visible in the moonlight. Tougo woke up to the symphony of chirping birds, a rare kind of alarm clock in the middle of nowhere. Groggy but curious, he peeked out of his tent and froze. A massive bird, bigger than anything he'd ever seen, was splashing around in the spring like it owned the place. He couldn't take his eyes off it. The bird's sleek, vibrant feathers shimmered in the morning light. But then their eyes met. 1 second of shared curiosity and the bird was gone, flying off before Tougo could so much as move. "Wow," he muttered, still marveling at the sight. His gaze dropped to the spring, where something unusual floated. It was a feather, huge, elegant, and glowing faintly, as if it held secrets of its own. An artist's urge struck him like lightning. He had to draw that bird, not to bring it to life, but just to capture its beauty on paper. But his inspiration was rudely interrupted by a sour realization. He stank. A week without bathing was doing him no favors. He quickly sketched a set of toiletries, and they materialized in a snap. Armed with soap and fresh water, Tougo braved the icy spring to scrub away the grime. As the chill bit into his skin, his mind wandered to warmer thoughts, specifically a steaming onsen. Someday, he thought, grinning at the idea. Freshly cleaned and dressed in newly drawn clothes, he slung his revamped bag over his shoulder and set off in pursuit of the big bird. The forest teemed with surprises: vibrant flowers, delicate eggshells, and peculiar insects. It struck him how rare it was to see actual animals. No wonder the bird left such an impression. After hours of trekking, Tougo's path led to a colossal tree. Its trunk was impossibly wide, its branches like massive arms reaching for the sky. Perched at its crown was a giant nest, no doubt the bird's home. Tougo's gaze locked on the massive nest nestled high in the towering tree. This has to be it, he thought, sure it belonged to the giant bird he'd seen earlier. Without hesitation, he sketched a ladder, which instantly materialized before him. Slowly, but steadily, he climbed up. When he reached the top, the view took his breath away. A lush, endless forest stretched out beneath him. But what truly caught his attention were the eggs in the nest. They gleamed with a stunning robin's egg blue, the exact color Tougo had been dreaming of for his paints. Excitement bubbled up as he admired the vibrant hue. However, when he gently picked up one of the eggs, a shadow loomed behind him. Tougo turned and froze. The giant bird had returned, its sharp eyes fixed on him. Panicked, he stammered out an apology, carefully putting the egg back. He tried to flee, but the bird wasn't done. Before he could get far, the bird grabbed him with its beak, giving him a solid peck. Tougo flinched, certain he was doomed. But then, something unexpected happened. The bird nudged its eggs toward him, as if encouraging him to hold them. Confused but relieved, Tougo sat still. The bird flew off briefly, but returned with a strange fruit in its beak. It dropped the fruit in front of Tougo, who hesitated before taking a bite. The fruit exploded with an intense, spicy flavor, like a fiery persimmon, sending warmth surging through his body. Despite the strange sensation, it felt oddly invigorating. The bird gently patted Tougo's head with its wing before flying off again. Watching it go, Tougo realized the bird wanted him to care for the eggs. Without thinking, he pulled out a thick blanket, wrapping it around himself and the eggs to keep them warm. What started as a simple quest to draw the bird had taken a surprising turn. Now, cradling the eggs, Tougo felt an unexplainable sense of purpose. The big bird returned, clutching another one of those spicy fruits in its beak. Tougo hesitated, but under the bird's watchful gaze, he ate it anyway, bracing himself for the fiery kick. That night, as he snuggled close to the eggs, the giant bird joined him, settling nearby to sleep. Morning came, and Tougo woke up aching all over, also startled to see the bird towering over him. Before he could fully process it, the bird flew off and soon returned, dropping a bundle of thick, warm clothes at his feet. Puzzled but grateful, Tougo slipped them on, instantly feeling relief as the aches melted away. Another spicy fruit later, Tougo noticed something amazing. The eggs beneath him began to stir. One cracked, then another. A tiny baby bird emerged, its fluffy feathers glistening in the morning light. The hatchling chirped softly and nuzzled against Tougo as if thanking him. For the rest of the day, Tougo marveled at the baby birds and their attentive mother. When all 3 eggs had hatched safely, Tougo knew his job was done. As he prepared to leave, the big bird offered him a gift, a shard of eggshell, shimmering with the same blue that had inspired him, and the cozy clothes he'd grown to appreciate. Tougo waved goodbye, but before descending from the nest, he realized he hadn't completed his drawing. Sitting down, he sketched the heartwarming scene of the mother bird with her hatchlings. As he worked, the bird surprised him with a new fruit. This one sweet and juicy. He realized the spicy fruits had been part of the process, helping to incubate the eggs by raising his body temperature. With his drawing complete and the precious eggshell in hand, Tougo began his journey back. The most important thing was that he managed to get blue paint from the eggshell of a big bird. But along the way, an unsettling sight caught attention. Strange feathers scattered on the forest floor, many streaked with blood. Tougo had come a long way, collecting so many colors despite the challenges. With his sketchbook and powers, he could now draw and create almost anything. Afterward, he got a little carried away near the spring and drew a bunch of plants: peach trees, grapevines, pear trees, even cucumbers, potatoes, and edamame. To his delight and slight regret, they all became real, turning the area into a lush mini-farm. Encouraged by his success, Tougo decided it was time for a proper shelter. First, he sketched a wooden balcony, which materialized just as he'd imagined. The next day, he started drawing a simple house frame. Over the following days, he kept at it, adding walls, a roof, and everything else he needed. By the 5th day, he stood before a cozy wooden house, complete with a simple but welcoming interior. That night, lying on a real bed for the first time since arriving in this world, Tougo felt a mix of emotions. Half a month had passed since he'd been transported here. He wondered if his parents were worried about him and felt a pang of guilt. But more than anything, he missed his teacher, the one person who truly understood him. Unlike most adults, his teacher had always been different, someone Tougo could count on. As he stared at the wooden ceiling, memories of his teacher filled his mind. He whispered an apology to his parents, vowing to one day find a way back, not to Earth, but to see his teacher again. With that thought, he drifted off to sleep, feeling a strange combination of longing and peace. Tougo woke up late the next day, the cozy bed proving far too inviting. Feeling fully recharged, he stepped outside, only to be startled by a massive bird cannonballing into the spring. The big bird, a regular visitor to the spring for its daily bath, flapped its wings wildly, drenching Tougo before he could even think about washing his clothes. Soaked to the bone and shivering, Tougo found himself catching a fever. Wrapped up in his trusty thick blanket, he tried to warm up when suddenly the big bird returned, carrying new clothes in its beak. Tougo blinked in surprise as the bird presented the outfit, a comfy set with a stylish cape that fit perfectly. Grateful, yet baffled, he couldn't help but wonder, where does this bird keep finding these clothes? Once his soaked clothes were finally dry, Tougo got back to what he did best, drawing. The bird had taken over his original spring for its private spa days, so he decided to sketch a new one. This time, he envisioned a smaller man-made spring, complete with a roof and elegant pillars to keep birds out. His pencil flew across the page, and in no time the spring materialized into reality, a sleek marble fountain. Tougo marveled at the new creation, though he admitted the marble's texture still looked a bit rough. But before he could celebrate too much, a wave of exhaustion hit him. Creating big objects always drained his energy, but he suspected the constant flow of water made it even worse. Unlike a simple drink like barley tea or water, the spring was essentially a semi-permanent system generating water endlessly. Still, the effort was worth it. Tougo now had a pristine, bird-free water source for his watercolor paints. The next morning, Tougo woke up to an unexpected sight: a pair of massive white wings reflecting the morning light. Rushing to the window, he spotted the source, a majestic Pegasus, quietly drinking from the spring. But something was wrong. One of its wings was slashed, blood staining its pure white feathers. When their eyes met, Tougo hesitated, then slowly approached the spring. Up close, the Pegasus's injuries were even worse than they'd seemed. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Tougo quickly grabbed his pencil and paper and sketched an ointment jar. With the jar materialized in hand, he cautiously moved closer to help. But the Pegasus flinched and stepped back, its distrust clear. The moment hung awkwardly between them until the Pegasus turned and limped away, disappearing into the forest. The next morning, Tougo woke to find the Pegasus had returned. This time, it was grazing near the spring, but its trembling body made it difficult to reach the grass. Tougo, determined to help, pulled out his brush and drew a fresh patch of grass, lush and easy to eat. The Pegasus froze for a moment, startled, then cautiously ate the newly drawn grass. Watching it eat with ease, Tougo felt a spark of pride. But his mind lingered on the creature's injuries. Could he use his art directly on something that already existed? Fueled by determination, he sketched a detailed drawing of the Pegasus, carefully adding bandages to its slashed wing and injured leg. Holding his breath, he watched as the drawing came to life. The transformation was subtle but stunning. Bandages materialized around the Pegasus's wounds, snug and secure. Tougo stepped out of his house, feeling cheerful as the fresh air greeted him. With laundry in hand, he made his way to the spring, his gaze drifting to the Pegasus resting nearby. It wasn't long before the winged creature noticed him. To Tougo's surprise, the Pegasus approached, its majestic form radiating a quiet trust. Tentatively, he reached out a hand, and for the first time, the Pegasus let him touch its silky mane. This was something out of a dream, a human bonding with a Pegasus. Even though his earlier drawing of the creature wasn't perfect, it had materialized beautifully. Tougo's thoughts buzzed with ideas for improvement, but the presence of the Pegasus consumed his focus. He knew his skills needed practice, and fate seemed to agree. Moments later, another extraordinary visitor arrived. A unicorn, its broken horn glinting faintly in the sunlight, cautiously approached the spring. Tougo watched in awe as the Pegasus seemed to beckon the unicorn over, as if introducing him to a dear friend. The unicorn, however, bore many wounds. Grabbing his sketch pad, Tougo quickly began drawing the injured unicorn. He carefully added bandages, and on a whim, restored its horn in the illustration. When the drawing materialized, the unicorn's reaction was priceless. Its wounds were patched, and its horn, now intact, gleamed brilliantly, even if it was just a prosthetic. The unicorn and Pegasus exchanged looks, their expressions unreadable. Yet, the unicorn seemed content, even pleased, with the restored horn. As Tougo went to bathe in the spring, the unicorn wandered closer, curiosity replacing hesitation. Slowly, Tougo reached out and stroked the unicorn's mane before daring to touch the horn. The moment his fingers brushed it, a wave of warmth surged through him. The horn felt alive, pulsing with a strange energy. Gently, he removed the bandages, revealing that the horn wasn't just some prosthetic. It was real, fully regenerated. Before he could process what he'd just done, a sharp dizziness hit him. His vision blurred, his strength drained, and within moments, Tougo collapsed, unconscious. Tougo jolted awake, startled by a massive bird looming over him. It took him a moment to realize the bird had been keeping him warm with its body while he'd fainted. Grateful, he murmured his thanks before turning to Pegasus and the unicorn, who were still lingering nearby. Curiosity tugged at him as he examined the unicorn's horn again. It was undeniably real, fully regrown thanks to his powers, But this wasn't just another case of materialization. He had restored something. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. This was huge. With renewed determination, Tougo decided to restore Pegasus's wings too. Sure, he'd probably pass out again, but the chance to see Pegasus whole and majestic was worth the risk. Grabbing his pencil, he sketched an upgraded Pegasus with both wings intact and gloriously detailed. When the image materialized, the transformation was breathtaking. Pegasus stretched its restored wings, their movement graceful and fluid. Tougo didn't get to enjoy the moment for long. Just as he predicted, he fainted. Again. A week later, Tougo found himself facing an unexpected problem. His once peaceful yard now looked like a full-blown magical zoo. Pegasus and unicorns had been arriving in droves, each bringing their injured friends to him for healing. Tougo spent his days restoring them, fainting over and over, while his makeshift herd occasionally left him gifts like shards of unicorn horns and feathers. Then, as if to thank him, a unicorn gently lifted Tougo onto its back using its horn. Before he could protest, a Pegasus swooped in, and suddenly he was flying alongside the herd. The view was otherworldly, a lush green forest stretching endlessly below, its beauty stealing his breath. It was the first time he'd seen the world from above, and it was nothing short of magical. But the surprises weren't over yet. While bathing and brushing the herd, the horses grew tense, their ears flicking toward the tree line. Sensing something, they all stood on high alert. Tougo followed their gaze, and for the first time since arriving in this world, he saw another human. A teenage boy stood at the edge of the clearing, wide-eyed and frozen in shock. He was clearly stunned by the sight of Tougo surrounded by a yard full of Pegasus and unicorns. For a brief moment, their eyes locked. Tougo and the boy, both stunned in their own ways. The tension broke when the unicorn suddenly aimed its horn at the boy, who froze in fear. Trying to calm things down, he quickly raised his hands and insisted he meant no harm. Then, the boy blurted out something unexpected. He asked if Tougo was the spirit of this place. Tougo was taken aback, staring in disbelief before loudly denying it. His raised voice startled the nearby horses, their deafening whinnies drowning out everything else. The unicorn's aggressive stance made the boy panic even more. Apologizing profusely for disturbing the area, he quickly retreated, convinced Tougo was some forest spirit. It wasn't until later that the boy learned Tougo was human, but he still couldn't figure out if Tougo was a man or a woman. To him, the whole encounter seemed like something out of a sacred legend. He had believed he'd stumbled into a sacred place, and if Tougo were truly a spirit, he would have been doomed. The boy, Feiblad Redguard, introduced himself as the second son of the prestigious Redguard family. When Tougo explained he came from another world, Fei's confusion gave way to excitement. He had heard stories of people from other worlds appearing in this one, though he had always dismissed them as myths. Now, standing before Tougo, he realized those tales might be real. Grateful for the encounter, Fei warmly welcomed Tougo to his family's forest, and even thanked him for being there. Meanwhile, Tougo couldn't shake the feeling that there was something oddly familiar about Fei. For reasons he couldn't quite place, Fei reminded him of his old teacher. Fei started explaining the area, and let's just say his family's territory got the short end of the stick. Sure, it was close to the capital and spanned a large area, but most of that land was a dense, unexplored forest. In truth, their control barely extended to a thin ring around the forest's edge. Fei explained that the forest was believed to belong to spirits, and humans weren't exactly welcomed, let alone allowed to cut down trees or claim land. Hearing this, Tougo couldn't help but ask, "Then why are you even here? A place most people would avoid?" Fei's face darkened as he explained. Poachers had been sneaking into the forest, hunting Pegasus feathers and unicorn horns. His voice carried frustration as he demanded if Tougo had seen anything suspicious, even the smallest clue. Tougo thought for a moment, then shared what little he knew. Injured horses had been coming to him, showing off their wounds as if asking for help. But beyond that, there wasn't much, and it was obvious Tougo wasn't connected to the poachers. His skinny frame and lack of muscle made him look incapable of hunting anything. 𝕱 could tell Tougo wasn't the type to handle blood or conflict either. That was a relief, but it didn't solve the problem. 𝕱 let out a heavy sigh. The forest was crawling with Pegasus and unicorns, but finding a specific crime scene in this massive wilderness? Near impossible. To make matters worse, it was getting dark, and 𝕱 sheepishly admitted he'd gotten completely lost. He hesitated before asking Tougo if he could stay the night. Without a word, Tougo pulled out a pencil and a sketchbook and quickly drew something. Before 𝕱 could process it, a sofa materialized out of thin air right in front of him. Blinking in disbelief, 𝕱 slowly laid down on the sofa, his eyes wide with curiosity. "What kind of magic is this?" he asked, unable to hide his excitement. Tougo, looking equally confused, muttered, "Is this really magic?" But 𝕱 was certain. He had never seen magic like this before. 𝕱 pressed for more. Could Tougo summon fire or conjure water? Tougo's blank expression said it all. He couldn't. 𝕱 stared at him, stunned. Tougo, who was curious about the existence of magic in this world, got a slap in the face. It's even rarer to find people who can't do magic in this world. Tougo slumped in defeat, realizing that in this world, he might be missing some pretty basic skills. That night, Tougo lay in his bed, but he seemed restless. He couldn't sleep. He was uneasy when other people were around. He picked up his sketchbook, thinking of drawing 𝕱, but changed his mind. Instead, he doodled a carrot while glancing out the window at the Pegasus and unicorns grazing nearby. The thought of poachers kept gnawing at him. He hoped this mess would be resolved soon. By morning, 𝕱 was munching on the carrot Tougo had drawn. "This is delicious," he said, sharing it with the magical horses. Tougo, who was cutting the carrots, was curious about the spirit that 𝕱 kept mentioning. 𝕱 paused, considering his words. Spirits weren't exactly like humans or animals. "Maybe they're closer to magic itself," he said. Spirits were said to inhabit places like forests and springs, acting as guardians of nature. Most of them didn't like humans, but every now and then they'd help someone they took a liking to. Whimsical, powerful, and rumored to have an otherworldly beauty, spirits were no ordinary beings. As the sun climbed higher, 𝕱 got ready to leave. He thanked Tougo for his hospitality, promising to track down the poachers and ensure the horses stayed safe. Tougo watched him walk away, the first people he had met in this world. Out of nowhere, a big bird swooped down to the spring, clutching a piece of paper in its beak. It dropped the letter in front of Tougo. The language was completely foreign to him, so he pocketed it for now. Moments later, Tougo bundled up in his thick clothes, clearly preparing for something, but one of the unicorns had other plans. With a swift move, it hoisted him onto a Pegasus's back. Before he could protest, the Pegasus bolted, galloping through the dense forest at breakneck speed. The ride was so wild that Tougo clung on for dear life, heart pounding with both fear and confusion. When the Pegasus finally skidded to a halt, Tougo's relief turned to shock. In front of him was a horrifying scene. Several Pegasus were tied up, their majestic wings clipped and their bodies covered in wounds. The poachers nearby were gloating about their lucky catch, already planning to sell the wings for a hefty profit. Tougo froze, his hands trembling as he took in the cruelty. Suddenly, the Pegasus he had ridden lowered him to the ground and deliberately stepped into the poacher's view. The men lit up, delighted at the sight of another Pegasus they could capture. But the horse didn't make it easy. It dodged and resisted, keeping them busy. From a distance, Tougo stared, trying to make sense of it all. Why would the Pegasus bring him here? Why let itself be found? Then it clicked. The Pegasus was buying time, asking for his help. Tougo's panic spiked, but he forced himself to act. Grabbing his pencil and sketchbook, he quickly sketched. He could heal the injured horses, sure, but the real problem was the poachers. They had already caught the Pegasus and were about to clip its wings. The horse neighed desperately, and Tougo felt the weight of its plea. Ignoring his shaking hands and rising stress, Tougo worked furiously, his pencil flying across the page. Finally, he finished the drawing. The poachers tied up, hands and feet bound tightly. Within seconds, the sketch came to life. The ropes materialized, trapping the poachers exactly as he had imagined. Of course, the poachers were confused as to why they were tied up. On the other hand, Tougo quickly ran to the injured horses, promising to treat them all. One of the poachers shouted angrily at Tougo, but now Tougo was so annoyed, ignoring the barbarian. Tougo and the three Pegasus fled deeper into the forest, desperate to escape the poachers. When they finally found a quiet spot, Tougo wasted no time. He pulled out his sketchbook and began drawing, hands trembling but determined. His first sketch brought one Pegasus back to full health, its wings restored, wounds neatly bandaged. But the effort hit him hard, draining his energy like a leaky faucet. He wasn't done yet. 2 more Pegasus needed him. With a shaky breath, he decided to draw them both at once. The moment his pencil lifted, the sketch materialized perfectly. 2 majestic creatures standing tall, their injuries completely healed. Relief coursed through Tougo, but his victory came with a price. A piercing pain erupted in his chest, unlike anything he'd ever felt. It was as if his heart was being crushed in a vice. Gasping for air, Tougo could barely think, let alone stand. And then things got worse. The poachers, somehow free, stormed toward him, their eyes full of vengeance. The Pegasus moved to shield him, their fierce loyalty only adding fuel to the poachers' greed. The poachers sneered at the sight of Tougo, remarking among themselves that a kid who could control Pegasus must be worth a fortune. Before they could lay a hand on him, a solid punch sent the lead poacher flying. 𝕱 had arrived, his fury blazing like wildfire. His sharp glare burned with fury at the poacher's cruelty. He squared up to face the remaining hunters, but his attention flicked back to check on Tougo. But the excruciating pain left Tougo unable to utter a word, and he collapsed, leaving 𝕱 confused as to what had happened to him. Tougo's senses flickered back to life as he slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on the familiar bed in his tiny house. From the window, he noticed something unexpected. Dozens of horses gathered outside, their worry practically palpable. It wasn't just a few, but almost all the Pegasus and unicorns had surrounded his room as if they had been waiting for him for ages. Tougo felt a deep connection with them, a bond that brought warmth to his heart. Despite his weakness, he struggled to his feet, leaning heavily on the wall for support. When he finally opened the door, he found 𝕱 sitting on the balcony, his face clouded with concern. Seeing someone waiting for him like this filled Tougo with an odd sense of happiness. 𝕱 wasted no time explaining. He revealed how Pegasus had helped him bring Tougo back after the near attack by poachers. The good news? 𝕱 had managed to capture the poachers. The bad news? They were now in the town jail, but only on trespassing charges. Without witnesses or solid evidence of poaching, the culprits had denied everything, claiming they were just lost. Tougo's heart sank as the truth dawned on him. While he had healed the Pegasus, their clipped wings were gone. If the poachers had dumped the severed wings somewhere, their crime would remain hidden. The realization crushed him, and regret weighed heavily on his chest. Even so, 𝕱 tried to reassure him, expressing relief that both Tougo and the Pegasus were safe. 𝕱 admitted he had been terrified when Tougo collapsed and hadn't moved for 3 days straight. The mention of Tougo's still posture brought back memories of a friend 𝕱 once saw after casting a large spell. Just then, a unicorn appeared, delicately carrying a peach on its horn. It offered the fruit to Tougo as a gesture of gratitude for saving the horses. Tougo, who hadn't eaten in days, took a bite and was immediately struck by the sweetness. 𝕱 couldn't help but marvel at how sweet the peach was, but his expression turned serious when the topic shifted to the poachers. Without solid evidence of their illegal trade, catching them would be impossible. 𝕱 mentioned a way to uncover proof: digging through the black market. If they could expose it, the entire game would change. Swearing on the name of the Redguard family, 𝕱 promised to make it happen. Tougo, seeing 𝕱's determination, suddenly remembered something. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a crumpled letter. Handing it to 𝕱, his eyes widened as he read the contents. The letter contained exactly what they needed: irrefutable proof of the trade in Pegasus feathers and unicorn horns. When Tougo said he got it from a big bird, 𝕱 was stunned, not only by the evidence, but by Tougo's nonchalant mention of the peculiar bird. It seemed unbelievable, but in this strange world, nothing surprised him anymore. That night, Tougo found himself outside, sleeping under the stars with the horses. For some reason, they didn't let him back into the house, surrounding him as if to keep watch. Perhaps they were anxious after everything that had happened. Meanwhile, 𝕱 left with the letter, determined to track down the poachers and bring justice. As Tougo lay under the vast, shimmering night sky, his thoughts drifted. It's so strange that a big bird has evidence. Something was off with that bird. Not only the bird, Tougo felt the world was quite weird. It had been a month since he arrived, and he couldn't help but wonder about his old life back on Earth. If he were still there, he'd likely be grinding away in cram school, with no time for drawing. Yet, staring at the stars, Tougo realized he didn't want to go back. Not really. Still, he couldn't help but miss his teacher. 2 days later, 𝕱 showed up at Tougo's place with good news. He'd caught all the poachers. 𝕱 was quick to point out that it wouldn't have been possible without Tougo's help and the crucial evidence he provided. But instead of feeling proud, Tougo shrank back, convinced he hadn't done much. He believed it was the horses and that odd bird who had truly helped 𝕱, not him. His hands trembled as he confessed how useless he felt. 𝕱 wasn't having it. He gave Tougo a light smack, snapping him out of his self-doubt. He reminded Tougo that if it hadn't been for him, none of the creatures, Pegasus, unicorn, or even that strange bird, would have acted at all. 𝕱 insisted that Tougo had been the key, and for that, he was deeply thankful. Tougo turned red, trying and failing to hide his happiness. Looking to repay Tougo for his help, 𝕱's eyes landed on Tougo's sketchbook. It was a drawing of 𝕱's bracelet. Tougo quickly explained that he didn't draw it because he wanted it. He just admired its beauty. That made 𝕱 think harder. If Tougo could simply draw whatever he desired and make it real, what did he truly want? 𝕱 was determined to give him something meaningful. When asked, Tougo hesitated before stiffly requesting permission to live in this forest. 𝕱 blinked in surprise, then burst out laughing, relieved at how modest Tougo's wish was. He promised to talk to his parents about it. The conversation shifted back to Tougo's drawings, and 𝕱 suddenly had an idea. Could Tougo use his drawing ability to summon beasts? Tougo, completely confused, asked what summoned beasts even were. 𝕱 explained they were magical creatures humans could bond with through contracts. They served as companions in battle, transportation, or even general helpers. However, compatibility and magical aptitude were crucial. 𝕱 also mentioned that while some creatures like dragons existed, many species had gone extinct. Hearing about dragons made Tougo's eyes light up. 𝕱 proudly recounted how the Redguard family's first generation had formed a contract with a legendary red dragon, something most people could only dream of. Tougo, however, wasn't thinking about owning one. Instead, his mind raced with the idea of drawing a dragon. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and it was clear he had found a new goal. 𝕱, watching Tougo's enthusiasm, didn't fully get it, but it seemed Tougo was more thrilled about sketching dragons than actually having one. A few days later, a heavy rainstorm swept through the forest, drenching everything in its path. Under the downpour, a group of hooded figures moved silently among the trees, the leader clutching a strange, glowing pendant. Meanwhile, Tougo sat under the roof of his small house, marveling at the rain, his first time experiencing it in this world. It was peaceful until 𝕱 arrived, soaked to the bone. While drying off, 𝕱 noticed something unusual. The horses now had their own little drums. Tougo explained he had drawn them. Curious, Tougo asked why 𝕱 would come out in such heavy rain. 𝕱 revealed he had some important business nearby and, seeing the storm wouldn't let up, asked to stay the night. As they settled in, 𝕱 couldn't hide his amazement at Tougo's abilities. Tougo had drawn an extra room for guests, complete with a cozy bed. Exhausted, 𝕉 quickly fell asleep, grumbling about how much he hated being caught in the rain. Tougo, on the other hand, loved the quiet, rainy atmosphere. From the balcony, he admired the downpour while reflecting on 𝕉's kindness. Despite his busy life, 𝕉 always made time to visit. Also, 𝕉 had handed Tougo a formal letter, officially recognizing him as a resident of the forest. Yet, Tougo still didn't know much about 𝕉. He learned that 𝕉's family governed the entire region. Was 𝕉 a noble? And if so, how did he always manage to visit so easily? Tougo's thoughts spiraled, especially when he remembered 𝕉 single-handedly handling those poachers. The peaceful night didn't last. The horses outside began to neigh frantically, their agitation breaking the calm. When Tougo looked out, his heart sank. A group of hooded figures was approaching. At the center was the pendant man from earlier. Without warning, the man grabbed his pendant, and out of it emerged a massive snake formed entirely of water. The creature's presence radiated hostility. Tougo froze in terror. The snake was enormous, and with a flick of its tail, it unleashed a slicing wave of water, obliterating the horse's shelter. As the horses whinnied in discomfort, Tougo realized this must be the summoned beast 𝕉 had described. The pendant man's voice cut through the rain, praising Tougo for being unusual enough to tame Pegasus and unicorns. But Tougo had no time for flattery. What did these people want with his horses? To his horror, the man revealed his true target. 𝕉, the second son of the Red Guard family. Tougo, thinking fast, lied that 𝕉 wasn't there. The snake didn't buy it. With a quick motion, it coiled tightly around Tougo, squeezing the air from his lungs. The pendant man smirked, claiming he could sense 𝕉's presence. Tougo tried another lie, saying 𝕉 had already left, but it only made the snake's grip tighten. The hooded man pressed on, taunting Tougo. He suggested that Redguard didn't trust Tougo, insisting that if Tougo were truly loyal, he wouldn't hide 𝕉's location. Meanwhile, the unicorn tried to charge the snake, but its attacks were useless. It was like stabbing water. Tougo's mind raced as the pendant man toyed with his resolve, using fear and doubt to break him. Tougo was cornered, struggling for air, as the water snake's tail tightened its grip. The hooded man pressed him harder for answers, but Tougo stayed silent, refusing to betray even a hint of information. The snake's suffocating grip made him feel like he was drowning, until 𝕉 appeared, calm but fearless, ordering the man to let Tougo go. The tension crackled as 𝕉, the man's true target, stood his ground. He'd been woken by the commotion outside and wasted no time confronting the intruders. The hooded man mocked 𝕉's concern for Tougo, laughing cruelly as he threatened to strangle Tougo right in front of him. 𝕉's expression darkened, and with Pegasus, Unicorn, and even the forest spirit on his side, he made it clear he wouldn't allow any harm to come to Tougo. But the man only chuckled, dismissing 𝕉's threats. "Avoid unnecessary conflict," he sneered. "Drop your weapons. It's raining and they're useless now." At those words, Tougo watched in confusion as 𝕉 began removing his pendants, earrings, and bracelets, one by one, throwing them into the nearby spring. 𝕉's calm demeanor suggested he had a plan, even as he agreed to go with the man in exchange for Tougo's release. The man agreed, but his cunning nature soon revealed itself. Without warning, the water snake struck, stabbing both Tougo and 𝕉 simultaneously. The attack was so swift they couldn't react, and before long they were suffocating within the beast's watery body, their strength fading. As his vision blurred, Tougo felt as if he were being transported somewhere else. He saw his teacher, who asked if he was still obsessing over art, even in a life or death moment like this. The teacher's words were cryptic, but before Tougo could make sense of them, he woke up, his hands and feet bound tightly. Groggy and disoriented, Tougo looked around and saw 𝕉 lying unconscious beside him. Panicked, he called out until 𝕉 stirred. The first thing 𝕉 did was check on Tougo's condition, relieved to find he was unharmed. But their relief was short-lived. They were in a prison, captured by the hooded man and his group. 𝕉's eyes burned with quiet fury as he realized their predicament. Apologizing to Tougo, he admitted fault for dragging him into this mess, Tougo brushed it off, reasoning that the group was likely connected to the poachers who had attacked him earlier. "I'm already involved," Tougo said firmly, "so I have a right to know. Who exactly are you?" 𝕚 took a deep breath and began to explain. As Tougo suspected, the hooded men were tied to the poachers. They were part of a black market dealing in rare materials from creatures like Pegasus and Unicorn. When the poachers were exposed, the entire black market operation was at risk, and now they were out for revenge. 𝕚, being their primary target, had been on the run for days. That's when he crossed paths with Tougo. 𝕚 had used Tougo's home as a hideout, frustrated by his own weaknesses. The truth was, his strength wasn't entirely his own, it came from his summoned beasts. Those accessories he tossed into the spring? They housed 4 fire spirits, but the rain made them useless. Without them, 𝕚 couldn't rely on magic or brute strength. He reminded Tougo about how rare it was for someone in this world to lack magic, and 𝕚 was one of those unlucky few. From a young age, he couldn't wield magic or handle a sword, earning him the label of useless. Tougo tried to cheer him up, but before he could say much, 𝕚 crouched down, pulling a knife hidden in his boot. Determined, he vowed to free Tougo and himself from their bindings. With the ropes undone, the real problem was escaping the locked room. 𝕚 asked if Tougo could draw and materialize a key, but without drawing materials or a clear idea of the key's shape, Tougo doubted it was possible. Left with no other option, 𝕚 used his tiny flicker of fire magic to try melting the lock. As 𝕚 struggled, he opened up more. He was part of the Redguard family, descendants of legendary dragon tamers. Their family crest, a dragon, symbolized greatness. But neither 𝕚, his father, nor his brother had ever controlled a dragon. It was nothing but an empty legacy. It's truly pathetic, but dreaming won't cost anything, so 𝕚 will keep trying. Before they could act further, the sound of approaching footsteps forced them to pause. 𝕚 quickly stashed his knife in Tougo's belt as 3 hooded men entered the room. They spotted the loosened ropes and questioned 𝕚, offering freedom in exchange for information. But when one man reached to unlock the cell, he yelped in pain. His hand had touched the searing hot lock 𝕚 had been working on. Seizing the moment, 𝕚 unleashed his fire magic, sending a blazing strike through the cell bars. His kick landed squarely on one of the men, toppling him to the ground. In the chaos, 𝕚 grabbed the keys and freed himself, ready to fight his way out of captivity. The moment 𝕚 staggered out of the prison cell, something sharp and swift sliced across his abdomen, leaving a deep wound. Blood poured out, staining the ground as Tougo froze, too shocked to act. But the nightmare wasn't over. A massive water snake lunged at 𝕚. Weak from blood loss, 𝕚 couldn't dodge in time and was caught in the serpent's crushing grip. Its fangs sank deep into him, making it clear this was no random attack. The man with the pendant stood nearby, orchestrating it all. He didn't want 𝕚 dead, at least not yet. He had plans and needed 𝕚 alive. Tougo, on the other hand, was promised safety, as long as he didn't resist, because he thought the boy might be useful. Paralysis gripped Tougo as 𝕚, battered and bleeding, was dragged away. Back in the prison cell, Tougo sank to the floor, his mind spiraling. Fear pinned him down. He didn't want to hurt. He didn't want to fight. He wanted to stay safe. But then, a memory surfaced. His teacher's words echoed in his mind. "Even on the verge of death, you wouldn't stop drawing, would you?" Tougo's hands trembled as he also remembered 𝕚's encouragement and that warm smile. Something ignited within him. A fire that refused to let him stay idle. Gritting his teeth, he reached for the blood 𝕚 had left on the floor and began to draw. Each stroke felt like a rebellion against despair, a shout into the void that he could still change the impossible, because it is free to dream. But the blood ran out too soon. Desperation took over. Tougo grabbed the knife 𝕚 had given him, and without hesitation, cut his own hand. Pain blurred his vision, but he kept going. He had to finish the drawing. His teacher was right. He couldn't stop, even if it cost him everything. Finally, with the last of his strength, he completed the image. A red dragon, bold and vivid, its shape etched into the prison floor with blood. Suddenly, Tougo felt a sharp pain in his chest. His limbs grew cold, and sweat poured down his face, but the drawing was gone, or so he thought. When he looked up, a majestic red dragon now stood before him, massive and silent, its gaze fixed on him. Tougo locked eyes with the beast and whispered, "Go, find the one who shares your color. Help him." The dragon lowered its head in acknowledgement, licked Togo's face as if understanding, and then soared into the skies. High above, the dragon spotted the water snake that had attacked Faye. The snake hurled sharp balls of water with deadly accuracy. But the red dragon countered with a fiery roar that not only destroyed the water ball, but engulfed the serpent in flames, leaving it scorched and lifeless. Meanwhile, in the dim torture chamber, Faye lay weak and confused. The rumble of the battle outside reached his ears just as the dragon burst through the wall. Faye's breath caught as he recognized the creature, the sacred symbol of his family, the red dragon. Staring in awe, Faye couldn't believe his eyes. Back in the cell, Tougo, pale and drained, let out a soft laugh. Even now, with his body failing, he realized one thing. Drawing, even in the worst of times, had never felt more fulfilling. Tougo's eyes fluttered open, his mind groggy. This wasn't his room. As the haze lifted, he noticed Faye sitting beside him, battered and broken, but smiling warmly. Faye, covered in scars and still bleeding through his bandages, asked how Tougo felt. Relieved to see him awake, Faye pulled Tougo into a gentle hug, despite his own mangled state. Faye handed him a glass of juice, and when Tougo asked where they were, Faye casually explained that they were at the Redguard family mansion. Togo's jaw dropped. Faye was a real noble, but there wasn't time to dwell on that. Faye's condition was dire. He'd lost an eye and a few fingers and had ribs torn open. Yet, he laughed it off, calling it a small price to pay for survival. His only concern was Tougo's safety. Tougo couldn't help but feel crushed seeing Faye like this, but Faye reassured him. For Faye, it was all worth it as long as Tougo was okay. Then, with a sly grin, Faye called out to someone, or rather, something. The red dragon appeared as a real majestic one. It was Faye's new summoned beast, born from the blood-drawn image that had saved their lives. The dragon had been their savior, decimating the black market thugs and giving Faye and Tougo a chance to escape. Faye still couldn't believe it was real, but there was no doubt in his mind. Tougo had drawn that dragon. Faye's gratitude was genuine, and Tougo felt both proud and bewildered. Yet, as he watched, the dragon seemed smaller. Faye explained it was because his magic wasn't strong enough to sustain its full form, a problem for another day. Before Tougo could process everything, two imposing figures entered the room. One was Vanmilio Redguard, Faye's father and the lord of the territory. The other was Roseth Rufus Redguard, Faye's older brother. Tougo froze. Why were nobles visiting him? But Roseth quickly disarmed his panic, thanking him for saving Faye and apologizing for the trouble Faye had caused. Tougo tried to protest, feeling unworthy of their gratitude after all the help Faye had given him. But Faye's father spoke firmly, calling Faye's wounds a badge of honor. "1 or 2 scars are nothing compared to saving a life," he said. They weren't angry, they were thankful, genuinely glad Tougo was alive too. For Tougo, this warmth was unfamiliar. He wasn't used to people appreciating him so openly, valuing him like this. It was overwhelming in the best way. But the moment had to wait. Tougo needed rest. After all, he'd been unconscious for 10 days. No wonder his body felt like lead. A few days later, Tougo finally regained enough strength to move his body again. His hands felt steady, and all he could think about was returning to the forest. He needed to start drawing. But before he could head out, sparks flared from Faye's bracelet and pendant, and out emerged 2 blazing fire wolves. Faye grinned and introduced them as his summoned beasts. While Tougo had been unconscious, Faye had gone back to the spring to retrieve his accessories. Strangely enough, he found them at the forest entrance, as if some kind bird had kindly delivered them there. Tougo was overjoyed and made a mental note to thank the bird, if he ever met it. The two rode into the forest on 𝐻𝑆's firewolves. When they reached Tougo's house, it was miraculously still intact, with the horses wandering nearby. Spotting him, the horses rushed over, neighing and nudging him like old friends thrilled to see him again. 𝐻𝑆 watched the heartwarming reunion with a smile, but soon prepared to leave. Before 𝐻𝑆 could go, Tougo had one request. He wanted to draw 𝐻𝑆's portrait. Inside the house, 𝐻𝑆 sat in a chair, fidgeting slightly under Tougo's focused gaze. He joked it would have been better if Tougo had drawn him before his injuries. But Tougo insisted. This was the first picture he wanted to draw after coming home. As Tougo worked, 𝐻𝑆 grew curious and peeked at the sketch. To his shock, the drawing didn't show his battered self, but instead a healthy, unscarred version of him. 𝐻𝑆 froze. Was Tougo trying to heal him through art? Tougo admitted he was. If he could heal the horses with his drawings, why not 𝐻𝑆? Without hesitation, 𝐻𝑆 sprang up, borrowed paper and pen, and started writing a letter. He summoned his firebird and explained that he had ordered medicine to restore his fingers, though not his eye, but canceled the order. Why? Because he believed in Tougo's ability to heal him. He informed his parents that he was staying here by letter. His faith in Tougo's gift was unshakable. Inspired by 𝐻𝑆's confidence, Tougo poured his all into the drawing. Morning turned to night, his brush moving tirelessly as he filled the portrait with life. The next day, Tougo hit a block. He couldn't find the perfect colors to bring the portrait to life. 𝐻𝑆 called out to him several times, but was ignored. Tougo was completely absorbed. Then, out of nowhere, the red dragon appeared outside the house. 𝐻𝑆 sheepishly admitted he'd told it to stay at home, but it had decided to visit. Tougo froze as he stared at the dragon, then suddenly let out an excited yell. The dragon's scales held the exact scarlet hue he needed for 𝐻𝑆's eyes. Making paint from scales, Tougo worked furiously to complete the portrait. When he was done, the image of 𝐻𝑆 was breathtaking, every detail alive with color and energy. The moment the painting was finished, 𝐻𝑆 felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. Meanwhile, Tougo collapsed, completely drained. Whatever magic he had just unleashed, it was unlike anything either of them had experienced before. Moments later, Tougo woke up in the hammock, blinking at the sunlight streaming through the trees. 𝐻𝑆 was right beside him, greeting him with a bright smile and a good morning. 𝐻𝑆 looked completely healed, and the sight filled Tougo with relief. Even more surprising, Tougo noticed his own body felt lighter, like a weight had been lifted. 𝐻𝑆 explained it might be thanks to the magic of Pegasus and Unicorn, who had been nearby all along. Their magical bond with Tougo seemed to work seamlessly, likely because of his natural compatibility with them. Before Tougo could process it all, 𝐻𝑆 dragged him onto one of his firewolves, insisting they ride to his family's residence. As they rode, 𝐻𝑆 broke the formal tone between them. "Stop calling me Redguard," he said, laughing. "We've survived life and death battles together. Just call me 𝐻𝑆." Tougo hesitated, but eventually managed to say 𝐻𝑆's name. It was the first time he'd called someone a best friend, and the words felt unfamiliar, but good. On the way to the Redguard estate, 𝐻𝑆 reminisced about how much had changed. From the red dragon becoming his summoned beast to fulfilling dreams he never thought possible, 𝐻𝑆 now had someone he could trust completely. That person was Tougo, and 𝐻𝑆 felt grateful to have him in his life. Their conversation shifted as 𝐻𝑆 brought up an idea. Could Tougo draw a portrait of his family? 𝐻𝑆's previous portraits had vanished along with his injuries, and he wanted a new one to commemorate this moment. Tougo, caught off guard, was reminded of his old world and the joy he used to find in drawing, particularly the memories of his teacher. Smiling, Tougo agreed. This wasn't just another request, it was a chance to create something meaningful for his newfound friend. Tougo and 𝐻𝑆 soon arrived at the grand Redguard family mansion, where they were warmly welcomed by 𝐻𝑆's father and brother. Roseth and 𝐻𝑆's father had already read in a letter that Tougo was willing to draw a family portrait, a gesture that impressed him. 𝐻𝑆, now fully recovered, was another pleasant surprise for his family. At breakfast, the table was packed with delicious food: crispy, fluffy bread, jams, sausages, and stuffed eggs. For Tougo, it was a feast like no other. He couldn't hide how much he enjoyed the meal, which made 𝐻 smile and insist he eat more. This, however, sparked curiosity from 𝐻's father, who wondered if Tougo usually ate so little. 𝐻 jumped in to explain how Tougo often forgot to eat when he got lost in his drawings, sometimes surviving on just a single piece of fruit. 𝐻's father, seeing Tougo's passion for art, made an unexpected offer. He wanted Tougo to become the Redguard family's exclusive artist, or, as they called it, a retained artist. 𝐻 explained further. A retained artist would be paid generously for living expenses, activity funds, and painting commissions. Tougo could even live with the family to ensure his well-being. It was a huge opportunity, but Tougo hesitated. Becoming a retained artist meant turning his love for art into a profession, a dream he'd long feared to chase. Later, as Tougo sat alone by the fountain, memories of his troubled past resurfaced. He recalled a rainy night when he showed up, drenched, at his teacher's house. His teacher, surprised but caring, offered him a warm drink and a towel. With a pained expression, Tougo explained that his family had thrown away all his art supplies after he'd proudly shared his success in art class. He'd been praised, his work chosen for an exhibition, and even encouraged to pursue art school. But his family had crushed his joy, calling his dream a waste of time. His teacher, however, had a different perspective. He told Tougo that not all waste is bad. Some waste, like walking in the rain without purpose, it's really a waste, but there's something to gain. Walking on quiet streets while looking at the rain illuminated by streetlights and feeling the sensation of wet sleeves sticking. It's truly a waste, but it enriches the soul. It's nourishment for the heart, even if society doesn't see its value. Placing a hand over Tougo's chest, his teacher said, "Your heart looks hungry, Tougo. Feed it." Tougo was lost in thought, reliving fragments of his past, when 𝐻 appeared out of nowhere, startling him. He'd been searching for Tougo all over, only to find him sitting alone in the courtyard. 𝐻's curiosity got the better of him, and he blurted out a bizarre question. "Is it because your paintings come to life that you can't be an artist?" Tougo didn't want to explain the real reason he was hesitating, so he played along, nodding as if that was the case. 𝐻 sighed in relief but laughed, saying that kind of problem was like bedwetting. It just needed to be fixed early. Tougo, confused, realized 𝐻 wasn't being literal. 𝐻 explained that his magic was leaking, which was why his paintings might materialize. Without missing a beat, 𝐻 proposed a solution: magical training. Tougo's eyes lit up. He was thrilled at the thought of learning how to draw without his creations popping into existence. They got to work right away. The first step was simple: recognize magic. 𝐻 handed Tougo a staff with a glowing crystal ball, a tool kids typically used for practice. As soon as Tougo held it, the crystal lit up, shifting colors before the light flowed to his wrist and vanished. 𝐻 explained that this tool helped visualize the flow of magic. At first, it was just from the hands, but with focus, Tougo would feel it throughout his body. Closing his eyes, Tougo followed 𝐻's instructions and soon felt an incredible sensation, a flow of magic within and around him. He was so excited by the discovery that he couldn't wait to practice more. That night, in secret, Tougo revisited the exercise, amazed to sense magic beyond himself. By morning, Tougo and 𝐻 were back in the courtyard for the next challenge, stopping the magic from leaking. 𝐻 handed him a short wand, explaining that he needed to prevent the glowing light from turning on. It sounded simple, but Tougo quickly found it frustrating, like trying to hold back a curtain in the wind. 𝐻 stepped in, holding Tougo's wrist to help suppress the magic flow, urging him to endure. But the pressure built, and Tougo's body trembled under the strain. He even cried because he couldn't take it anymore. He had run out of patience. And in the end, with a burst of light that pierced the sky, the wand exploded in his hands. Both of them froze, stunned. 𝐻 could only marvel at the display, while Tougo stared in shock. 𝐻 broke the silence with a wry smile, admitting that controlling such immense magic might be harder than they thought. After all, Tougo wasn't just talented, his magical power was off the charts. Tougo's magic, once dormant, had suddenly surged out of control, sending the Red Guard household into a panic. The family quickly summoned a doctor, explaining the alarming situation. Tougo's magical power, which had been non-existent before, was now leaking uncontrollably. Faye, along with their father and brother, hovered anxiously as the doctor began his evaluation. Tougo tried to play it cool, keeping his otherworldly origins a secret. Only the Red Guard family and a few trusted creatures knew the truth about him. As the doctor examined him, he asked if anything unusual had triggered the magic burst, like reading a forbidden spellbook, encountering a spirit, or learning advanced magic. Tougo shook his head, clueless. Then the doctor's assistant, a sharp-eyed woman, chimed in. Had Tougo experienced anything life-threatening lately? An injury, an illness, maybe a brush with monsters? Tougo hesitated, but denied it, sneaking a glance at Faye, who gave him a reassuring shake of the head. The doctor carried out various tests, from monitoring Tougo's heart rate to having him hold a magic wand and wear a strange compass-like necklace. Everyone held their breath as the results came in. But instead of bad news, the doctor hit them with a bombshell. Tougo had so much magic that it rivaled the palace mages. Tougo's rapid growth of magic, recently, then the leakage of magic is certainly a plausible and understandable occurrence. Moreover, the color of the magical power is also wonderful. Tougo will likely be able to use various types of elemental magic. The doctor, visibly impressed, suggested Tougo head to the capital for advanced examination and maybe even join the ranks of the royal magicians. The idea floored Tougo, but Faye's father politely declined. He argued that Tougo needed time to adjust to his sudden surge in magic, and moving to the capital might only make things worse. Though disappointed, the doctor and his assistant respected the decision. Before leaving, they gave Tougo a special sealing tool, a kind of magical dampener to help him regain control. Faye tried to lighten the mood with a teasing remark, but his concern for Tougo was clear. The next day, chaos erupted when Tougo's sealing tool snapped in half. His overwhelming magical power had won the battle. The doctor quickly prescribed a solution: magic stone-type sealing tools. These multi-purpose stones, brimming with magical energy, could do everything from powering lamps to housing summoned beasts, like the earrings Faye used for his own creatures. After the doctor left, Faye decided they needed one of those stones ASAP, but Tougo hesitated, worried about the price tag. Roseth brushed it off, reminding him that thanks to Tougo, the poacher's mess was resolved and Faye was saved. The Red Guard family considered it a well-earned reward, and as nobles, money wasn't an issue. But Tougo had other plans. Instead of leaning on the Red Guards, he picked up his sketchbook and, within moments, had drawn a dazzling gem. To everyone's shock, the gem materialized right off the page. Faye's father and brother were speechless, witnessing this mind-blowing magic for the first time. Their astonishment doubled when a red dragon burst through the window, clearly drawn to the gem's intense magical energy. Faye, ever the joker, quipped that Tougo might become the world's greatest jeweler. Seeing the dragon's eager attachment, Tougo offered to create a custom gem for it. Faye, thrilled, agreed. Tougo got to work, sketching calmly while the red dragon buzzed with excitement. Minutes later, a ruby-like gem materialized, glittering with magic. The dragon nudged the gem, then unraveled its physical form and entered it. Now, the dragon had a cozy new home, and Faye could summon it anytime. Faye thanked Tougo profusely, but his father hesitated, saying the gem was probably worth more than their entire mansion. Tougo brushed off the concern. He didn't care about the gem's value. What mattered was that his creations brought happiness, especially to creatures like the red dragon, which he felt a special bond with. Inspired, Tougo asked if selling his magical jewels could be a way to earn a living. Faye was dumbfounded and said it was up to him. He could probably earn far more than just the basics. Tougo decided to start small, buying daily necessities and groceries. Drawing everything seemed inefficient, and he wanted more variety in their lives. With a plan set, they agreed to head to the city the next day. Faye's father and brother bickered over who'd go with Tougo, but work commitments made the decision easy. Faye would be his companion. The morning kicked off with Tougo putting his skills to work, drawing 3 gems he planned to sell. Faye made sure to remind him not to overdo it because it's unnatural to have a lot of valuable jewelry. Soon after, they arrived at 𝕻𝕬𝕭, a bustling town full of cheerful kids and friendly chatter. Tougo was instantly enchanted by the lively vibe and couldn't stop himself from wanting to sketch every little detail. His fascination grew when Faye explained the intricate patterns etched all over the town, protective magic that uses specific patterns with magical power. You can get a protective effect by drawing the pattern with cheap magic stone powder and embedding a magic stone. In this world, magic stones are practical items for using magic. Their first stop was a jewelry shop marked with a noble's emblem, where the shopkeeper, clearly acquainted with Faye's family, greeted them warmly. Faye casually explained their errand to buy Tougo's sealing tool, which can be equipped with a magic stone, also for appraisal. When Tougo handed over one of his gems for appraisal, the shopkeeper froze in awe. After inspecting the gem with advanced tools, he declared it a masterpiece, so high in quality that even a dragon might be drawn to it. When the shopkeeper wrote down its value, Tougo, who didn't know the value, asked Faye, and the value was enough to live comfortably for 2 to 3 years. Faye explains that magic stones like this are typically a luxury only nobles can afford, as summoned beasts burn through them quickly. With a bitter smile, Faye admitted that he bought abilities with money because he had no talent for magic. Next, they strolled through the town, picking up groceries and grabbing a bite at a local spot. Tougo's reaction to his first meat sandwich was priceless. Pure bliss over the fragrant bread and tender meat, and Faye is happy to introduce good food in the city. Ever practical, Faye suggested updating Tougo's wardrobe, teasing that his current outfit was a bit old-fashioned. Tougo realized that his clothes had been given to him by a big bird, and he decided to go shopping for clothes after this. A quick stop at the clothing store had Tougo trying on new styles and leaving with a fresh look. Their adventure continued with visits to a herbal shop, food stalls, and even some playful moments with the townsfolk. Faye, ever the social butterfly, chatted with residents and entertained kids using his summoned beast, leaving Tougo feeling unexpectedly at peace. With a big smile on his face, today was really enjoyable for him. As they headed home at sunset, something caught Tougo's eye, a mysterious building. When he asked, Faye casually revealed it was a slave introduction agency. Tougo's shock was immediate, but Faye clarified that slavery in this world worked differently. It was more of a social support system for the poor, offering shelter, food, and a chance to earn freedom. Faye felt that Tougo was interested in it and urged him to take a look later. Inside, the cells held a variety of individuals, but at the far end, one figure stood out, a hulking man with a thick beard, countless scars, and an air of quiet intensity. The next day in 𝕻𝕬𝕭, Tougo wasn't sure how to feel about the whole slave thing, but Faye reassured him it wasn't illegal, just a system protected by strict rules in this world. They soon arrived at the slave introduction agency, where an overly eager old manager greeted them with a booming voice and endless enthusiasm. Faye explained that Tougo needed a caretaker/a companion, which touched the manager. Faye apparently wasn't the type of calling someone his best friend often. The old man paraded out slaves one by one, starting with beautiful women. Tougo, however, turned red and squirmed under their gazes. A harem wasn't quite what he had in mind. Faye teased him about missing out on having someone gorgeous take care of his every need. But Tougo was firm. He couldn't relax with someone like that around. The manager tried everything. Mature women, young men, even kids, but none of them clicked with Tougo. Frustrated, Faye asked to see the rest. They entered the deeper sections of the agency, passing cells of rowdy, rough-looking individuals. Faye explained this was the criminal section, slaves with serious baggage. Behind thick iron bars stood rough and menacing figures, but Tougo wasn't fazed. At the farthest cell, a hulking man with a beard like a bear, scars for days, and eyes like steel stared them down. To Faye's horror, Tougo didn't hesitate. He stopped in front of the cell, staring at the man with sparkling eyes. "This one," he said, sounding completely entranced. Faye panicked. "Are you serious? This guy looks like trouble." But Tougo wasn't fazed. His excitement wasn't about the man's past, it was about his physique. "He's perfect," Tougo murmured, already imagining him as the ideal plaster statue model for his drawings. Faye tried reasoning with him. "If you need a model, why not a woman?" But Tougo shook his head, embarrassed. He wasn't ready to study a woman's body up close. His excitement caught Faye completely off guard. Faye, wide-eyed, tried to reason with him. This guy wasn't a caretaker. He was a battle-hardened killer. The man bluntly stated as much, pointing to his tag. 2 murders, sold 7 times in 10 years. His only skills? Fighting and surviving. But Tougo was unwavering, mesmerized by the man's sculpted physique. He didn't see a dangerous criminal. He saw the perfect model for his art, like a living plaster statue. Faye tried one last time to steer Tougo away, but he wasn't listening. He didn't see a dangerous criminal. He saw inspiration. Faye gave up, muttering about Tougo's bizarre taste. Even the manager was surprised by the choice and then made the deal. And so, Tougo walked out with his first ever caretaker, a battle-scarred, no-nonsense ex-convict who had no idea what he was in for. Later at the Grand Red Guard mansion, Faye couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. "Why didn't you just pick another slave?" he asked Tougo again, almost exasperated. But Togo's mind was made up. He didn't want anyone else, just that man. Faye hesitated before explaining why this was an unusual choice. The man in question wasn't just any slave. He was a criminal slave, marked by the collar around his neck. Still, Tougo didn't flinch. When the man finally appeared, freshly groomed with his hair trimmed and beard shaved, his transformation was striking. His muscular frame was now fully visible, reminding Tougo of the statues of Hercules, or Laocoon. Tougo introduced himself, asking for the man's name, but the answer was unexpected. He didn't have one anymore. Faye quickly picked up on the implication. The man didn't want anyone digging into his past. Faye suggested that Tougo give him a name instead. After a brief pause, inspired by the man's resemblance to those iconic statues, Tougo named him 𝕂𝕠𝕗𝑙𝑒. Surprisingly, the man seemed to like it. With their introductions complete, Tougo and 𝕂𝕠𝕗𝑙𝑒 set off for the forest, borrowing Faye's summoned beasts for the journey. It didn't take long before they arrived at Tougo's home, a secluded house surrounded by nature. 𝕂𝕠𝕗𝑙𝑒 was taken aback. Wild Pegasus and unicorns roamed freely, not as summoned beasts, but as Tougo's friends, animals he had healed and cared for. Tougo invited 𝕂𝕠𝕗𝑙𝑒 to use the guest room, but the man declined. He wasn't comfortable staying under the same roof as his master, especially given his criminal background. Tougo reassured him, pointing out the special collar that ensured 𝕂𝕠𝕗𝑙𝑒 couldn't harm or disobey him. Still, to ease his concerns, Tougo offered an alternative, a separate house. With a grin, Tougo grabbed his sketchbook and started drawing. 𝕂𝕠𝕗𝑙𝑒 watched in confusion as Tougo worked quickly and with focus. Moments later, the sketch of a simple, cozy wooden house came to life. Literally. The house materialized right before their eyes. 𝕂𝕠𝕗𝑙𝑒 was stunned. When he asked for an explanation, Tougo casually mentioned that this was just something he did often, so 𝕂𝕠𝕗𝑙𝑒 had better get used to it. The big man could only sigh, realizing his new master wasn't exactly ordinary. The morning started like any other for Tougo, lost in his sketching. That is, until the gadget on his wrist chimed, followed by a knock at the door. Opening it, he found 𝕂𝕠𝕗𝑙𝑒 standing there with an apologetic look plastered on his face. The man had overslept and was already bracing himself for punishment. Tougo can't contain his confusion. Oversleeping? Punishment? That wasn't even in his vocabulary, especially since he himself had once slept for 10 days straight. With a casual wave of his hand, he brushed off 𝕂𝕠𝕗𝑙𝑒's worries and changed the subject, hauling out a massive hunk of meat for their meal. Cutting meat wasn't exactly Tougo's strong suit, so 𝕂𝕠𝕗𝑙𝑒 stepped in to help. The precision and skill in how he handled the knife were almost mesmerizing, as if each slice was a work of art. 𝕬𝕠𝕁 noticed Tougo staring, but didn't seem to mind. Soon, their sandwiches were ready, and the two sat down to eat. Even though Tougo knew he had to consume proper nutrition, 𝕬𝕠𝕁 had no other preferences for meals, and Tougo was fine with that. As they ate, 𝕬𝕠𝕁 broke the silence, asking what his job would be. Tougo explained between bites, taking his time to clarify. His requests were simple: remind him to eat when he got too absorbed in sketching, change the sealing tool daily, and, most importantly, be a model for his drawings. Tougo admitted he wasn't a professional artist, just someone who loved to draw. 𝕬𝕠𝕁 agreed, and after the meal, they got to work. Sitting in a quiet corner of the house, 𝕬𝕠𝕁 struck a pose while Tougo sketched away. The moment should have felt ordinary, but for 𝕬𝕠𝕁 it wasn't. He was used to being treated like a criminal, not a companion. Tougo's kindness and easygoing nature threw him off. He tried to dismiss the unsettling feeling, reminding himself that his sole purpose was to serve as a slave, his punishment for past deeds. But what did 𝕬𝕠𝕁 do in the past? We'll find out later. But as he glanced around at the calm forest life and the strange yet welcoming man who called this place home, something gnawed at him. This was different, almost too different, and it disconcerted him. A few days after that, Tougo's sketching practice was going smoothly. Well, mostly. His biggest challenge wasn't perfecting his strokes, but stopping his drawings from magically materializing. That and the constant interruptions, like when 𝕬𝕠𝕁 suddenly called out to remind him to change the sealing tool. Over the past few days, Tougo had spent a lot of time with 𝕬𝕠𝕁, a man of few words who only addressed him with a curt, "Hey." Tougo didn't push. If 𝕬𝕠𝕁 didn't want to talk, that was fine. At noon, while sketching rabbits in a meadow, they suddenly bolted at the sight of 𝕬𝕠𝕁 approaching and asked if Tougo had eaten lunch. He went to the house and returned to hand Tougo a sandwich, which Tougo devoured enthusiastically. Despite its simplicity, just bread, meat, and cheese, it tasted far better than Tougo's own attempts. Therefore, if Tougo didn't mind, 𝕬𝕠𝕁 would make it and bring it next time. 𝕬𝕠𝕁's routine with Tougo was pretty simple. Besides reminding him to eat and swap out the sealing tool, he spent his days chopping wood in the backyard, hauling water with a bucket, and knocking out workouts like one-arm push-ups and sit-ups. His dedication caught Tougo's attention, who couldn't help but marvel at the man's athleticism. 𝕬𝕠𝕁 shrugged off the praise, explaining that staying sharp was essential. Even a single careless move could be disastrous. The next day, Tougo needed to visit 𝕻's house, so he asked the horses for help. They all eagerly vied for the job, and finally, Tougo chose a winged horned horse, sparking jealousy among the others. An amusing scene unfolded when one Pegasus, notoriously untouchable, allowed 𝕬𝕠𝕁 to pet it. Thanks to his mythical steed, Tougo arrived at the Redguard mansion in record time, with 𝕬𝕠𝕁 in tow. 𝕻 skeptically asked if 𝕬𝕠𝕁 had adjusted to life with Tougo. Though 𝕬𝕠𝕁's response was curt and cold, it was enough to reassure 𝕻. In the living room, the doctor and his assistant were waiting for Tougo's follow-up examination. They checked his heart rate and used magical tools to assess his condition. The results? Tougo's control over his magic had improved significantly, enough that he could begin removing the sealing tools bit by bit. 𝕻 was thrilled at the progress, but the doctor was surprised to learn that Tougo had bought a slave. Assuming 𝕬𝕠𝕁 was meant to be a guard, the doctor was baffled when Tougo casually explained that he was actually a model. The assistant raised an eyebrow, remarking how unusual it was to hire a male model when most chose women. But Tougo seemed perfectly content with his choice, and 𝕻 could only laugh at his friend's eccentricity. That evening, Tougo and 𝕬𝕠𝕁 found themselves dining at the Redguard mansion. After the meal, 𝕻 pulled Tougo aside for a private chat about an upcoming event, a party at the royal castle. 𝕻 wasn't exactly a fan of parties and admitted he wasn't great at them. Tougo, ever laid back, offered to tag along if 𝕻 needed some backup. 𝕻 blinked, surprised but intrigued by the idea. 𝕻 explained the situation, The event was officially labeled as a social gathering of nobles and influential people. Even the king himself was expected to make an appearance. But here's the kicker. Faye wasn't invited as just any member of the Redguard family. No, this invite is specifically named Feyblad Redguard. Why? Well, Faye could only think of one reason, the Red Dragon. Owning such a rare and supposedly extinct creature had put Faye on everyone's radar, especially the nobles and royals, who'd likely use this as an opportunity to push marriage proposals for their daughters, or pull other schemes to claim the dragon. So why bring Tougo? Faye laid it out plainly. He needed an escape route. If Tougo felt unwell or needed a break, Faye could use that as an excuse to slip away from the pressure. And since Tougo wasn't a noble, there was no issue. Merchants often attended these events under noble recommendations. The catch? The party was in 2 days, and it was almost a full day's journey to the capital. Things were moving fast, and trouble seemed inevitable. Before heading out, Faye decided to take care of one crucial detail, sorting out proper outfits for both Tougo and 𝕬𝕗𝕄𝕨. The next day, the trio headed to a clothing store in 𝕬𝕬. While Tougo was busy trying on clothes, 𝕬𝕗𝕄𝕨 turned to Faye and asked if it'd be okay for him to go along. Faye, glad for the help, said it'd be great to have 𝕬𝕗𝕨 as a guard. With the unknowns of the social gathering, it was better to be safe than sorry. Soon, Tougo stepped out of the changing room, and to everyone's surprise, he was wearing a dress. Faye burst out laughing, while 𝕬𝕗𝕨 just stared, thinking Tougo was a woman. Tougo, blushing, quickly explained he was a guy. Faye, still laughing, had to clear things up with the shopkeeper. After some more shopping, Tougo was finally suited up in a proper outfit. With his clothes sorted, they turned their attention to finding 𝕬𝕗𝕨 something formal, then made their way out to capital. With everything ready, the three of them set off for the capital, riding on Faye's summoned beast. Faye found the journey pretty dull, but Tougo was loving it, especially with the fire spirits beneath them, keeping their butts warm. While riding, 𝕬𝕗𝕨 asked a question that made Tougo a little uncomfortable. He wanted to know where Tougo was born. Tougo hesitated, not knowing how to answer. 𝕬𝕗𝕨 couldn't help but wonder. Tougo had never ridden a horse before, didn't know what a woman's dress was, and 𝕬𝕗𝕨 had started to think maybe Tougo had come from a poor background. Before things got too awkward, Faye stepped in and casually explained that Tougo hadn't seen much of the world, which eased the tension. The journey continued peacefully, with occasional breaks to rest and eat. They passed through meadows surrounded by mountains, and Tougo enjoyed the trip, especially the jokes that kept things lighthearted. By evening, they finally arrived at the royal capital's massive entrance, which was far grander than anything in 𝕬𝕬. Faye excitedly pointed out all the great spots in the city that would be perfect for Tougo to draw, which made Tougo's eyes light up. Meanwhile, in an inn somewhere in the capital, a mysterious woman named Chloe sipped her wine, eagerly anticipating tomorrow's party at the royal castle. She had a feeling something extraordinary was about to happen. As Faye, Tougo, and 𝕬𝕗𝕨 entered the capital through its grand gates, Tougo's jaw practically hit the ground. This city was on a whole different level. The streets were alive with late-night shoppers. The air buzzed with energy, and soft glowing lights gave the place an almost magical charm. The sprawling size of the city was nothing compared to the royal castle towering in the distance. Visible even from the entrance, massive, regal, and impossible to miss. Soon, the trio arrived at an extravagant inn, where Faye had already arranged their stay. When Faye opened the door to their room, Tougo and 𝕬𝕗𝕄𝕨 froze in shock. This wasn't just a room, it was a full-blown noble's mansion in disguise. 4 separate bedrooms, stunning decor, and space that defied logic. Something was off, though. From the hallway, there were more doors lined up right next to theirs, yet the rooms were impossibly massive inside. 𝕬𝕗𝕨 voiced the question on everyone's mind, and Faye casually explained. Ancient spatial magic. The magic allowed the rooms to exist in a space far larger than their physical exteriors. Faye then handed each of them a key. Well, more like imprinted the magic pattern from the key onto their palms. Now, entering the room was as simple as waving a hand. The next evening, dressed to impress in formal attire, they headed to the royal castle for the big event. Nobles had already gathered at the entrance, their extravagant outfits matching the opulence of the setting. When the castle doors creaked open, Tougo stepped inside and felt his breath catch. The grand hallway stretched before them, adorned with exquisite art and intricate designs. A particular painting snagged his attention, a striking depiction of knights charging into battle on horseback. Faye noticed his awe and explained it was a portrayal of the tale of the hero and the demon king. The painting's story only deepened Tougo's fascination, but there wasn't much time for sightseeing. As the main room opened, Faye nudged Tougo and whispered a reminder. If things went south, he'd need to fake feeling unwell. Tougo nodded, already feeling the weight of whatever awaited them behind those ornate doors. The moment they stepped into the grand party hall, Tougo was captivated. Glittering chandeliers bathed the room in warm light, and the air buzzed with the hum of noble chatter and the melodies of an expert ensemble. Around him, finely dressed nobles danced gracefully, while others savored decadent treats. It was Tougo's first high society event, and excitement lit up his face. But then, everything else faded from his mind. A blonde woman glided past him on her way to get a drink, her presence impossible to ignore. Her elegant figure and radiant features seemed to freeze Tougo in place, his eyes glued to her as if under a spell. When she noticed his gaze and flashed him a sweet smile, his heart skipped a beat and his cheeks burned red. Faye quickly picked up on Tougo's flustered behavior and teased him. "What's up, Tougo? Love at first sight?" Sheepishly, Tougo admitted it could be, though not in the usual way. He explained it was the same feeling he had when he first met 𝕬𝕑𝕍𝕗. What he truly wanted was to draw her. Faye and 𝕬𝕑𝕍𝕗 shared a confused glance, unsure whether to feel amused or exasperated. Faye joked about Tougo's peculiar priorities. Actually, he was relieved that his friend was showing an interest in women and might be on an adorable path to love. As Tougo tried to steady his emotions, a regal voice called out to Faye. It was the king himself, who greeted Faye formally and apologized for the short notice of the invitation. Faye returned the greeting with practiced decorum, though his curiosity got the better of him. In a sharp tone, he asked why the king had invited him specifically instead of his father or older brother. The king hesitated before admitting he'd heard rumors that Faye had successfully made the legendary red dragon his summoned beast. Intrigued, the king had wanted to see it for himself. With a practiced smile, Faye rubbed the magic stone on his pendant, and in a flash of light, the legendary dragon appeared, letting out a low roar that sent ripples of awe through the hall. The nobles were stunned, whispering in disbelief as the dragon stood beside Faye, docile yet powerful. But the moment the king approached, the dragon's demeanor shifted. Its eyes narrowed, unleashing a deafening roar, shaking the room and causing the king to stop in his tracks. Faye quickly intervened, apologizing for the dragon's behavior before sending it back with a flick of his pendant. Yet, before it disappeared, the dragon's piercing gaze swept the room, its hostility palpable. Faye barely finished apologizing for the dragon's behavior before the king waved it off, his interest only growing. The idea that someone like Faye could tame the legendary red dragon, a mythical beast spoken of only in ancient tales, was enough to spark his fascination. Faye, ever humble, brushed off the praise, insisting the king was giving him too much credit. But then came the moment Faye and the Redguard family had been dreading. The king, with a diplomatic smile, brought up the marriage proposal. He said a man like Faye would make a perfect husband for his daughter, the third princess. Not only would it give the kingdom peace of mind, but it would also strengthen the crown's waning authority. Faye was ready for this. He chuckled politely and dismissed the idea, claiming the princess deserved someone far greater, perhaps a heroic figure from legend, not a simple nobleman like him. When the king leaned forward to press the issue, Tougo stepped in with flawless timing, tugging on Faye's sleeve and feigning discomfort. "I'm not feeling well," he whispered, just loud enough for the king to hear. Feigning concern, 𝕱 seized the opportunity. He apologized and asked the king for permission to step away, citing Tougo's sudden illness. The king reluctantly agreed, and the two retreated from the hall. From a distance, the mysterious blonde woman, wineglass in hand, quietly watched the exchange, her expression unreadable. In the privacy of the restroom, 𝕱 gave Tougo a sly smile and said he did well. "Perfect timing," he praised. Tougo, still uneasy, wondered if they had been too rude to the king. But 𝕱 shrugged it off. "Trust me, the king and those nobles aren't saints either. All they care about is the red dragon," he said. He went on to explain the bigger picture. The royal family, desperate to shore up its declining influence, saw the dragon as a potential symbol of authority. 𝕱 knew exactly why the king wanted to keep the red dragon close. It wasn't just about the princess, it was about control. But 𝕱 had already discussed the risks with his father and brother. No matter what, he wouldn't allow their family's pride, the red dragon, to be reduced to a political pawn. While they were talking, the restroom door creaked open, and there she was, the blonde woman from before. She looked pale, her hand pressed against her temple like she was fighting off a headache. 𝕱 immediately noticed Tougo stealing glances at her and grinned. "Go talk to her," he whispered, nudging Tougo forward. Tougo froze, his face a mix of panic and hesitation. So, as any good friend would, 𝕱 stepped in to save the day. He greeted the woman with a polite smile and apologized for disturbing her break. "Mind if we talk for a moment?" he asked. She shrugged and said she didn't mind if it wasn't too long. The moment was seized, and Tougo was given a playful shove toward the woman by 𝕱. A stumble was made by Tougo, and his throat was nervously cleared. Can you be drawn by me?" was blurted out by him. A blink was given by the woman, her head tilted. "Draw me?" was asked, her confusion evident. 𝕱 told Tougo to explain what he meant to say to make it clear. And so, Tougo introduced himself as a person who likes to draw as a hobby, not a professional artist. 𝕱 added that Tougo was skilled and that he even planned to make Tougo his personal artist someday. Tougo then admitted, in a voice still tinged with nervousness, that when he had first seen her at the venue, he had been struck by how beautiful she was. He confessed that he couldn't stop thinking about her, his heart pounding loudly, describing how she seemed to shine brighter than anyone else. He went on to say that she felt like a living masterpiece, and if he could, he would fill entire sketchbooks with her alone. He even imagined spending days searching for the perfect paint to match her eyes. Though wanting to draw her might be arrogant, but he wanted to draw her so much, and he admitted that it seemed like he fell in love with her at first sight. The room fell silent for a moment. The woman seemed taken aback by his sincerity, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Tougo was the first person like this she had ever met. After taking a moment to compose herself, she told him she would agree to let him draw her, but only on one condition. She explained that her 2-month vacation was starting the next day, and that during that time, she wanted him to take her in. 𝕱 and Tougo froze at the woman's unexpected request. Take her in? What could she possibly mean by that? The woman explained her situation with a mix of urgency and frustration. She worked at the royal castle, but had caught the attention of someone relentlessly troublesome. This person showed up uninvited while she worked, sent enormous bouquets to her workplace, and even ambushed her repeatedly. In short, she was being stalked. It had gotten so bad that she decided to take 2 months off. 𝕱 began to understand, but a troubling thought crossed his mind. If this stalker was so persistent, wouldn't they track her down wherever she went? The woman acknowledged the risk, but was confident that heading to Redguard territory would keep her safe. She said as she looked at 𝕱, the young heir of the Redguard family. 𝕱 was surprised, but that was only natural, since he had shown the red dragon to everyone earlier. After all, he was the talk of the town. The Redguard family already stands out due to their striking appearances. Then, if it's not too much trouble, the woman asks for refuge. In return, she would be happy to model for Tougo's paintings. 𝕱 was ready to fulfill the request, then asked the woman's name. The woman formally introduced herself as 𝕭𝑎, a diplomatic officer, and just like that, the deal was sealed. The Red Guard family would give 𝕭𝑎 refuge and she would become Tougo's model. Later, as they returned to the lively party, Faye caught the hostile gaze of someone glaring at him. The man, clearly seething, called out to Faye rudely and wasted no time addressing the elephant in the room, the Red Dragon. He sneered, questioning how someone like Faye, Red Guard's so-called incompetent second son, could obtain such a legendary creature. Faye corrected him calmly, pointing out that obtained wasn't the right word. The dragon had taken a liking to him, and they'd become friends. The man's face twisted with envy. He scoffed, claiming Faye wasn't worthy, and even suggested he'd be a better match for the dragon. Before the tension could boil over, 𝕬𝕠𝕗 stepped in, his piercing gaze silencing the man instantly. His sharp, intimidating presence sent a clear message: leave or regret it. Overwhelmed by fear, the man fled in terror. The moment passed, but Tougo was still shaken. The man's cruel words lingered in his mind, and he voiced his thoughts to Faye. He reassured him, saying the Red Dragon liked Faye because of his kind, reliable nature. Faye treated the dragon as a companion, not a trophy, and that's why they are together. Hearing this, Faye felt a weight lift from his chest. A smile returned to his face as he realized, once again, how lucky he was to have Tougo as his best friend. After that, the party was over, and heavy rain poured over the capital as Faye, Tougo, and 𝕬𝕠𝕗 returned to the inn, exhausted. Faye silently vowed to avoid parties for a while. They were just too draining. Still, the night wasn't a total waste. They'd met 𝕭𝑎, who agreed to be Tougo's model. As they settled in, 𝕬𝕠𝕗, who had apparently missed the memo, asked if Tougo had bought slaves. Faye quickly clarified that Tougo had hired a woman for a specific purpose. Watching Tougo eagerly preparing to sketch made 𝕬𝕠𝕗 pause. Is this guy always like this? All he thinks about is drawing? His bluntness left Tougo looking deflated and apologetic. 𝕬𝕠𝕗, realizing he might have come off harsh, reassured him. I'm not blaming you, he said. It's just surprising. Honestly, being lost in art is way better than being consumed by darker things. Then he asked almost curiously, do you really see the world as that beautiful? Tougo nodded and turned to the rain-soaked window. Look outside, he said softly. The city in the rain. Isn't it beautiful? I love how, under streetlights, it looks like the light itself is falling. His sincerity caught 𝕬𝕠𝕗 off guard, and with a nod, he agreed. It was beautiful. Their quiet moment was interrupted by a knock at the door. When they opened it, 𝕭𝑎 stood there, soaked to the bone. The three of them blinked in shock. Why was she here so late, and in this state? 𝕭𝑎 explained that a stalker had been waiting near her house, so she couldn't go home and had nowhere else to turn. Faye quickly ushered her inside, insisting she take a hot bath and warm up. While she was in the bath, they faced a problem. No clothes for her to change into. Tougo, ever the creative, suggested sketching something for her, but 𝕬𝕠𝕗 shot down the idea, warning about the potential risks if someone found out about Tougo's too convenient talent. Faye agreed. It wasn't that they doubted 𝕭𝑎, but her job at the royal castle came with unknown complications. After some brainstorming, they remembered the roomwear the inn provided, which Faye had never used because it didn't fit him. 𝕬𝕠𝕗 suggested they give it to 𝕭𝑎 while he handled the more delicate issue, finding some appropriate undergarments at the front desk. After all, this was a noble's inn. Surely they had something suitable. Watching 𝕬𝕠𝕗 handle the situation with calm efficiency, Tougo and Faye exchanged a silent agreement. A man who stays composed and unfazed in tricky situations is truly admirable. The next morning, 𝕭𝑎 was still wearing the room clothes they'd lent her, so Faye decided to take her shopping for some proper ones. 𝕭𝑎 hesitated, feeling bad about the gesture, but Faye waved her concerns away and called it her modeling fee. He even offered to buy her anything else she wanted. Thrilled, 𝕭𝑎 mentioned a brand of tea that was only available in the royal city and asked if they'd come with her to pick it up. Meanwhile, Tougo trailed behind, lost in thought. 𝕉's words from last night about 𝔻𝑣 working at the royal castle kept nagging at him. What kind of complications might that bring? Still, after 𝔻𝑣 picked out her clothes, they all headed to the tea shop together. On the way, 𝔻𝑣 stopped abruptly in front of a shop, catching Tougo's attention. Curious, he asked what had caught her eye. She was staring at a display of knives in a pawn shop window and wondered aloud if they might need something like that. 𝕉 said that a bulky weapon didn't exactly suit her slender frame. When 𝕉 turned to 𝕬𝕖𝕨 for his opinion, he noticed the man was frozen, staring at a big sword on display. Concerned, 𝕉 and Tougo called out to him, snapping him out of his daze. 𝕬𝕖𝕨 apologized, blaming it on daydreaming, but Tougo wasn't buying it. Pressing him, Tougo asked if he wanted the sword. 𝕬𝕖𝕨 shook his head and denied it, but his hesitation was obvious. Tougo couldn't let it go. Was money the issue, or was it something deeper? After a long pause, 𝕬𝕖𝕨 admitted that he couldn't spend money because he was a slave and didn't feel worthy of owning that sword. Tougo, undeterred, offered to pay for it himself. If the funds weren't enough, he'd sell some gems to cover the cost. 𝕬𝕖𝕨 looked stunned, asking why Tougo was willing to go to such lengths. Tougo's answer was simple. He thinks the sword is suited for 𝕬𝕖𝕨's. Then, with a steady look, he asked, "Wasn't this originally your sword?" 𝕬𝕖𝕨's eyes widened, his silence giving him away. 𝕉, just as shocked, demanded an explanation. With a heavy sigh, 𝕬𝕖𝕨 began to tell his story. He once served a lord in the 𝕿𝕠𝕕 territory, and that sword had been a gift from his master. But with that same sword, he'd killed 2 people. One was an innocent civilian, and the other was the new lord, who took over after his master's death. Those actions marked him as a criminal slave. The sword had been taken from him, and with it, his past had been buried. When 𝕬𝕖𝕨 finished his story, Tougo's expression softened. He saw it as fate. They'd stumbled upon something precious that had been lost. Without hesitation, Tougo marched into the pawn shop to buy the sword. But before he could get far, 𝕬𝕖𝕨 panicked, stopping him in his tracks. "Why are you doing this?" he asked, his voice shaking. "Why go so far for someone like me?" Tougo hesitated, unsure how to explain. He admitted he didn't really grasp the concept of slavery, but one thing he did know: seeing the people around him happy made him happy too. He also understood the heartbreak of losing something dear and the joy of reclaiming it. Despite Tougo's sincerity, 𝕬𝕖𝕨 stood frozen, his body trembling. He still couldn't believe he was worthy of the sword. That's when 𝕉 stepped in, pulling a bold move by telling the shopkeeper to hand over the sword. The old man hesitated, explaining that it was no ordinary blade. It was a meteorite sword and would cost a fortune. But Tougo didn't care. He was ready to pay. 𝕉 tried to lighten the mood, urging 𝕬𝕖𝕨 to take it and worry about everything else later. Tougo wasn't backing down either. A few moments later, Tougo stumbled out of the shop, struggling under the sword's weight. 𝕬𝕖𝕨 stared at the blade, a storm of emotion swirling inside him. Why would Tougo do this for a slave? He finally voiced his doubts, asking, "What if I kill someone with it again?" Tougo, unshaken, told him he wasn't worried. "You're not that kind of person," he said simply. "I know it because even when you walk through the forest, you're careful not to step on flowers. The horses also trust you, and you train constantly because you know how much harm a careless movement could cause. That sword belongs in your hands." Tougo didn't press 𝕬𝕖𝕨 about his past, admitting he had his own secrets too. But he assured him that he could feel his regret and his unspoken desire to wield the sword again. 𝕉 chimed in, adding that 𝕬𝕖𝕨 didn't have a choice now. "We already bought it," he teased. "Besides, we're going to need you. From now on, you'll be Tougo's bodyguard. Trouble's bound to find us sooner or later, and honestly, we're not equipped to handle it alone." 𝕬𝕖𝕨 hesitated, his past weighing heavily on him. He thought about Tougo's praise, how he'd called his hands beautiful when holding the knife despite everything, and 𝕉's unwavering trust. He realized that being a criminal slave was his punishment, but this was also his chance to make amends. With newfound resolve, 𝕬𝕖𝕨 knelt before Tougo, accepting the sword with the grace of a royal knight. He will fulfill the role that has been bestowed upon him, and he swore to protect Tougo as his second master, and of course, as a model too. Right on cue, 𝕭oa returned from the tea shop, stumbling awkwardly into the touching moment. But yeah, that's how 𝕬𝕗𝕄's new story begins. A few days later, in the forest, Tougo was busy sketching 𝕬𝕗𝕄, who stood posing with a sword. The two agreed, the sword was something special. After a while, Tougo nailed the drawing and asked how the sword felt in 𝕬𝕗𝕄's hands. 𝕬𝕗𝕄 hesitated. He still wasn't sure if it was okay for him to wield it again, but he was determined to fulfill his role as Tougo's bodyguard. Tougo's face lit up at that response. Speaking of which, Tougo suddenly remembered. It was time to draw 𝕭oa. They headed to 𝕭𝕬lia's inn, where 𝕭oa had been staying. She greeted them warmly and invited them inside. 𝕭oa loved her stay there. It had been ages since she'd felt so relaxed. Plus, the town of 𝕭𝕬lia never got old, even after a whole week. Tougo, however, felt a bit guilty about showing up daily with 𝕬𝕗𝕄. But 𝕭oa quickly reassured him, saying she was happy to have them around. Being cooped up made her feel down, so she hoped they'd keep visiting. After brewing some tea, 𝕭oa got ready for her portrait session. Tougo dove right in, sketching her radiant smile. As he worked, 𝕭oa grew curious and asked, "Don't you ever get tired of drawing every day?" Tougo froze, blinking in confusion. Tired? What even is that? 𝕬𝕗𝕄 chimed in, explaining that Tougo loved drawing so much, he even sketched 𝕬𝕗𝕄's daily without complaint. That passion wasn't lost on 𝕭oa. She could see just how much art meant to Tougo. The conversation shifted when 𝕭oa mentioned that Tougo wanted to be a full-time artist. Tougo flinched at the words, his expression darkening. That wasn't something he'd ever said. It was Faye's idea, not his. Doubt crept in as Tougo thought about it. Could he really make a living from art? Memories of the past and lingering trauma weighed him down. Noticing his shift in mood, 𝕭oa reached out and pulled him into a warm hug, her hands gentle but firm. Tougo froze, blushing furiously, while 𝕭oa just laughed. She asked if he felt better now, and surprisingly, he did. Her embrace worked like magic, calming his nerves. 𝕭oa smiled, glad to help. "Having something you love is a wonderful thing," she said, watching him draw with admiration. Her words piqued Tougo's curiosity. "Do you have a hobby?" he asked. 𝕭oa thought for a moment before answering. "I wouldn't call it a hobby, but I do love shopping." She chuckled, then added, "If anything, I'm good at making tea." She offered Tougo a refill, and as he sipped the freshly brewed tea, he could feel the warmth spreading through him. The next morning, as Tougo was getting ready to head to 𝕭oa's place, a firebird spirit from Faye appeared, carrying a letter in its beak. Curious but unable to read it, Tougo handed it over to 𝕬𝕗𝕄. The letter was brief and to the point. "𝕭oa has come to seek shelter with us. Tougo, you and the others come over." Realizing things were serious, they hurried to the Redguard mansion. At the mansion, Faye greeted them with a serious expression and quickly led them to a room. Inside, they found 𝕭oa, looking deeply worried. The moment she saw Tougo, she rushed to hug him, as if just seeing him was a relief. Tougo gently asked her what had happened, and Faye explained with a sigh. Apparently, 𝕭oa's stalker had found her at the inn that morning. The doorbell rang, and when she opened it, he was there. Thankfully, she managed to escape and ran to the mansion for safety, as she'd assumed Tougo lived there too. Faye suggested moving 𝕭oa somewhere safer, possibly letting her stay at the Redguard mansion. But Tougo had another idea. "Why not let her stay at my house?" he offered. 𝕭oa was caught off guard by the suggestion, but Faye thought it was a smart move. Tougo's home was deep in the forest, secluded and hard for just anyone to find. 𝕬𝕗𝕄 agreed, though his cautious expression hinted at lingering doubts. It didn't take long for the decision to be made. Faye asked 𝕭oa to stay with Tougo, and soon the three of them arrived at Tougo's place. 𝕭oa froze for a moment, amazed by what she saw. Hidden in the forest was a charming wooden house surrounded by Pegasus and unicorns. She didn't expect a place like this to exist, but her surprise quickly turned to delight as the horses approached her. They even let her pet them. While 𝐻loa was preoccupied with the horses, Leokules leaned close to Tougo and whispered his plans. He'd also be staying nearby for a while, to protect 𝐻loa, of course. He warned Tougo to remain cautious about her, just in case anything unexpected happened. Tougo nodded in agreement and excused himself to tidy up the house and prepare a guest room for 𝐻loa. Moments later, loud noises erupted inside the house. Banging, scraping, and who knows what. 𝐻loa exchanged a concerned glance with Leokules, wondering what was going on in there. Finally, Tougo emerged, invited 𝐻loa inside, and unveiled the freshly made guest room. In true Tougo fashion, it was as if the room had been thrown together in the blink of an eye. Complete with scribbles and sketches brought to life, 𝐻loa was thrilled with her new space, but Leokules couldn't help but feel uneasy about Tougo's eerie ability to create a whole room so quickly. Still, with the immediate danger seemingly behind them, 𝐻loa relaxed, removed her outerwear, and suggested they get back to drawing. Tougo, as always, was more than ready, and so their days together began, filled with art, laughter, and the faint tension of keeping one eye on the horizon for trouble. A few days later, they were making their way through the forest, with 𝐻loa riding a horse that had somehow won Pegasus's trust. The day was vibrant. Flowers were blooming everywhere, and the horse seemed to know the perfect spot to take them. When they arrived at the serene clearing, Tougo casually suggested that 𝐻loa should try doing some forest-like things. Forest-like? 𝐻loa asked, puzzled. Tougo explained his dilemma. Every time he tried drawing 𝐻loa in the forest, the scenery was stunning, but something felt off. Then it hit him. 𝐻loa didn't quite match the forest vibe. To him, she belonged in castles or at grand parties, places where her elegance truly shone. After all, she used to work at the royal palace, so it made sense. But maybe, he thought, if she tried embracing the forest more, he could capture her in a way that fit this environment. As if on cue, Tougo spotted a butterfly and pointed it out. Its wings were a striking, deep black, simple yet mesmerizing. He then led them to a vibrant flower, remarking that its color reminded him of Leokules' eyes. When it came to comparing the color of 𝐻loa's eyes, though, Tougo paused, looked around, and finally raised his hand toward the sky above. They all glanced up, where beams of soft sunlight filtered through the lush green leaves. "That," Tougo said with a smile, "that's the color of your eyes." Of course, she is beautiful in every way, but Tougo really thinks that her eyes are especially beautiful. 𝐻loa was stunned. She stared silently at the glowing light, her cheeks flushing. It was the first time anyone had complimented her eyes like that. Tougo, seemingly unaware of the effect his words had, called her over to look at a bright red fruit hanging from a nearby tree. He explained that this fruit was the first red he'd ever used in his forest drawings. Curious, he wondered aloud if it was safe to eat, but admitted he wasn't sure if it was poisonous. 𝐻loa laughed softly, breaking her silence. "It's not poisonous," she assured him. "But it's not tasty either. I ate it when I was a kid." Taking her word for it, Tougo popped the fruit into his mouth and immediately made a face. 𝐻loa couldn't help but giggle. She'd warned him it wasn't good, but seeing his reaction was still amusing. Despite the awful taste, Tougo waved it off. "Even eating something not tasty is probably food for the heart," he said with a grin. 𝐻loa tilted her head, confused. So Tougo explained further. His teacher had once told him that even things that seemed pointless were necessary for the soul. It's what helped people grow. That simple wisdom struck a chord with 𝐻loa. She found herself quietly admiring Tougo. Tougo decided to take the red fruit home, not to eat, but to make paint out of it. 𝐻loa couldn't help but question him. Didn't he already have enough beautiful shades of red? She didn't understand his reasoning, but that was just Tougo, finding meaning in things that seemed pointless. "It's food for the heart," he explained casually. Leokules, observing the growing paint collection, chimed in, noting how Tougo's paints kept piling up like that. Tougo just grinned. "Even the unnecessary can be necessary," he said, leaving 𝐻loa scratching her head. Finally, Tougo elaborated. There's a waste you can afford to lose, and there's waste you can't. Things like gazing at the sky because it's beautiful, wondering about the taste of a strange fruit, or taking a stroll for no reason at all. Those aren't truly waste. They're the kind of useless things that feed the soul. Our hearts live off that kind of waste, he said. Drawing food doesn't fill your stomach, but it nourishes the heart. Without it, his heart would surely wither away. Tougo's words cracked open something in 𝕭𝑒, a window she didn't even realize was closed. His way of thinking was beautiful, and it made her see him in a new light. A wonderful young man, shaped by a wise teacher. A small pang of jealousy stirred in her, wishing she had learned the same lessons. They continued their journey, eventually arriving at a sprawling field of flowers. Tougo's cheerful personality filled the air, and 𝕭𝑒 found herself noticing how his presence was slowly changing her. The wistfulness in her eyes began to fade, replaced by a quiet sense of hope. They spent the day making flower crowns, a simple act that soothed her heart in ways she hadn't expected. Evenings were filled with shared meals and warm laughter. Mornings brought the big bird to the spring, a loyal companion as they washed clothes. Later in the day, Tougo would sit down to draw 𝕭𝑒 in the forest, his concentration unmatched. One day, Faye stopped by with a gift, a dress as stunning as 𝕭𝑒 herself. Tougo wasted no time painting her cheerful expression, but something deeper lingered in her gaze, a meaning he couldn't quite place. That night, as Tougo was deeply immersed in his drawing, 𝕭𝑒 stopped by to watch him. There was something about the way he enjoyed his craft, so focused and alive, that made her blush. Gathering her courage, she stepped closer, a playful smirk forming on her lips, and offered him something. Something just a little naughty. What happens next? Well, I'm not spilling all the details, for the safety of my channel of course, but hey, you can always check out the manga yourself. Okay, to sum it up, 𝕭𝑒, being her bold self, decided to playfully seduce Tougo into drawing her. The two ended up working on that picture late in the early hours of the morning. But don't get the wrong idea, Tougo wasn't fazed. He thought the whole thing was educational, and stayed laser-focused on sketching her. The next day, Tougo woke up, sketchbook still clutched in his hand. He blinked groggily, only to glance over at the bed and spot 𝕭𝑒 still asleep there. Why on earth was she in his room? Confused, he flipped through his sketchbook, and sure enough, page after page was filled with drawings of her. Tougo was in a daze, unsure of what to make of the situation. He carefully covered 𝕭𝑒 with a blanket and slipped out of the house, trying to clear his head. Outside, 𝕬𝕗𝕋 was already there, greeting him with a knowing look. Apparently, 𝕬𝕗𝕋 had seen 𝕭𝑒 sneak into Tougo's room the night before and had kept watch through the window the whole time. Awkward, right? Tougo fumbled to explain, but 𝕬𝕗𝕋, surprisingly chill, didn't judge him at all. But something was off. 𝕭𝑒 hadn't woken up yet, which was unusual since she was always up early. Faye arrived moments later, visibly panicked when he heard she was still asleep. By now, they had moved her to a hammock, but it was well past noon, and she was still out cold. Faye quickly examined her and immediately noticed the symptoms of magical exhaustion. 𝕬𝕗𝕋 seemed to pick up on it too. For now, the Pegasuses were sharing their magical power to stabilize her, but the big question remained, what caused this? Faye asked Tougo if he knew what kind of magic 𝕭𝑒 had been using. Tougo, still rattled, admitted he didn't have a clue. He'd been so laser-focused on drawing her the night before that everything else was a blur. In fact, he didn't remember much at all, just drawing endlessly, feeling hazy and feverish, and then waking up in the morning. Faye raised an eyebrow and asked a rather personal question. Had Tougo ever experienced anything like this with a woman before? Tougo, flustered, confirmed he hadn't. That's when Faye dropped the bombshell. Tougo might be under a charm spell. Charm spells are ancient magic designed to make the target infatuated with someone. Listening to Tougo's account, it all added up. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces clicked into place for Tougo. He remembered feeling strangely captivated by 𝕭𝑒 the first time he saw her at the royal castle party. Faye admitted he found it odd too. Innocent, oblivious Tougo, smitten out of nowhere? Suspicious. 𝕻 explained that charm spells work by locking eyes with the target, and Tougo confessed he had looked into Chloe's eyes more than a few times. With that, the truth was undeniable. Chloe had charmed Tougo, and if that wasn't alarming enough, it meant she had been plotting something all along. A few moments passed, and Chloe slowly opened her eyes, finding herself in a hammock, her body tightly bound. Confused, she turned to Tougo, asking what had happened, but before he could answer, 𝕻 jumped in, accusing her of using a charm spell on Tougo. That hit a nerve. Chloe's expression shifted to panic as 𝕬𝕗𝕨 pressed her for answers. What was her plan? Tougo, trying to make sense of it all, chimed in. Was Chloe in some kind of hurry? After all, she'd rushed to propose a nude sketch, slapped a charm spell on him, and drained all her magical energy in the process. It lined up with the events from yesterday, and Chloe, cornered, finally spilled the truth. She wasn't who they thought she was a spy. Her mission? To gather intel on the Red Dragon. Her original target had been 𝕻blad Redguard, and her plan was simple. Charm him at the royal castle party and extract information. But then, everything went sideways when an unsuspecting boy, Tougo, looked directly into her eyes, triggering the charm spell. From there, everything spiraled. Her job at the castle? A lie. The creepy stalker story? Another lie. Even being forced to stay at the inn? All part of her cover. Chloe had hoped to hide at the Redguard estate and complete her mission, but she didn't expect to be dragged to a forest. Now, her mission was a bust. Worse, she was shocked to discover Tougo's unusual resistance to her magic. The charm spell should have worked, but instead, Tougo just sat there, obsessively drawing. She thought she'd caught an easy target, but it turned out she was dead wrong. Fed up, 𝕻 demanded she reveal who sent her. But Chloe, ever the slippery spy, wasn't about to give up her employer. In one swift move, she broke free from the ropes binding her, leaving everyone stunned. Even 𝕬𝕗𝕨, a former knight. Before anyone could react, she darted toward Tougo. It looked like she was about to strike, but instead, she gently stroked his head, apologizing with a regretful smile. She told him goodbye, saying it had been fun. Tougo, however, wasn't ready to let her go. He pulled her hand away and asked her to stay just a little longer. He still wanted to draw her, but Chloe refused. Staying wasn't an option, for Tougo or for herself. She trembled as she explained. If she stayed, her walls might crumble. Her heart, long dead to survive as a spy, might awaken again. Tougo didn't back down. He told her to stop being a spy and live in the forest. But Chloe laughed, explaining her job paid far too well. Sure, she liked the forest, but she liked money too. The life she lived, filled with luxury, was addictive. Her heart's poison. If she stayed, she'd want both, peace and wealth. That was impossible. That's why Chloe has to leave this place. Chloe remembered Tougo's words at that time. If human hearts consume waste to live, then her heart has long been starving and is dead. Amidst that despair, Tougo told Chloe to do both, saying it was fine to want both. He suggested she could live in the forest and still make money. His solution? She could be his exclusive model. Chloe froze, torn between her boss's advice to always kill her true feelings and the warmth stirring in her chest because of Tougo. For the first time in years, she felt alive. She smiled warmly, her heart betraying her as she considered his offer. Chloe had clearly taken Tougo's offer to heart. Now, she was happily playing with the horses. Meanwhile, inside the house, 𝕻 voiced his concerns about how she would adapt to life after quitting as a spy to become Tougo's exclusive model. 𝕬𝕗𝕨 shared his doubts, warning Tougo to be wary of decisions made too quickly. Leaving the underworld wasn't something one did on a whim. It took real resolve. But if life in the forest had rekindled something in her, a dying heart finally beating again, maybe there was no going back. That was Tougo's dilemma. Guilt and gratitude tangled in his chest, but deep down, he wanted her to stay. The next day, Tougo's sharp voice rang through the air. "Chloe, stop." Not because she'd done anything wrong, far from it. She was determined to make him wear the dress she had picked out. Now that they were in town, today was 𝕭a's shopping day, and Tougo was covering the cost. Even so, she hesitated. For the first time, she didn't want to waste someone's money. That feeling was new to her. Tougo felt a pang of sadness, but 𝕭a reassured him with a gentle smile that she was already full. She wasn't talking about her stomach being full, her heart was. Tougo absent-mindedly noted how well she understood his thoughts. 𝕭𝕠𝕁 smirked, saying any decent spy should. Besides, Tougo's face practically spelled everything out. That caught Tougo off guard. He'd always been told the opposite, that no one could ever read him. 𝕭𝕠𝕁 raised an eyebrow and asked who had said that. Tougo's smile faltered, a bittersweet shadow crossing his face. My parents. 𝕭𝕠𝕁 stiffened at the weight of that single word, but held his tongue, sensing the quiet pain behind it. Unbeknownst to them, shadowy figures watched from the crowd, their eyes locked onto their target. They had orders to bring him back, no matter the cost. And if force was necessary, so be it. The question remained, who was their target? The answer was coming. Shopping didn't take long, or at least that's what 𝕭a claimed. With a thoughtful hum, she mused that there hadn't been much to buy. Reality begged to differ. 𝕭𝕠𝕁 staggered under the weight of her numerous shopping bags, glancing at the towering pile in his arms. He wondered aloud if this was her definition of not much. 𝕭a blinked in genuine surprise before letting out a small gasp. Had she really bought that much? Embarrassed, she quickly offered to carry her own bags, but 𝕭𝕠𝕁 waved her off, telling her to enjoy herself. Tougo would be happy too. That made her pause. Could she really just accept this kindness? Her gaze softened, doubt creeping in as she murmured a quiet question. Was it truly okay to be treated like this, even after what she had done? Tougo didn't hesitate. This was his choice. The guilt from yesterday still lingered. She had haughtily declared that hiring her would be expensive, only for innocent Tougo to run inside and return with a massive bag full of gold, an amount she could hardly comprehend. Back then, Tougo had reassured her that money didn't matter. If he could capture something truly satisfying in his art, he'd pay any price. And that wasn't all. If she agreed to be his model, he'd build her a house. She'd have horses to take her to town whenever she pleased. There were still so many unexplored corners of the forest, and when the days grew warmer, he'd take her to find a beautiful riverside. Tougo wishes to paint a picture of endless adventures, of seasons changing around them, of moments he wanted to share. But before he could get too carried away, Faye gently intervened. He understood Tougo's enthusiasm, but 𝕭a's situation was complicated. She needed time. 𝕭a smiled warmly and asked for just that, the time and space to stay a little longer before giving him an answer. She was still lost in thought, replaying yesterday's events, when Tougo's voice pulled her back to the present. With that, they continued shopping, heading toward the next store. The next stop? A women's lingerie store. Without hesitation, 𝕭a stepped inside, leaving Tougo and 𝕭𝕠𝕁 awkwardly waiting outside. Tougo's face immediately turned red. Standing in front of a lingerie shop? In broad daylight? He shifted uncomfortably, his flustered expression impossible to hide. Not wanting another mishap, 𝕭𝕠𝕁 checked him over, but the charm spell was no longer active. Still, that didn't mean they could let their guard down. Who knew what could happen next? Just then, a horse-drawn carriage rolled up and came to an unexpected stop right in front of them. Then, revealed a man inside, one who clearly had business with Tougo. 𝕭𝕠𝕁 wasted no time. What do you want? He asked bluntly. The man hesitated, intimidated by 𝕭𝕠𝕁's imposing presence. With slightly shaky hands, he pulled out a letter of order. It didn't specify the sender, but the message was clear. Tougo was being requested as an exclusive mage and was expected to go with them to a certain residence. To sweeten the deal, the man revealed a small chest filled with gold. It was a tempting offer, but Tougo barely spared it a glance. He had zero interest in something like that. The man clearly hadn't expected a rejection. His eyes widened in disbelief before shifting into something more calculating. 𝕭𝕠𝕁 didn't like that look and immediately told him to back off. Letting out a long sigh, The man nodded, as if accepting defeat. But instead of retreating, he switched tactics. In an instant, black shadowy tendrils erupted from the ground, wrapping around Tougo and 𝕂𝕠𝕗, binding them tightly. 𝕂𝕠𝕗 struggled against the grip, but the dark restraints held firm. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, the black shadowy tendrils threw Tougo into the carriage, where more figures were waiting inside. Before 𝕂𝕠𝕗 could break free, the wheels spun and the carriage sped off. Tougo, gone in a blink. This was the second time 𝕂𝕠𝕗 had failed to protect him. Fury surged through him. His frustration boiled over, and with sheer, unchecked strength, he tore himself free from the shadowy restraints. But now, the damage was done. Tougo had been taken. Inside the speeding carriage, Tougo fought back, struggling to escape. His resistance was met with a brutal punch to the stomach, forcing the air from his lungs. He curled up in pain, gasping. One of the captors shot a glare at the attacker. "Don't rough him up too much," he warned. The request was to treat him with respect. Before anyone could respond, the carriage lurched violently, nearly tipping over. The sudden movement sent everyone stumbling. A sharp tear ripped through the cloth covering the carriage, and in the next instant, the glint of a sword sliced through the fabric. 𝕂𝕠𝕗 had arrived. His eyes burned with unwavering determination as he forced his way inside. He wasn't here to negotiate, he was here to take his master back. But the rescue wouldn't be easy. 𝕂𝕠𝕗 was outnumbered, and before he could reach Tougo, 3 men lunged at him, forcing him back. Meanwhile, their leader shoved the unconscious driver aside and seized control of the reins, snapping them hard to pick up speed. 𝕂𝕠𝕗's focus was divided, protecting Tougo and fending off attackers at the same time. A blade suddenly swung at him from behind. He barely managed to twist his body in time, blocking the strike before knocking the attacker's sword upward. With a quick diagonal slash, he took the man down. 1 down, 4 left. The remaining men closed in, surrounding him from all sides. 𝕂𝕠𝕗 knew he had to control the flow of battle. He locked eyes with 2 of them, provoking them into striking first. Just as they attacked, he moved, lightning fast. A single powerful motion sent them both crashing to the floor. 2 more to go. The last pair charged at him together, but 𝕂𝕠𝕗 held his ground, skillfully parrying their blows. He swiftly countered, taking down 1 more. That should have been the last of them, or so he thought. A shadow flickered from the corner of his vision. Too late, an unseen attacker had been lying in wait, waiting for the perfect moment. 𝕂𝕠𝕗 barely reacted in time, raising his left arm to shield himself. A searing pain shot through him. The blade struck deep, blood spilling down his arm. It wasn't fatal, but it was bad. Worse still, more of the mysterious group's forces were arriving. His injury weakened his grip, and the odds were turning against him fast. This was not looking good. Meanwhile, Tougo was in serious trouble. The carriage sped away from the town center, and he desperately pleaded for the man to stop. No response. He resorted to biting the man's hand when it came too close to his mouth. But all he got in return was a brutal kick to the stomach. Pain shot through him, but he refused to give up. Even with his hands tied, he thrashed and struggled, trying to disrupt the driver's control. It was useless. His resistance only earned him another round of merciless blows until he could barely move. Then, everything changed. A dark silhouette suddenly lunged at the carriage from above. 𝕂𝕠, she landed hard, her boot slamming into the man's face with full force. The man was thrown backward, completely taken off guard. Wasting no time, 𝕂𝕠 scanned the carriage, her eyes widening at Tougo's battered state. Without hesitation, she grabbed the reins and yanked them, bringing the runaway carriage to a screeching halt. The crisis seemed momentarily over, until she turned to check on Tougo. His face was flushed, but not just from exhaustion. That's when she remembered. She had rushed out mid-shopping, still dressed in the very revealing outfit she had been trying on in the lingerie store. Tougo awkwardly looked away. Before anyone could process the situation further, 𝕂𝕠𝕗 appeared. His body was covered in wounds, and his breathing was heavy. Alarmed, Tougo immediately focused on him, his own injuries momentarily forgotten. 𝕂𝕠, however, had one question. "How many did you take down?" 𝕉𝕖𝕨 exhaled sharply. 9. Apparently, many of them are hiding. The sheer number proved just how skilled 𝕉𝕖𝕨 was. But something about this attack felt off. 𝐻loe didn't recognize any of their faces. Who sent them? Her mind raced, piecing things together. Either way, she doesn't have much time. Before she could dwell on it further, a voice called out. That's Faye. He had gone looking for them after no one showed up at the meeting spot, only to stumble into this disaster. For now, 𝐻loe made the call. They needed to head to the Redguard residence for first aid. As they prepared to leave, an unsettling thought lingered in 𝐻loe's mind. The rough, brutal methods used in this ambush were all too familiar. No doubt about it, the 𝕄꿂 family had to be behind this. At the Redguard mansion, it became clear that 𝕉𝕄𝕨's injury was worse than expected. The deep wound on his hand wouldn't stop bleeding. 𝐻loe recalled how he had instinctively used his arm to block the attack. An old habit from his days as a shield user. He didn't seem to regret it, considering it a small price to protect his master. Tougo, however, wasn't willing to let it slide. After asking 𝐻loe to step out, he plans to heal 𝕉𝕄𝕨, assuring him that he had healed others before and wouldn't let him suffer because of him. Without hesitation, he reached for his brush, his hands moving swiftly across the canvas. His strokes carried purpose as he sketched 𝕉𝕄𝕨's, but in the drawing, his wounds no longer existed. The image reflected how Tougo wanted him to be, uninjured, whole. The moment he lifted his brush, a surge of energy coursed through the room. It traveled from the portrait to 𝕉𝕄𝕨's, and within seconds, the deep wound that had nearly severed his hand vanished without a trace. 𝕉𝕄𝕨 immediately knelt, guilt evident in his expression. He felt he had failed by letting Tougo be put in danger, but Tougo only praised his efforts, though he struggled to find the right words. Instead of arguing, he simply thanked him. When Faye let 𝐻loe back in, she was visibly surprised to see 𝕉𝕄𝕨's fully healed. Though she seemed ready to ask, 𝐻loe quickly shook off her curiosity. There were bigger issues to deal with, like the people who had attacked them earlier. She admitted she didn't know who had ordered the attack, but it was clear someone was after Tougo. She also brought up that Faye consulted with the doctor about Tougo's abilities, revealing that she had been present at the time, disguised as the doctor's assistant. It took a moment for Faye and Tougo to process the revelation. A simple change in makeup had kept her identity hidden. But the bigger problem wasn't her, it was the doctor. She suspected had been bribed, likely leaking information from Tougo's consultation. If he had leaked information, then someone with power had taken an interest in Tougo. With his connection to the Redguard family, it wouldn't be surprising if others suspected ties to the Red Dragon. Tougo hesitated before admitting that he had considered leaving, thinking it would be better if he stayed in the forest instead of causing trouble. His words were met with an immediate reaction. 𝐻loe's expression darkened, doubt flickering in her gaze. After a moment of thought, she seemed to come to a decision. She made her decision clear. She would be working for him from now on. Tougo was relieved when 𝐻loe decided to work for him. She admitted she couldn't keep being a spy forever. Her ability to use charm spells depended on her youth and beauty. Once that faded, so would her usefulness in the field. She never planned for a long life, but she was ready for a change. As much as this was good news, 𝐻loe had more pressing information to share. She revealed that the nobles backing the poachers were none other than her former employers, the 𝕄꿂 family. They had been exploiting Redguard's territory to obtain rare materials like unicorn horns and Pegasus feathers. The revelation hit Faye hard. Tougo quickly explained to 𝕉𝕄𝕨 about the poachers in the forest, an incident that had deeply affected Faye. Meanwhile, 𝐻loe added that the 𝕄꿂 family was far from subtle in their methods. Worse, their next target was the Red Dragon. She then laid out 3 crucial pieces of information the 𝕄꿂 family had uncovered. First, a boy with immense magical power was being protected here. Second, he lived in a forest filled with Pegasus and unicorns. And third, the slave Tougo had bought was once a knight who had served the Lord of Golda, and was also the one who had murdered the Lord of Golda. 𝕉𝕄𝕨 immediately recognized that the last part was about him. 𝕮 had already investigated him thoroughly. She knew his true name, 𝕬𝕗𝕄𝕨, and his entire past. She had even tracked down the sword he had discarded long ago. He suddenly realized when she had tested him, back when they passed the pawn shop. She had deliberately set up the encounter, and his reaction had only confirmed her suspicions. Faye and Tougo couldn't help but be impressed by 𝕮's skills as a spy. But one question weighed on 𝕬𝕗's mind. Why had she gathered information on him in the first place? 𝕮 explained it bluntly. If someone wanted to capture a boy protected by the forest, nobles, and a strong bodyguard, the most effective way was to take hostages. However, when she investigated Tougo's background, she found no relatives. That meant the 𝕍𝕗 family couldn't use family members against him. Instead, they had set their sights on the people Tougo valued most, his bodyguards. Then, 𝕮 mentioned a name, ɪ̀nteriā-belsh. 𝕬𝕗 froze. His reaction said it all. This person was important to him. As night fell, Tougo returned to the forest, but his mind was too cluttered to focus on drawing. Just as he was about to head to bed, a knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts. 𝕬𝕗 had come to see him. Even though he was ready to sleep, Tougo invited him in. For a while, neither of them spoke. The silence stretched until Tougo finally broke it. His thoughts still circling back to what 𝕮 had said earlier. ɪ̀nteriā-belsh. Tougo was certain she meant something to 𝕬𝕗, and he was right. 𝕬𝕗 admitted that ɪ̀nteriā had once been his comrade, a fellow knight who had served under the same lord. He never imagined she would end up as a hostage of the 𝕍𝕗 family. Hearing that troubled Tougo. He thinks if 𝕬𝕗 were taken hostage, he wouldn't be able to sit still. But 𝕬𝕗 made it clear that if it came to that, he would find his own way out. ɪ̀nteriā, being a knight herself, would likely think the same. Protecting one's master always came first. That was the message 𝕬𝕗 wanted to convey. Even so, frustration flickered in Tougo's eyes. He left the room abruptly, calling out to 𝕮. He knew she had been eavesdropping. And that was fine. He wanted her advice. He needed a way to rescue the hostages safely. Before answering, 𝕮 had a question of her own. With absolute confidence, she asked if it was Tougo who had summoned the red dragon. There was no room for denial. She was too sure of her information. Tougo admitted it. 𝕬𝕗, hearing this for the first time, was visibly shaken, while 𝕮 was already calculating her next move. Then she proposed an idea, offering a contract to the 𝕍𝕗 family and negotiating with them. She had a reason for this. If Tougo wanted a safe resolution, direct confrontation wouldn't work. Negotiation was key. The hostages were likely bound by a magical contract, just like 𝕬𝕗's slave collar. That meant they couldn't simply be stolen away. But if Tougo summoned a new red dragon, the very thing the 𝕍𝕗 family desired, they might agree to release the hostages in exchange. It was the safest plan with the least risk. But 𝕬𝕗 didn't like it. He wanted a guarantee that Tougo would be safe. 𝕮 assured him there was no real danger. The worst-case scenario, the 𝕍𝕗 family might imprison Tougo, but they wouldn't kill him. And with her skills as a spy, breaking the magical contract wouldn't be an issue. As long as that was handled, getting Tougo and the hostages out of there wouldn't be a problem. Frustrated, 𝕬𝕗 couldn't hold back. Was Tougo really okay with this? And could they even trust 𝕮? He wasn't convinced. Tougo, ever the innocent one, turned to 𝕮 and asked her directly. Could he trust her? The question threw her off. She admitted that trusting someone like her wasn't exactly a smart move. But deep down, she had already decided to work with him. Not that she had any way to prove it. But to her surprise, Tougo didn't need proof. If she had made up her mind, that was enough for him. He trusted her wholeheartedly. With Tougo backing the plan, 𝕬𝕗 had no choice but to go along with it. 𝕮, eager to prove herself, promised to give it her all. After a moment of thought, 𝕬𝕗 made one request. He needed a shield. As Tougo's bodyguard, he refused to be caught off guard again like today. If he couldn't protect his master properly, then what was the point? He was going with Tougo to 𝕍𝕗's territory, no matter what. Tougo, touched by 𝕬𝕗's resolve, immediately ran off to draw him a shield. But before he could get too far, 𝕄𝕇 scooped him up and plopped him onto the bed. It was late. Tougo needed sleep first. Meanwhile, at the 𝕬𝕗𝑟𝑖n residence, the family's lord at dinner received a letter delivered by a spy. The letter said, "I have not yet fully charmed Tougo due to his immense magical power. However, he has shown interest in the 𝕬𝕗𝑟𝑖n family and has expressed a desire to negotiate." A grin spread across his face. This was good news. Without hesitation, he ordered the butler to send a reply immediately. They would head to Red Guard territory. He would bring a few bodyguards with him. One of them, Interia. He had a feeling she'd make an excellent addition to his escort. The next day in town, Tougo, 𝕬𝕠𝕔, Faye, and Chloe had secured a place for negotiations with 𝕬𝕗𝑟𝑖n. Tension hung in the air, especially for Faye, who looked the most anxious. Before long, the Lord of 𝕬𝕗𝑟𝑖n arrived, marking the official start of their plan. But then, an unexpected reunion. 𝕬𝕠𝕔's locked eyes with an old friend, Interia. For a first meeting, the Lord of 𝕬𝕗𝑟𝑖n was surprisingly friendly. It was also Tougo's first time seeing him in person, but he wasn't alone. A familiar presence caught Tougo's attention. Up above, hidden near the ceiling, Faye had already realized it. One of the men present was the same brute who picked a fight with him at the party. Santos Rado 𝕬𝕗𝑟𝑖n, the eldest son of the 𝕬𝕗𝑟𝑖n family, is just as unruly as his father. Then, the Lord of 𝕬𝕗𝑟𝑖n got straight to the point. He wanted Tougo to become the exclusive mage of the 𝕬𝕗𝑟𝑖n family. But Tougo had to refuse the offer. No matter how enticing the offer sounded, he couldn't become an exclusive mage. And this was where their plan came into play. Instead of rejecting them outright, Tougo countered with an offer, a one-time contract. Silence filled the room. At first, Santos remained composed, but eventually his true nature slipped through. He was clearly interested. How could he not be? After all, Tougo was the one who summoned a red dragon. So far, everything has been going smoothly. Santos, eager to continue the discussion, presented a contract. Their first request? Tougo had to summon the red dragon, and in return, they would compensate him generously. Tougo hesitated. Did it have to be a red dragon? He carefully asked for clarification. This was the key part of the plan. The day before, Chloe had drilled it into Tougo. He couldn't back down during negotiations. She knew they would try to lock him into an exclusive deal, but if Tougo stuck to the one-time contract, they would inevitably demand the red dragon's summoning. And just as predicted, that's exactly what they wanted. Using that to his advantage, Tougo made a counteroffer. Instead of the red dragon, he proposed summoning a creature just as rare and valuable. That sparked the obvious question: what kind of creature? Tougo simply replied that he would decide after thinking it over. Santos hesitated, uncertain about the deal. But Rado had no such doubts. As far as he was concerned, a mythical beast equal to a red dragon sounded just as exciting. He couldn't wait to see it. However, if no decision was made, they still wanted the red dragon. And to that, Tougo agreed. The deal was sealed. 𝕬𝕗𝑟𝑖n would get the red dragon, or an equivalent creature, summoned right before their eyes. Now it was time to discuss compensation. Santos, eager to wrap things up, asked Tougo how much he wanted. But Tougo, unfazed, simply replied that he didn't need money. Instead, he had two conditions. 𝕬𝕗𝑟𝑖n must never disclose anything about him and must stay out of his business from now on. And one more thing, he pointed at Interia. He wanted her. Interia was caught completely off guard. Her eyes darted to 𝕬𝕠𝕔, searching for answers. She had no idea what this meant or why Ed, as she knew him, was even here. Santos assumed Tougo was asking for a slave and was ready to offer someone else. But Tougo wasn't interested in substitutes. It had to be her. Santos clearly wasn't thrilled about the request, but with no other choice, he agreed. The contract was signed, but when the rescue seemed within reach, there was a problem. Deep down, Interia didn't want to leave. She couldn't abandon Lady Carnelia. 𝕬𝕠𝕔 noticed her hesitation, but the deal was done. Tougo would now work for the 𝕬𝕗𝑟𝑖n family, at least for the time being, and Santos told him to report back the next day. After the meeting, back at the Redguard mansion, Faye was visibly anxious. The thought of Tougo stepping into 𝕉𝕗's territory unsettled him. But 𝔻ⴤ reassured him. 𝕉𝕖𝕨 would be there too. Of course, just waiting around wasn't 𝔻ⴤ's style. She had no intention of sitting idle. Meanwhile, Tougo and 𝕉𝕖𝕨 arrived at the 𝕉𝕗 family mansion, an enormous, imposing structure. Tougo, however, had a different take. "Looks like a giant chocolate cake," he thought, admiring the exterior. Santos greeted them, wasting no time leading them to the summoning room. 𝕰👉𝕐 was also ordered to come along, though she tried to decline, citing her duty as Lady Carnelia's bodyguard. But when the Lord of 𝕉𝕗 gave an order, refusal wasn't an option. The four of them walked through the mansion's grand hallways, eventually stopping at a door. Beyond it lay the summoning room. The space was massive, a tower-like chamber with a towering ceiling and a wide circular floor. A spiral staircase led downward, where there was a dining table, a bed, and plenty of room for whatever was about to be summoned. Santos made a few final remarks. The maid would come to fetch them for meals. Oh, and one more thing, a warning laced with threat. "Don't even think about running," he told Tougo, "because if you do, I'll kill 𝕰👉𝕐." And with that, he left. As he ascended the stairs, 𝕰👉𝕐 glanced back, her eyes filled with sorrow. 𝕉𝕖𝕨, watching helplessly, clenched his fists in frustration. A short while later, Tougo and 𝕉𝕖𝕨 set up a tent indoors for drawing purposes, but 𝕉𝕖𝕨 seemed distracted, his mind clearly still on 𝕰👉𝕐. Just as they finished, an unexpected visitor burst into the room. A little girl with a beaming smile. She was thrilled to see new faces, eagerly asking if they were guests. When Tougo confirmed, she literally jumped for joy before catching herself and trying to act more composed. Then she asked something odd. Was Tougo Lord Santos's summoned creature? That threw him off. When he denied it, she got even more excited, thinking she could make a contract with a fairy. Tougo, now even more confused, had to clarify that he was the summoner, not the summoned. After blinking in realization, the girl turned red with embarrassment, apologizing for the mistake. Tougo, amused, reassured her that it was fine. She then introduced herself, Carnelia 𝕉𝕗. Yeah, the same Carnelia served by 𝕰👉𝕐. She was Santos Rado's younger sister, though they look nothing alike. Well, technically, they were only half related by blood. Despite her prestigious family name, she was just an innocent, cheerful 8-year-old who seemed starved for company. She happily chatted with Tougo, sharing stories, until 𝕉𝕐 questioned whether she was really allowed to be here. She simply shrugged. Neither her father nor brother cared where she went. But as much fun as she was having, she eventually had to leave, mentioning that 𝕰👉𝕐 might worry. Before going, she shyly asked if she could visit again. Of course, Tougo said yes. Beaming, she promised to show him her treasure next time. But beneath her cheerful facade, something was unsettling about her situation. Tougo and 𝕉𝕐 could already tell. Carnelia was likely an illegitimate child, neglected by her own family and destined for a political marriage. That thought was confirmed moments later when she accidentally bumped into Santos Rado in the hallway. Without hesitation, he slapped her across the face and walked away without a shred of guilt. The 𝕉𝕗 family treated her like a tool, and the only one truly looking out for her was 𝕰👉𝕐. Tougo didn't need to say it. 𝕉𝕐 could see it in his expression. There was nothing they could do for her right now. They had their own problems. 𝕉𝕐 snapped out of his thoughts and turned to Tougo. Was he really planning to draw something other than the red dragon? This time, Tougo looked uncharacteristically serious. He wasn't joking. He refused to summon the red dragon for the 𝕉𝕗 family. That dragon belonged to Faye. 𝕉𝕐 could understand that. But then, what was he planning to draw? Turns out, even Tougo didn't know yet. Meanwhile, in the 𝕉𝕗 family's dining room, Santos, his wife, and their son discussed the contract. They were confident. This contract was airtight. No loopholes, no escape. Santos' mother wouldn't be attending the upcoming summoning ceremony since she was away on a trip, but that didn't matter. They were satisfied. Santos, especially, could barely contain his excitement. Would it be a red dragon, or something just as powerful? Whatever it was, he was eager to see the beast that would soon belong to the 𝕍 family. Interia's life in the 𝕍 household was nothing short of miserable. Santos never let her forget she was a slave, tightening her collar whenever she displeased him. Even after buying her, he made it clear she would never be free. Her only purpose now was to serve as Carnelia's personal guard. What started as an order soon became something she did willingly, though the scars of Santos' cruelty never faded. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Tougo and 𝕬𝕠𝕭 sat down for a meal. The food? Surprisingly good. The atmosphere? Uncomfortably empty. Only Santos, his wife, and his son were at the table. Carnelia was nowhere to be seen. Not surprising, considering she was an illegitimate child. The realization left Tougo with a strange sense of loneliness. Later that night, Tougo found himself stuck. He still hadn't decided what creature to draw, and 𝕬𝕠𝕭, seeing no progress, told him to just sleep on it. Taking the advice, Tougo left the tent for bed, but even lying down, his mind wouldn't settle. Just then, the door creaked open. Carnelia slipped into the room, eyes shining with excitement. She had come to fulfill her promise, showing Tougo her treasure. It turned out to be an encyclopedia of mythical beasts. As she flipped through the pages, she eagerly pointed out her favorites. She stopped at an illustration of a fairy, grinning as she noted how much it resembled Tougo. 𝕬𝕠𝕭, to Tougo's dismay, agreed. Apparently, spirits came in many forms, and almost all of them bore a striking resemblance to him. It was déjà vu. Faye had mistaken him for a fairy before too. Finding the moment enjoyable, Tougo scanned the other pages. He stopped at an illustration of a griffin, intrigued. Carnelia, however, was more interested in beautiful creatures like Pegasus and unicorns. She excitedly explained how some ancient ones had both wings and horns. Then, her eyes sparkled as she pointed to something even rarer, a creature surrounded by lightning, with both horns and wings. "Alicorn," she read aloud, "a divine messenger that carries lightning. Ever since she learned about it, she's not scared of thunder anymore." Tougo, recalling his time in the forest, had seen something similar, but was it really an alicorn? He wasn't sure. One thing was clear though, Carnelia adored mythical creatures. The red dragon was also her favorite. The creatures in the encyclopedia were legendary creatures. It says none of them existed anymore. Carnelia's eyes softened as she wished she could have been born earlier to meet them. She dreamed of playing in the water with 𝕝ᵼ, petting fluffy creatures, and racing a carbuncle. Her imagination soared. After playing with them, she wanted to sleep in a bed made of phoenix feathers and then ride the phoenix away from home. Tougo couldn't help but notice the quiet desperation in her voice as she confided in him. Her future was already set. She'd already arranged to be married, and she was promised to a man 30 years older than her. By the time she turned 16, he'd be 46. It was a shocking truth, but Carnelia spoke with the courage of someone who had no other choice. As the night grew late, she excused herself, but shyly asked if she could come again tomorrow. Tougo, feeling a mix of sympathy and resolve, warmly invited her back. After she left, he picked up his sketchbook and began drawing, seemingly having already decided what creature to create. 𝕬𝕠𝕭, noticing the sketch, asked why he chose that one. Tougo simply answered, "It seemed like a good fit for you." But Tougo had more on his mind than just drawing. With his magic running low, he needed to plan carefully. And there was one more thing he wanted to discuss with 𝕬𝕠𝕭. The next morning, as they sat down to breakfast, Santos asked about the progress of the mythical beast. Tougo had made his decision. He offered to summon the phoenix, the legendary flaming bird known as the immortal bird. Santos smirked. He knew it well. It was the perfect choice, and it would be suitable for their 𝕍 family. Santos agreed to summon Phoenix and gave the order. The Phoenix would be summoned tomorrow, right in front of the 𝕍 family. Tougo spent the entire day inside the tent, preparing for the Phoenix summoning. By the time evening rolled around, 𝕰👇👇 arrived with food. 𝕮𝕗𝕋 greeted his old friend, casually asking how she was holding up. She responded with her usual calmness. She was managing. The moment Tougo stepped out of the tent, 𝕰👇👇 immediately recognized him as 𝕮𝕗𝕋's new master. 𝕮𝕗𝕋 confirmed it, adding that while Tougo was a bit absent-minded and out of touch with the world, he was still a good master. 𝕰👇👇, however, had another master, 𝐴𝑟nelia. She knew the girl had been visiting often, even though Tougo thought no one had noticed. It had been a long time since she'd seen Lady 𝐴𝑟nelia so happy. Ever since her engagement was arranged, she had been miserable. With deep gratitude, 𝕰👇👇 bowed before Tougo, thanking him for bringing even a little joy to her young master. That's why she had a request. She wanted to serve as 𝐴𝑟nelia's bodyguard. If the contract was fulfilled, she would have to leave her, and she would be alone again. That thought terrified her. She had too few allies to begin with. 𝕮𝕗𝕋 asked if she wanted to revoke the contract, but 𝕰👇𝑇 refused. Her loyalty was to 𝐴𝑟nelia. She begged Tougo to let her stay, but he wasn't about to abandon her. In fact, he had no intention of leaving 𝐴𝑟nelia either, a response that caught 𝕰👇𝑇 off guard. 𝕮𝕗𝕋, with his calm gesture, "That's just how my master is, too kind, too soft." But Tougo wasn't planning to stick around forever. His real goal? To run away. The next morning, the entire 𝕍𝕗 family gathered in the summoning chamber, including 𝐴𝑟nelia and 𝕰👇𝑇. Santos wasn't entirely on board with it, but a promise was a promise. The summoning would take place before the 𝕍𝕗 family. Before the ceremony began, apparently Tougo handed 𝐴𝑟nelia a pendant with a large magic stone attached. She stared at it, confused that time. Why give her something this valuable? Tougo simply told her, "You'll need it." As promised, Tougo began the phoenix summoning. Since he didn't want anyone to see the process, he set up a canopy, just as planned. After all, his ability to bring paintings to life was a well-guarded secret. Tougo started the summoning process. The phoenix painting had already been prepared, so with just a stroke of his brush, the summoning was complete. The moment his brush touched the canvas, a powerful yet melodic tune echoed through the room, followed by a distinct chirp. Everyone recognized it, the song of the phoenix. Even from behind the canopy, the silhouette of a fiery bird appeared, making the scene even more epic. Santos was beyond excited, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the magnificent phoenix. 𝕄𝕠 felt the same, but when Tougo finally emerged from behind the curtain to reveal the creature, it wasn't quite what they had envisioned. Yes, it was a phoenix, but a baby one. Santos struggled to process what he was seeing, while 𝐴𝑟nelia, on the other hand, lit up with excitement. She reached out, eager to touch the tiny creature. Phoenixes had always been one of her favorite mythical beasts, and now here was one. Small, warm, and absolutely adorable. As expected, Santos wasn't pleased. However, Tougo had fulfilled the contract by summoning a creature as rare as a red dragon. But to Santos, this was just a chick. It held no authority, no combat power, and worst of all, it wasn't even worth selling. That's when Tougo exposed his true motive. Santos had no real interest in the phoenix itself. He had been planning to sell it all along, just like he intended with the red dragon. But before he could act, the little phoenix made its own choice. It pecked at the magic stone on 𝐴𝑟nelia's pendant and, in an instant, entered it. Just like before, the phoenix as a summoned beast had chosen 𝐴𝑟nelia as its master. And since 𝐴𝑟nelia was part of the 𝕍𝕗 family, the last condition was fulfilled. Phoenix now officially belonged to them. 𝕮𝕠 was furious. To him, 𝐴𝑟nelia had just stolen the phoenix right from under his nose, but there was nothing he could do. The creature was now actively protecting its chosen master. Enraged, Santos snapped his fingers. In an instant, 𝕰👇𝑇 collapsed in pain, as the slave collar around her neck sent powerful electric shocks through her body. Her agonizing screams tore through the room, enraging 𝕮𝕗𝕋 and 𝐴𝑟nelia, but they were powerless to stop it. Santos gave Tougo a cruel ultimatum: summon a proper phoenix, or watch 𝕰👇𝑇's head burn. Despite the unbearable pain, Interia's only thoughts were of Carnelia. She felt utterly helpless. But just when all hope seemed lost, Tougo gently placed his hand on Carnelia's back. A surge of magic flowed from him, and suddenly, the pain stopped. Santos blinked in confusion. He snapped his fingers again, trying to reactivate the collar's magic. But nothing happened. Again he tried. Still nothing. It was over. The contract had been completed, and ownership of Interia had officially transferred to Tougo. The slave collar now only responded to his magic, rendering it useless against her. Interia was free from Joran's control. Tougo's eyes darkened as he turned to Santos, his voice cutting like a blade. "Don't ever lay a hand on my precious people anymore." Flashback to when Tougo was still on Earth. His teacher always drilled one thing into him. Preparation is everything. There's a saying, prepare the rope after seeing the thief, or buy the bookshelf before cleaning the room. In short, think ahead. Exactly what Tougo was doing at the Joran residence. Now, back to the present. As Joran requested, Tougo summoned a phoenix, and with the contract sealed, Interia's slave ownership was officially transferred to him. That meant one thing. Tougo had no reason to stick around. But Santos wasn't ready to walk away empty-handed. Desperate, he begged Tougo to summon another creature, promising to pay any price. Seeing Santos grovel, Tougo agreed. But here's the catch. He can't guarantee it will become his summoned beast. This was all part of the plan, and the next move? 𝕉𝕄𝕍𝐻's turn. So what was their plan? Remember when Tougo sketched a creature for 𝕉𝕄𝐻's, one that suited him perfectly? He had been preparing that alongside the phoenix, a beast worthy of 𝕉𝕄𝐻's, a mount fit for a warrior. The result? Alicorn, a winged horned horse, a divine messenger of the gods that carried lightning. The moment Tougo completed his painting, the sky erupted. A violent burst of golden lightning shook the air, leaving everyone stunned. And then it appeared. Alicorn, wrapped in golden lightning, majestic and powerful. Its energy was unreal, splitting through the air like a divine force descending from above. While Santos was losing his mind over the legendary creature, 𝕉𝕄𝐻's checked on Tougo. Luckily, he was fine. But before Tougo could even finish speaking, Santos pulled out a high-quality magic stone, thinking he could use it to lure Alicorn into becoming his summon. Big mistake. Alicorn's lightning shattered the so-called top-tier magic stone into dust. Clearly, this wasn't just a creature you could buy off with fancy trinkets. Worse, Alicorn's irritation with Santos only grew. Then it happened. Alicorn unleashed another devastating lightning strike, its power crackling through the air, this time fully directed at Santos. Alicorn's rage was out of control, and Tougo had no way of calming it down. That's when 𝕉𝕄𝐻 suddenly remembered something, the shield Tougo had given him. It wasn't just any shield, it was crafted from something Faye had never used to. Tougo's knack for making the impossible real. That's masteel, incredibly light, absurdly strong, and even resistant to magic. With the shield ready, 𝕉𝕄𝐻 braced himself. Then, Tougo shouted, Alicorn charged. Like a bolt of lightning, the beast shot forward, aiming its glowing horn straight at Santos. And that's when 𝕉𝕄𝐻 made his move. The shield held. Alicorn's devastating power slammed against it, but the force was neutralized. The shield didn't just absorb physical impact, it also weakened magic. In a way, this was the strongest shield ever made. And yet, the first person 𝕉𝕄𝐻 had to protect with it was Santos. It wasn't what he wanted, but in this chaos, he had no choice. Pushing Santos back, 𝕉𝕄𝐻 felt something stir inside him. His knightly pride. If this was about controlling Alicorn, he couldn't back down now. Just when things were about to reach their peak, Alicorn suddenly stopped. The beast sniffed the air, then slowly approached 𝕉𝕄𝐻, its piercing gaze locked onto him. Confused, he looked over at Tougo, who just shrugged. Maybe it caught a scent or something. Taking a chance, 𝕉𝕄𝐻 spoke. "Do you want to be my summoned beast?" Alicorn let out a deep neigh of agreement. But when 𝕉𝕄𝐻 presented the magic stone Tougo had prepared, the creature refused. Instead, it nudged its head against the shield. Then, in an instant. Alicorn's form dissolved into pure lightning and merged with the shield itself. That's when 𝕉𝕄𝕄𝕥 noticed it, a hidden magic stone embedded in the shield. It seemed Alicorn had chosen that as its home. Mission accomplished. 𝕉𝕄𝕄𝕥 had tamed Alicorn as his mount. Meanwhile, Santos, he collapsed on the spot, staring blankly into the distance, completely shattered by reality. Right outside the summoning room, Interia was struggling to breathe. Carnelia stood beside her, eyes filled with concern. It seemed like Interia had blacked out for a moment, and Carnelia urged her to rest, but there was no time. They needed to escape. Last night, a woman claiming to be a spy had visited Interia, telling her to meet in the garden. With ownership now transferred to Tougo, escaping should have been easier, but the real shock came when she checked her slave collar. It was broken. And then 𝕉𝕄 arrived, so that spy had been 𝕉𝕄 all along. She had come to get Interia out, but seeing her condition, moving wasn't going to be easy. Back inside the summoning room, Santos was losing it. He had failed to get a summoned beast, and it was driving him mad. In a blind rage, he suddenly lunged at Tougo, but 𝕉𝕄𝕄𝕥 stopped him. Just as Santos's hand reached for Tougo, 𝕉𝕄𝕄𝕥 grabbed him, and that's when it happened. Shadowy tendrils shot out from Santos's palm. 𝕉𝕄𝕄𝕥 barely dodged in time, and as he did, a chilling realization hit him. This was the same ability used by the man who kidnapped Tougo. Before he could react, Alicorn responded. A surge of lightning burst from 𝕉𝕄𝕄𝕥's shield, scorching the shadowy tendrils. Then, Alicorn emerged. Not as a passive summon, but as an enraged beast. Sparks of electricity crackled around it, its fury directed at Santos. But Santos was too far gone. He wasn't afraid. He was ready to fight. If he couldn't get a summoned beast, no one was left alive. Then, a massive explosion tore through the upper wall of the summoning room. 𝕉𝕄 had arrived. She had blown a hole through the wall, making her entrance the most dramatic way possible. Seeing her, Santos froze. This was their chance. Wasting no time, Tougo and 𝕉𝕄𝕄𝕥 mounted Alicorn. The contract was complete, and Tougo didn't even spare Santos a second glance as he bid his farewell. All Santos could do was scream in frustration, cursing them as they escaped. But what enraged him most wasn't them. It was 𝕉𝕄. She had betrayed him. He swore revenge, but 𝕉𝕄 didn't care anymore. She was done. Up above, Carnelia, Interia, and Little Phoenix had already escaped, riding a Pegasus. Carnelia, for once, looked truly happy. Riding a Pegasus had been her dream, and now it was real. But Interia, she wasn't so sure. Sensing her hesitation, 𝕉𝕄 reassured her. This was your choice. There was no good path back there. It was too late for regrets. And with Tougo's magic running dangerously low, there was only one thing left to do. Go home, a place where they could finally feel safe. Tougo slowly woke up, confused about where he was. Before he could process anything, Carnelia ran up to him, eyes sparkling with excitement. He had fallen asleep on the belly of the Little Phoenix. Except now, it had suddenly grown much larger. It was soft, warm, and unbelievably cozy. Carnelia loved it. Tougo did too, but then, he woke up for real. Back in the hammock, a tiny phoenix perched on his body, and Alicorn was standing nearby. Without warning, Alicorn scooped him up and carried him home. As they arrived, 𝕉𝕄𝕄𝕥 rushed out, shocked to see Tougo awake. Turns out, he had been asleep for 6 days. Panic set in. He needed to call Faye. But 𝕉𝕄𝕄𝕥 had already handled it. Faye had left a message to tell Tougo as soon as he felt better. However, Faye wasn't the only one concerned. Before Tougo could react, Carnelia came running, tears streaming down her face as she hugged him tightly. Interia was there too, visibly shaken. She had been terrified when she saw Tougo collapse, completely drained of magic. Once again, she expressed deep gratitude for saving her and her master. Then, she made a request, one filled with desperation. She wanted to stay in the forest a little longer, hiding from the Joran family. She insisted she didn't need food or a place to sleep, just a safe place to disappear. But Tougo wouldn't allow it. That wasn't living. He wanted to make sure she ate well, slept in a warm bed, and had everything she needed. There was no grand reason behind it, just a simple wish. Even if just a little, he hoped 𝕰👉💾 and Carnelia could find happiness. 𝕰👉💾's mind drifted back to the day she was first assigned as Carnelia's bodyguard. Santos had entrusted her with protecting Carnelia until she reached marriageable age, and back then, the little girl was bursting with joy. But looking after such a hyperactive child was no easy task. Carnelia loved running wild and climbing trees, leaving 𝕰👉💾 constantly on edge. Worse yet, she had to stand by as Carnelia endured relentless bullying from her brother, slaps across the face, and cruel taunts about being useless. Yet, despite everything, Carnelia never shed a tear. She simply smiled as if nothing had happened. But 𝕰👉💾 wasn't spared. Whenever Santos noticed Carnelia's injuries, he blamed 𝕰👉💾, punishing her with electric shocks from the collar around her neck. To him, her life was disposable, a small price to pay for his daughter's safety. In those moments, 𝕰👉💾 questioned everything. What was she even doing as a knight? She thought of Laoculus, who had sacrificed so much in Golda's territory, but those thoughts vanished the moment Carnelia called her name. That smile, so persistent despite everything, made 𝕰👉💾 wonder. How could she still smile? As the young lady of the house, she deserved better. Yet her father, brother, mother, and even the maids treated her with indifference. Still, since 𝕰👉💾 arrived, Carnelia had found joy in the smallest things. She wasn't focused on the hardship. She was determined to find happiness wherever she could. That was when 𝕰👉💾 made her choice. Carnelia wasn't just another duty. She was her master. And for her master's happiness, 𝕰👉💾 was willing to give everything. In the end, after what felt like an eternity of suffering, she was finally rewarded. She wasn't alone anymore. When she realized there were others who wished for her happiness too, relief crashed over her, and before she knew it, tears slipped down her face. After so long, she had finally found them. Even in that moment of happiness, Tougo hesitated. What would happen after they hid? 𝕰👉💾 explained that once the Ďuriņ family was imprisoned, she and Carnelia might finally go on a carefree journey together. Tougo was stunned by the news, and Laoculus filled in the details. The Ďuriņ family was accused of aiding poachers in Redguard territory. Chloe had handed over evidence, and depending on the trial, they could lose their status entirely. But what about Carnelia? 𝕰👉💾 assured him that Carnelia was considered non-existent by her family. She wouldn't be held responsible for their crimes. Plus, thanks to Tougo breaking her slave contract, she was finally free to act without restriction. For that, she was endlessly grateful. Still, Tougo worried about Carnelia's feelings. Was she okay with all this? But as it turned out, he didn't need to. The little girl had no pity for her father or brother. She believed they deserved to sit in jail and reflect on their actions. She was stronger than anyone had given her credit for. After that, Tougo and Laoculus arrived at the Redguard mansion on the Alicorn, where Faye greeted them with visible relief, glad to see Tougo back in one piece. But Faye had his own troubles too, though thanks to his sharp-minded secretary, everything had been handled. That secretary turned out to be Chloe, who was only here temporarily before heading back to the forest to continue her work as a model. Inside, they sat down for tea and casual conversation. Over tea, their conversation took a serious turn when Faye brought up Tougo's contract with the Redguard family. If Tougo agreed to be their official artist, Faye could protect him. Faye explained that being tied to the nobility could be dangerous for Tougo. There might be friction if he became too well known among the elite. Faye even admitted feeling guilty for dragging Tougo into this mess. But Tougo didn't regret a thing. Without Faye, he never would have met Laoculus or Carnelia. Still, Tougo needed time to think. He decided to stay the night and give his answer tomorrow. Later, alone in his room, Tougo found himself lost in thought. Making painting his job felt like an impossible decision. Then came a knock. Laoculus. He immediately picked up on Tougo's hesitation, since avoiding the topic wouldn't help. 𝕬𝕐𝕨 pushed him to talk it out, just like his own teacher once said. Tougo opened up. He loved painting, but the idea of making it his job made him hesitate. He could keep painting without turning it into a career, but he felt obligated to the Red Guard family, which only added to his indecision. 𝕬𝕐𝕨 pressed further. Was he afraid of meeting expectations? Struggling to make a living? Losing his love for painting? Tougo froze. Maybe it was all of that. The thought of selling his paintings made him uneasy. He was terrified of losing his love for art, of painting and selling, becoming the same thing. What if the thing he loved most became a burden? What if he started to hate it? He couldn't imagine becoming someone who resented painting. And if he was going to endure all that, he'd need to be skilled enough to be recognized. But the idea of being recognized by others scared him too. Then, 𝕬𝕐𝕨 hit him with the real question. Wasn't that his wish? To be admired for his paintings? That was exactly why he was afraid. The words sent Tougo spiraling into memories of his past. How he once wanted to go to art school, only to have his dream crushed by a mother who saw it as pointless. Since childhood, he had molded himself to fit others' expectations, losing the courage to chase his own desires. At that moment, Tougo remembered his teacher's words, who knew him as a person who loved painting. Then, his teacher's words echoed in his mind. Even if you fail in art, so what? A life considered a failure can still be meaningful. Something inside him shifted. That suffocating shell of doubt began to crack. For the first time, he realized he wanted freedom. Not just to paint, but to live on his own terms, even if it meant stumbling along the way. That afternoon, as he let out all his worries, a genuine smile finally broke through. One 𝕬𝕐𝕨 had never seen before. With his mind made up, Tougo rushed into the courtyard to find 𝕻. Without hesitation, he asked 𝕻, what exactly did he expect from him? 𝕻's answer was simple. It's fun being with you. He valued their friendship, sure, but he also had expectations for Tougo as an artist. 𝕻 wanted to display Tougo's paintings in his mansion. Remember the painting you did of me? 𝕻 said. After seeing that, I knew I had to have more. Even if you were the most disagreeable person in the world, I'd still want your art. Tougo was pleased, but couldn't shake his doubts. He wasn't good enough. Most professional artists studied at fine arts colleges, yet many still failed to make a living. If even they struggled, where did that leave him? 𝕻, however, had none of it. Art wasn't just about skill, it was about impact. And wasn't appreciation just whoever speaks the loudest wins? If Tougo lacked confidence, 𝕻 would be the first to shout to the world that his paintings were amazing. For a moment, Tougo was stunned. Then, a small smile crept onto his face. He admitted he would probably fail. A lot. He might even cause trouble along the way. 𝕻 shrugged. That was fine, but right now, he couldn't guarantee Tougo's safety. It would be easier if Tougo went to the royal castle and succeeded as a painter there. But that wasn't what Tougo wanted. He didn't need someone to make him successful. He needed someone who would laugh with him when he stumbled and feel frustrated alongside him when he failed. That was what truly mattered. 𝕻 understood. From this moment on, he would walk this journey with Tougo wherever it led. And just like that, Tougo took his first real step toward making his dream come true. The next morning, as golden sunlight spilled through the window, Tougo stared outside and muttered, "The morning sun? It's the color of a chick." 𝕬𝕐𝕨, still groggy, sat up. Tougo glanced at him and repeated, "The color of a chick." For a second, 𝕬𝕐𝕨 was confused. Then it clicked. With the warm light washing over him, Tougo seems like a newly hatched chick. Small, uncertain, but ready to take on the world. Somewhere in an unknown location, two mysterious figures received troubling news. Ĝirin had failed to recruit a boy named Tougo. Neither seemed surprised. If anything, they had expected this outcome. Now, it was time for them to step in. Just then, a familiar figure entered the room. The doctor who had examined Tougo back at the Red Guard mansion. He came with a report, though it wasn't exactly good news. The Red Guard family had officially dismissed him, cutting off his access to valuable information. If they wanted intel on the family, they'd have to find another way. Clearly, the doctor had been outplayed. But he did manage to uncover one crucial detail. Tougo had signed a contract with the Red Guard family. While the specifics were unclear, it seemed he had been hired as an artist. The figure, wearing a crown-like ornament, scoffed at the idea. A mere painter? That had to be a cover. Someone with the potential to become a great magician wouldn't be reduced to such a trivial role. The man with the long beard, however, saw an opportunity. If Tougo had truly taken up the role of an artist, then they would recruit him as one. He smirked, intrigued by the possibilities. He was looking forward to meeting Tougo soon. Time flew by after Tougo became an artist, yet some things never changed. He still spent hours sketching in the middle of the forest. But the once quiet woods had become much lively. Karnelia excitedly dragged Tougo off to lunch, practically bouncing with enthusiasm. Why? Because today they were eating outside. A small table had already been set up. Meanwhile, 𝕭𝒟 and 𝕰𝕭𝕝 were busy preparing the meal at their house. In a way, this little gathering felt like a proper neighborhood meal. The forest had transformed into something close to a residential area. On the far right stood 𝕬𝕗𝒄's house. Next to it was Tougo's, which now had 2 stories. Then came 2 new houses, 𝕭𝒟's, and beside it, the home shared by Karnelia and 𝕰𝕭𝕝. Before lunch, Tougo and Karnelia stopped by 𝕭𝒟's house to offer help. 𝕭𝒟 handed them the responsibility of carrying the soup, which seemed easy enough. But as Tougo made his way back, he ran into 𝕰𝕭𝕝, who was struggling with a load of laundry. She hesitated, unsure where to put it down, until Tougo caught sight of something in the pile. Tougo panicked when he realized the laundry included his underwear. "I'll take it," he said, quickly snatching the clothes. 𝕰𝕭𝕝 apologized, explaining she just wanted to be useful. After all, she was allowed to stay here, at least until things settled down. She'd been shocked to find a house built for her before she even asked. It was overwhelming, but also comforting. With the slight commotion behind them, the group sat down for their outdoor lunch, enjoying the simple joy of being together. During the meal, 𝕭𝒟 mentioned that she wanted to decorate her house with paintings and planned to stop by Tougo's place later. Karnelia, not wanting to be left out, said she'd come too. After lunch, they all headed to Tougo's second floor, his personal gallery. His paintings hung neatly along the walls, a collection of his best work. Tougo told them they could take whichever piece they liked. Easier said than done, considering how many there were. 𝕬𝕗𝒟, however, had already made his choice. To Tougo's surprise, he picked a painting of green plants. It didn't seem like something that suited him, but 𝕬𝕗𝒟 simply quoted Tougo's own words, "Food for the soul." That was exactly what he wanted. 𝕭𝒟, after some thought, picked a piece done in watercolor, loving its soft, blurred, and transparent feel. Meanwhile, Karnelia was spiraling into a mini-crisis since everyone else had already chosen. 𝕰𝕭𝕝 made her decision too. She picked a portrait of her young master, Karnelia. In the end, Karnelia went with a painting of mythical beasts, featuring birds, deer, and rabbits gathered together. It suited her well. Though Tougo felt a little embarrassed by all the praise, he couldn't help but smile. This was his life now, a personal artist, surrounded by friends who appreciated his work. And for the first time, it felt like everything was falling into place. Not long after, the scene shifted to the Red Guard mansion, where a grand painting of the Red Guard family, painted by Tougo, was proudly displayed. 𝕬𝕗𝒟 and Tougo had rushed over after receiving an urgent letter from Faye. Well, maybe urgent was an exaggeration. It was actually a painting request. The Red Guard family's guests wanted a new piece for their entrance hall, a warm welcome for their guests. And of course, they wanted Tougo to be the one to paint it. He froze for a moment. This was his first official request, and the thought made him nervous. But Faye encouraged him to at least hear them out. Inside the room, Tougo was introduced to a guest, a striking young man named Safir Kure-Aoskaya, heir to the Aoskaya territory and a close ally of the Red Guard family. He was also Roseth's former schoolmate, so he immediately told Tougo to drop the formalities. It turned out 𝕻𝕭 was a huge admirer of Tougo's work. He had noticed the unicorn and Pegasus painting in the entrance hall, the serene forest painting in the sitting room, and the Redguard family portrait. Each piece had moved him deeply. He even mentioned the dream painting in Faye's room, the one Faye called Mochi, a symbol of big dreams. 𝕻𝕭 was thrilled by it. But more than anything, he had wanted to meet Tougo in person. That's why he had made the slightly unreasonable request of summoning him here. With introductions done, they got to the point. Tougo had brought 3 of his paintings for 𝕻𝕭 to consider, and 𝕻𝕭, he loved all of them. Choosing just one was a struggle. Roseth, ever the practical one, suggested a slightly darker piece since 𝕻𝕭's home had sky blue wallpaper. The advice helped, and in the end, 𝕻𝕭 picked that one. But he wasn't done yet. He wanted to commission an additional painting. This one was special. He wanted an angel painting to celebrate the birth of his child, who had arrived just last month. His wife had been completely devoted to the baby, so he thought a painting might bring her a moment of joy, something to refresh her spirit. She loved paintings, so he was certain she'd adore Tougo's work. Tougo was intrigued and asked what kind of angel 𝕻𝕭 had in mind. The response? A classic request that would stump any artist. I'll leave that up to you. For the size, 𝕻𝕭 requested something similar to Faye's Mochi painting, medium-sized. He also mentioned that he loved the soft, delicate feel of watercolor paintings. With all the details settled, Tougo accepted the commission. He'd make sure the painting not only matched the sky blue wallpaper, but also captured the warmth and meaning behind the request. Painting an angel sounded simple, until Tougo actually had to do it. He had no idea what kind of angel to paint, which made Faye raise an eyebrow. Had he really accepted the commission without knowing what an angel was? Faye tried to explain that angels had wings, a floating halo, and were usually wary of humans, but sometimes they brought blessings. That gave Tougo a few ideas, but a new problem emerged. Who would be the model? Faye casually suggested 𝕭𝒻, but Tougo shut that down immediately. If anything, 𝕭𝒻 was more of a mischievous devil or a succubus than an angel. Carnelia would have been perfect, but she was, well, currently on the run. If he had to rely purely on imagination, Tougo knew it wouldn't work. It was just too difficult. That left only one option, finding a new model. Faye had a suggestion for that too. Go buy a slave. Without wasting time, the two headed to 𝕻𝕬 and made their way to the Slave Introduction Agency. This was Tougo's first time actively looking for a slave model, and he was still struggling to grasp the whole concept of slavery in this world. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the same old man who ran the agency. Tougo got straight to the point. He was looking for an angel. The old man moved fast, leading them to his angels. But instead of anything remotely angelic, he presented the same group of overly flirtatious women from before. Except now, they were pretending to be angels. Tougo rejected them on the spot. He needed an actual angel, not a devil in disguise. The absurdity of it all sent Faye into a laughing fit. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Tougo explained that he was looking for someone with a truly angelic presence. The old man thought for a moment and then suggested a child would be more suitable. That made sense. But there was a problem. There were no child slaves available. 𝕻𝕬 was a well-governed city, and child slavery was rare. The only exceptions were orphans from other towns. But even then, slave agencies typically took them in temporarily and arranged foster care. It was a common practice in major cities, especially the capital, where the wealth gap was more severe. Meanwhile, in the capital, the scene shifted to a boy sprinting through the streets, 2 men hot on his heels. Turns out, he had just stolen their money, and by the looks of it, he's disappointed that his haul isn't much money. But who was he? What is he stealing for? Following the old man's advice, Tougo arrived at the capital the next day with Faye and Laocoles. Ideally, Carnelia and the others would have come too, but that wasn't an option. 𝕭𝒻 used to work as a spy in the capital, and the other two still needed to lay low until things with the Gioran family settled. So while the girls were having their own gathering, which Tougo found oddly inspiring, he even thought about painting their gathering. The city was lively, packed with vendors and travelers, a bright hub of activity. But for all its energy, there was a darker side too. Narrow alleys filled with the poor and homeless. Places where security was weak and the gap between rich and poor was painfully obvious. As they walked, Tougo accidentally bumped into someone. He didn't think much of it until he checked his bag. His money was gone. Shouting in alarm, he immediately caught Faye and 𝕬𝕠𝕕 attention. Their eyes locked onto a boy darting through the crowd and going to a narrow alley, and without hesitation, they gave chase. But the kid was fast, too fast. He knew exactly who he was up against, nobles, or at least wealthy outsiders. But instead of panicking, he doubled down, taunting them as he ran. Pathetic rich boys and their muscle-head bodyguards. That struck a nerve. Faye, furious, summoned his beasts. A firebird shot ahead to block the boy's escape, while a firewolf waited behind him. Tougo, lagging behind due to his lack of physical strength, arrived just in time to see Faye's beasts corner the kid. Even caught red-handed, the boy wasn't ready to give up. He struggled, but Faye wasted no time reclaiming Tougo's stolen money. That settled the problem. Or did it? Tougo's eyes lingered on the boy. He was thin, covered in dirt, and looked like he hadn't had a proper meal in days. Did he even have parents? Just as Tougo was lost in thought, the boy seized his chance. His hand flickered with wind magic, sending a sharp gust toward them. Faye's summoned beasts flinched in panic as the attack veered slightly off course, slamming into the wall behind them instead of Faye's head. Taking advantage of the chaos, the boy bolted, flipping them off as he vanished into the alleys. They could have chased him, but there was no point. Tougo had his money back, and that was what mattered. Still, the experience left a sour taste. What kind of first impression was this? Getting dragged into the alleys to chase down a pickpocket. 𝕬𝕠𝕗, however, was intrigued. The boy was skilled, experienced, and definitely no ordinary street rat. More importantly, Tougo seemed far more interested in him than expected. And he was right. Tougo had already noticed something about the boy when they bumped into each other. Beneath the dirt, his sky blue eyes sparkled with something rare: dignity, resilience, maybe even pride. Tougo was hooked. Faye and 𝕬𝕠𝕗 exchanged a knowing look, exhaling in exasperation as they smacked their foreheads. They had a feeling this would happen. Faye protested. "That kid, Angelic, he literally told us to drop dead." But once Tougo set his sights on someone, there was no turning back. The boy fit Faye's description of an angel. He had sky blue eyes, was wary of humans, and his features were really beautiful. There was no doubt about it now. The search for a model was over, and so they followed Tougo's lead and headed for the slave market. After wandering the bustling streets, they finally arrived at the capital's slave market. A massive building that Faye was sure could find the perfect model. But Tougo? He was still sulking over losing his angel earlier. Faye, ever the optimist, tried to lift his spirits as they stepped inside. A middle-aged man greeted them, managing the place with the usual business-like efficiency. Faye handed over a referral from Flamelia's slave market, and after a short wait, the man introduced them to the child slaves. There were more than Tougo expected, and they all seemed well cared for and polite. But as Tougo looked them over, something felt off. The children were too carefree, too pure. It felt more like a protection facility than a slave market. The kids stared back, confused by Tougo's intense gaze. Faye nudged him. "Anyone angelic around here?" Tougo hesitated. "None of them would say drop dead," he muttered. "At the very least, no one's acting wary." Tougo emphasized to Faye that angels are supposed to be wary of humans. They were cute, sure, innocent, polite, and probably good kids. But where was the guarded wariness? The sharp dignity? Angels aren't supposed to be like this. Just as he was about to give up, his eyes landed on a girl standing at the far end. She was different. Unlike the others, she seemed withdrawn, her eyes clouded with doubt, fear, and sadness all at once. Tougo approached, but the moment she noticed him, she panicked, turned away, and lowered her head. Maybe she looked angelic, but getting through to her? Impossible. In the end, they left empty-handed, and Tougo's frustration was written all over his face. Seeing that, 𝕬𝕠𝕔𝕙𝕚 exchanged a quick glance with 𝐻𝐸. They needed to settle this once and for all. 𝐻𝐸 nodded, turned to Tougo, and asked, "Are you ready to commit?" Tougo blinked in confusion. 𝐻𝐸 smirked. "We're going after your alleyway angel. Let's catch him. You won't be satisfied until we do, right?" And just like that, Tougo's eyes lit up again. That was all it took. He was hooked. Once he set his sights on something, he wouldn't stop until he had it. In a way, he had an eye for these things. With their goal locked in, the mission was clear. It was time to capture the angel. Deep in a slum, tucked away in a filthy back alley, the so-called angel boy stood in front of a rickety house. Just as he was about to step inside, a loud shout rang out. A moment later, a man was violently thrown out the door, crashing onto the ground with a pained groan. Two thugs debt collectors followed after him, their fists still clenched. The reason? Unpaid debt. The man, clearly desperate, begged for more time, insisting that his kid was out making money and would bring it back soon. The debt collector scoffed, completely fed up with the excuse. A deadbeat dad like this was beyond help. If he really needed cash that badly, why not just sell his kid to a slave market? That would solve everything. With that, the debt collectors walked off, leaving the man sprawled on the ground. The boy, who had been hiding nearby, stepped forward. He was furious, but not surprised. That man was his father. And once again, he found him drinking in broad daylight, drowning himself in alcohol while waiting for money he didn't earn. When the father spotted his son, he didn't ask if he was okay, didn't even acknowledge his presence. He just demanded money. Ryan, that was the boy's name, felt something inside him snap. He had long since stopped seeing this man as his father, but this moment sealed it. Without another word, he turned and ran. He ran as fast as he could, as far as he could, away from the man who was supposed to care for him, but never did. While he's having a hard time in the back alley, Tougo and the others are seen on the main street, eagerly searching for the boy. But this time wasn't going to be easy, because the angelic boy they were after didn't just dislike adults. He has a deep-seated hatred for adults. On a busy market street, Tougo strolled alone, dressed in fine clothes, an easy target for a pickpocket. Sure enough, one spotted him and moved, snatching the bag from Tougo's hands. But this wasn't a random theft, it was all part of the plan. Just moments earlier, Tougo and the others were searching for a pickpocket kid to model as an angel for their project. Typically, this would be Chloe's job, but 𝐻𝐸 had a different idea. Why not use Tougo as bait? His innocent look made him the perfect target. So they dressed him up, gave him a bag that looked stuffed with money, and waited. Tougo doubted the plan would work, but it worked too well. The pickpocket took the bait instantly, and 𝕬𝕠𝕔𝕙𝕚 caught him effortlessly. Now it was time for questions. Tougo handed the thief a gold coin in exchange for information about a boy with sky blue eyes. But the pickpocket had no clue. He saw too many kids in the capital to remember faces. He suggested they look elsewhere and started to leave. 𝕬𝕠𝕔𝕙𝕚, however, wasn't that easy to fool. Noticing the pickpocket still had Tougo's bag, he made him hand it back and warned him to stay out of trouble. Later, on the other side of town, they found another pickpocket, a young boy. He panicked at first, but once they calmed him down, they asked about the boy with sky blue eyes. This time, they got a lead. The boy told them the kid they were looking for was named Ryan, a cheeky little brat who'd recently started hanging around. But where exactly could they find him? The boy wasn't about to give away that information for free. Before anyone could argue, Tougo, his eyes gleaming with obsession, handed over more gold coins. The boy smirked and spilled the answer. If you're looking for Ryan, check the slave market in the evening. He usually hangs around there. And with that, they had their next destination. Later that evening, just as the pickpocket boy had said, Ryan was spotted near the slave market. He stood in front of the building, staring blankly, his face clouded with frustration. Whatever was on his mind, it was clear. He didn't have enough money. Before he could dwell on it, a sudden shout made him flinch. "Angel spotted!" Tougo's excited voice rang out, startling the boy. Panic took over, and Ryan bolted. Tougo tried to explain, but the boy wasn't listening. He was too busy running. Desperate, Tougo called 𝚱 for backup. 𝚱 summoned his beast to block the escape route, but Ryan wasn't falling for the same trick twice. He dodged with quick, nimble movements. That's when 𝕬𝕠𝕠 stepped in. One look at the massive man charging toward him was enough. Ryan froze, and in seconds, 𝕬𝕠𝕠 had him caught. No one stands a chance against that kind of size. Even after getting caught, Ryan didn't give in easily. He struggled, cursed at them, and fought back. But Tougo remained calm. He wasn't here to hurt the boy. He had an offer. "I want to draw you," Tougo said plainly. Ryan paused, confused. Tougo introduced himself, explaining that he was an artist commissioned by the Red Guard family. He had even looked into Ryan beforehand. The boy listened, but remained skeptical. "If you need a model that bad, just buy a slave," Ryan scoffed. Not a bad idea, but Tougo wasn't interested in just anyone. He wanted Ryan. No one else looked as angelic as him. That comment made the boy blush slightly. "So, what do you need me to do?" Ryan finally asked. Tougo explained. He wanted to paint Ryan's portrait over the next 2 weeks. He'd cover his food and lodging, and even pay him extra. If Ryan didn't want to come to him, Tougo would come to wherever he was. One question remained. How much? Tougo hesitated. 𝚱 jumped in. "How much do you want?" Without missing a beat, Ryan said, 50 gold coins. A bold ask, but 𝚱 immediately understood. This wasn't just about money. Ryan must have a reason why he needed that amount. Everything seemed settled until 𝕬𝕠𝕠 threw in a question. "Do you have parents or a guardian?" That changed the mood instantly. Ryan tensed. He demanded to be put down, but wasn't planning to run away from such a sweet deal. Tougo tried to calm him, suggesting he talk to his guardian before making a decision. Ryan scoffed. "My old man would probably sell me off if the price was right." When asked how much debt his father owed, Ryan's anger flared. He had no idea. His father borrowed from everyone, drunk, gambling, and sinking deeper into debt. Ryan had been paying it off, bit by bit, just to keep himself from being sold. But no matter what he did, his father always found a way to throw himself back into the hole. 𝚱 studied the boy. "Do you even like your dad?" Ryan's eyes darkened. He didn't hesitate. "I couldn't care less if he rots in hell." The bluntness of his words left everyone silent for a moment. 𝚱 leaned toward Tougo, whispering, "There's a legal way to deal with this, but it'll take some effort." While they talked, Ryan quietly smirked to himself. Idiots. There was no way he trusted them. He'd take the money and run. Meanwhile, in the slums, inside a rundown shack, Ryan's dad was drowning himself in booze. The room reeked of alcohol, and the man looked half-conscious, until a knock on the door snapped him out of his drunken stupor. Scowling, he swung the door open, expecting a debt collector. Instead, he found Ryan standing there, with Tougo, 𝚱, and 𝕬𝕠𝕠𝕠 behind him. Tougo introduced himself, keeping things formal, as always, and politely asked for permission to take Ryan along as a model for his painting. But the man sneered. "Ryan's my flesh and blood," he said, pretending to care. "Hypocrite." Ryan clenched his fists but held back his anger. Tougo, watching the exchange, understood something. Ryan was just like him, stuck, unable to live as he wanted. And the hatred in Ryan's voice earlier, Tougo couldn't shake it off. It was clear, this boy had been treated horribly by his own father. And the worst part? The moment the man heard there was money involved, he changed his tune. "How much are you offering?" Tougo's blood boiled. This wasn't just neglect. This was a man willing to sell his own son for the right price. It reminded him of something his teacher once faced. Back then, someone had stolen his teacher's text work, using it without permission, despite a signed contract. At first, his teacher remained calm, trying to settle things professionally. But when the other party kept pushing and belittling him, his entire demeanor shifted. His sharp glare said it all. He would wield every ounce of authority he had to protect his work. And now, Tougo saw history repeating itself. But this time, the artwork wasn't a text work. It was a human being. Oh, right. Faye had mentioned something about a legal way to take this guy down. Tougo smirked and pulled out a document, waving it in front of the man's face. "Here's the deal," he said. Ryan's father grabbed the paper, eyes widening as he read. It was a legal document stating that Tougo had purchased all of his debts, and at the bottom, his own signature. His face paled. "If you can't pay it back," Tougo continued, "both you and Ryan become my slaves." Panic set in. The man stammered, his arrogance crumbling. But Ryan? He just exhaled, like he was finally accepting the inevitable. For him, this was the end, the final break between him and his dad. But the deadbeat wasn't going down quietly. He cursed and spat insults at Tougo, hurling disgusting words. Tougo had enough. His patience snapped, and his voice cut through the air, firm and unyielding, just like his teachers that day. "I may look mild-mannered, but don't think you can talk down to me just because I'm a laid-back painter. Ryan is coming with me. If you have any complaints, go ahead and speak up. The rights are on my side, after all." A few moments earlier, Faye had mentioned a legal way to take Ryan away from his father, by covering the man's debt and claiming Ryan as a slave in exchange. It was a loophole, but it worked. Tougo thought it over, then turned to Ryan. "Are you in?" Ryan didn't hesitate. Of course he wanted out. So Tougo made the offer. Ryan would become his slave, but only temporarily. Depending on how his father reacted, he'd set Ryan free right away. It was all about securing his escape. Later that night, after the heated confrontation with Ryan's father, Tougo headed to a massive building bustling with transactions, the public agency. That's where he officially registered Ryan as his slave. As he waited, Faye, still thinking about Togo's earlier confrontation with Ryan's father, couldn't help but ask, "That speech of yours, where did that come from?" Tougo just chuckled. "I copied my teacher. He used to handle disputes like that." That answer caught Faye and 𝕬𝕑ᴇ off guard. Tougo had never mentioned something like this before. Not long after, Ryan and his father arrived. The registration was done. Ryan's father clearly wasn't happy, but Tougo didn't even bother sparing him a glance. As far as the law was concerned, both Ryan and his father now belonged to him. But Tougo had no interest in the deadbeat. He set the man free on the spot, on one condition. "Stay out of Ryan's life unless I say otherwise." The man scowled, but knew he had no choice. He turned to leave, but as he passed Ryan, he muttered bitterly, "Should have just sold you off too." Ryan froze, his breath caught in his throat. His fingers curled into a fist, and before he knew it, he swung at his father. But 𝕬𝕑ᴇ intercepted, grabbing Ryan's wrist mid-air. With his other hand, he hoisted the man up effortlessly. His voice was calm but firm. "You heard Tougo. Stay out of his life." Humiliated, Ryan's father had no choice but to slink away, defeated. 𝕬𝕑ᴇ let out a sigh. He hadn't meant to interfere in family matters, but something about the whole thing made him act on instinct. And judging by the looks on Faye and Tougo's faces, they probably would have stepped in if he hadn't. Meanwhile, Ryan just stood there, stunned, caught somewhere between gratitude, relief, and sheer disbelief. Soon, the four of them finally arrived at the hotel they had stayed at before. As soon as they entered the room, Tougo turned to Ryan. "All right, bath time." Ryan blinked, confused. Then, panic set in. What followed was a ridiculous back and forth over something as simple as bathing. It wasn't that Ryan hated the idea of Tougo bathing him. It was just embarrassing. Face flushed, he stammered, You better not back out on my payment." It was a weird thing to say in that situation, but before Tougo could respond, 𝕬𝕑ᴇ suddenly grabbed Ryan's shirt and pulled it up. Silence. Scars. So many of them covered Ryan's back. 𝕬𝕑ᴇ had suspected as much, and now, seeing it, everything made sense. The boy wasn't just worried about money, he wanted reassurance. After all, how could someone like him be worth anything? He wasn't the angel, Tougo had talked about. But Tougo barely reacted. He just smiled and said, "Doesn't change a thing. I'm still paying you. I just want to draw you." Ryan's eyes softened. Something in his chest tightened, but this wasn't the time to get emotional. He had a bath to take. The process? Pure chaos. Ryan protested, splashed, and made a mess, but Tougo got the job done. It took 4 rounds of shampoo to finally get his hair clean. That's how filthy he was. As Tougo bathes him, he can't help but admire the hotel's bathroom, a fancy shower with warm water. He wished he could install something like this in the forest. Once the bath was done, Ryan soaked in the hot water, fully relaxing for the first time in who knows how long. Now that he was clean, his real hair color showed, a stunning shade that made him look just like an angel. Later, Tougo dressed him in sleepwear and led him to bed. Ryan's face was red with embarrassment, but there was a hint of happiness too. As he settled in, he finally asked, "Why are you going this far for me?" The answer was simple. "Because you're helping me with my work." Ryan paused. Then, as if reassuring himself, he promised to do the job properly. His mind was fixated on those 50 gold coins. No matter what, he had to get them. Even after Tougo left, Ryan lay awake, staring at the ceiling. His heart felt unsettled. Tougo's kindness was throwing him off, but in the end, it didn't matter. He needed that money. Once he got it, he'd run, and finally, his plan would come true. Tougo glanced at the sleeping Ryan, making sure the boy was truly out before stepping into the living room. Faye, however, wasn't convinced. "Are you sure it's okay to leave him alone?" Tougo nodded. "He won't run, not until he gets his money at least." 𝕬𝕠𝕔𝕙 wasn't so sure. "Kid's a skilled pickpocket. Who knows what he'll do?" Ignoring that, Faye shifted the conversation. "Tomorrow, we need to get him the essentials. Clothes, utensils, maybe even something he actually wants." That got Tougo thinking. Why was Ryan so obsessed with money? Not just in a general sense. He kept fixating on exactly 50 gold coins. That number wasn't random, Faye agreed. There must be a reason he needs that much. Then it hit Tougo, the slave shop. The pickpocket kid from before had mentioned it. Ryan was always hanging around the place. That couldn't be a coincidence. The next morning, they confronted Ryan over breakfast. The boy froze mid-bite, clearly caught off guard. Tougo pressed further. "There's someone you want to buy, isn't there?" Ryan hesitated. At first, he tried to dodge the question, but Tougo wasn't letting this go. He had already figured out that Ryan visited the slave shop every evening. And 50 gold coins? That was exactly the price of a child there. Ryan's expression tightened. Frustration, guilt, desperation. It was all there. Tougo leaned in. "Listen, we can buy them before someone else does. I'll take them to the forest. Then, once you get your 50 gold, you can buy them back yourself." Ryan's eyes wavered. Fear and hope clashed inside him. Then, finally, he whispered, "My sister." His voice was barely audible, but it was enough. His younger sister, sold off by their father. That's why he'd been stealing all this time. Faye clenched his fists, fury flashing in his eyes. He looked seconds away from punching something, preferably Ryan's deadbeat dad. Now that they had the full picture, there was only one thing left to do. Tougo stood up. "All right, let's go." Without another word, they headed straight for the slave shop. The moment they arrived, they were met by the slave shop manager, who was busy cleaning the grounds. He told them they weren't open yet. Tougo didn't mind. He'd wait. Then, the manager glanced at Ryan and immediately recognized him. "Oh, it's you," he muttered. So, he really had been coming here often. The manager let them in to wait, serving them tea. The atmosphere was heavy, especially for Ryan, whose hands trembled slightly as he held the cup. After a while, the shop finally opened. The manager returned, getting straight to business. "Which one are you looking for?" Ryan barely managed to get the words out. 𝕮 a 7-year-old girl. The longing in his voice was unmistakable. The manager nodded and left to retrieve her. Ryan's breath hitched, his eyes already wet with unshed tears. Then, finally, the girl appeared. And to Tougo's surprise, it was her. the same little girl who had caught his attention the day before. The siblings finally met again after being separated. This sweet reality seemed to overwhelm Ange, unable to believe this could happen. The moment Ryan saw her, he lost it. Tears streamed down his face as he ran to her, pulling her into the tightest hug. "I'm sorry, I made you wait so long," he choked out. Ange stood frozen at first, as if unable to believe this was real. But then, she broke down too, clinging to her brother, as if afraid he'd disappear again. The shop manager watched with a faint smile. Every evening, she stares at the sky from her window. And that boy? He hides in the shadows, watching her from a distance. No wonder Ange had seemed so down yesterday. No wonder Ryan had been so desperate. The manager left to prepare the contract. Meanwhile, Ryan, still holding his sister's hand, as if he'd never let go again, turned to Tougo and stiffly muttered, "Thank you for everything." Tougo smiled. "No need for that. I'm just a newbie artist living in the Redguard forest." For the first time, Ryan properly introduced himself. "Ryan Saris." His sister followed nervously. "Ange Saris." Ryan turned to her, reassuring her. "Togo's the one who bought you. He's been helping me all this time." Tougo looked at Ange and asked, "Would you mind staying in the forest with us for a while?" Ange hesitated, then gripped Ryan's hand tighter. "As long as I'm with my brother, I'm happy." Then she turned to Tougo with the purest, most sincere smile. "Thank you." That smile, so radiant, so full of innocence, almost blinded Tougo. He had come here for one angel. Turns out he had found two. And just like that, his artist's instincts roared to life. He needed to draw them, both of them. Later that day, in the capital's busy shopping district, Tougo treated Ryan and Ange to new clothes. The two of them looked so fresh and adorable, he couldn't help but grin like a proud big brother. As they strolled around, Ange tugged on Tougo's sleeve. Nervously, she admitted she forgot something. She wanted to say hi to a friend. They headed back to Ryan and Ange's old house. No one was inside, but her friend wasn't there. Instead, it was more like right in the backyard. Ryan peeked in through a window to make sure their father wasn't around. Coast clear. They slipped through a narrow alley into the backyard. It was a mess. Trash bags everywhere, like a makeshift dump. But in the middle of all that, a single flower blooming brightly. Ange walked up to it and gently reached out. Then, something magical happened. A small creature with wings and pointed ears fluttered out from the flower. A real fairy. Everyone froze, stunned. Even Tougo, who up until now wasn't sure fairies actually existed in this world, was speechless. Turns out, this was the friend Ange wanted to visit. The fairy was clearly fond of her, and surprisingly, friendly with Ryan too. Curious, Tougo tried to touch the fairy, but it flinched. Then, slowly, it approached, sniffed his fingers, stared up at him, then suddenly vanished. Tougo thought he'd scared it off. But Ange tilted her head as if she'd just heard something whispered in her ear. She turned to Tougo and told him to follow her. Without waiting, Ange climbed up a wall at the back of the alley and began walking along it. They followed her through another tight path, twisting and turning until they finally emerged into something unreal. A vast flower field stretched before them, petals dancing in the wind. Who would have thought a place like this existed inside the royal capital? Peeking from behind the flowers was the fairy, and not just her. Hundreds, maybe even thousands of fairies appeared one by one, their wings fluttering like sunlight through leaves. Ange explained the fairy earlier wanted to introduce Tougo to her friends. They said he smelled like the forest. Something about forest magic, though Ange didn't fully understand it either. They claimed they could sense a spirit within him. Tougo wasn't sure what that meant, but honestly, he didn't care at the moment. His eyes were fixed on Ryan and Ange, laughing and playing with the fairies. The sight of two angels dancing with fairies in a hidden meadow, it was almost too beautiful to be real. Of course, the artist in him was burning to capture it all, but he also knew dragging fairies out of their sanctuary would be wrong. So instead, he asked, "Would any of you like to live in the forest with me?" Instantly, the fairies swarmed him, zipping around in a glowing blur. That was a yes. Strange? Absolutely. But it was decided. Not long after, deep in the forest of Redguard's territory, 𝕭oa welcomed Tougo and the others, though she looked a bit surprised to see he brought extra people. Still, Carnelia lit up the moment she saw another kid around her age. Tougo quickly introduced Ryan and Ange to everyone, and Carnelia especially was thrilled. 𝕭oa and Interia also gave warm introductions of their own. Once the hellos were out of the way, Tougo opened the large bag he'd been carrying, and thousands of fairies poured out. Everyone stood there stunned, eyes wide. The fairies hovered politely in neat lines, almost like they were introducing themselves too. No one had ever seen one in real life, let alone an entire crowd of them. Just like that, the forest felt even more alive. Later, Tougo took a walk with his sketchbook in hand, wandering until he found a quiet spot near Laocool's house. He sat down, flipped open his sketch pad, and started to draw, then carefully added watercolors, completely focused. What was he drawing? A house? A cozy one, big enough for just Ryan and Ange. When Tougo finally showed it to them, Ryan couldn't believe his eyes. Tougo explained that it was actually an empty house, no one was using it, so why not let them live in it peacefully? That evening, everyone gathered at the new house for dinner. The meal was simple, but for Ryan and Ange, this was their first taste of a real family meal. But Ryan looked down as he ate, not because the food was bad, but because his heart was heavy. Was it really okay for them to stay here? Tougo noticed and told them to just relax for tomorrow. But Ryan couldn't stay quiet. He quickly offered to do anything: cleaning, laundry, farming, anything to repay him. He still couldn't shake the fact that Tougo had bought him and Ange. Bought their clothes, their home, their peace. To him, it felt like too much. The room went silent. Then Tougo spoke up. He admitted he didn't fully understand how the whole slave system worked, but he was clear about one thing. Just because he paid money didn't mean he saw them that way. All he wanted in return was to draw their portraits. To him, they weren't slaves, they were angels. 𝕭oa let out a laugh, telling Ryan to give up. This was just how Tougo was. Interia agreed, saying Tougo had a heart way too big for his own good. Carnelia, cheerful as always, jumped in with her own take. A kid's job is to eat, sleep, play, and grow up strong. That's how you learn and become a real adult. So come play or study with me. Her words hit home. You could see it on Ryan and Ange's faces. To lighten the mood, Laocool's joked that if they really wanted to help, he'd give them some chores after the drawings were done. For now, that seemed like the perfect plan. Time flew by, and when Tougo stopped by Ryan and Ange's room, the little girl was already sound asleep. Maybe, for the first time in a long while, she actually felt safe. Ryan, though, couldn't stop wondering, why was Tougo doing all this? That's when Tougo finally opened up. He spoke about someone he called teacher, a person who always looked after him, cooked for him, taught him things, and gave him a place to stay. Thanks to this teacher, Tougo had a happy life. And now, maybe it was his turn to do the same for someone else. Trying to help Ryan wasn't just kindness, it was also a little selfish. Maybe it was just Tougo's way of chasing that same feeling his teacher once gave him. Hearing that, Ryan's expression softened. Yeah, that kind of made sense. He didn't fully get it, but one thing was clear. Tougo was just a weirdo, a soft-hearted, weird guy. They both laughed at that, sharing a quiet moment in the middle of the night. After that, Ryan finally went to bed. But before Tougo could leave, Rian called out to thank him. Something he hadn't been able to say until now. Outside, Tougo was surprised when Laocool's gently patted his head. Laocool's explained that when he was first brought here, he had the same doubts Ryan had. Kindness, especially when it comes out of nowhere, can be hard to accept when life's been nothing but harsh. But with time, you get used to it. That simple reassurance helped calm Tougo's heart. The next morning, sunlight poured softly through the forest, and the whole place felt alive. Kids were laughing and playing, and the fairies had built cozy homes inside tree trunks. Tougo sat nearby, trying to figure out the composition for his next painting, one that showed an angel blessing a newborn baby. But the vibe just wasn't clicking. That's when Ryan walked over and noticed the sketch. Curious, he asked about it, and that gave Tougo an idea. He asked Ryan to try giving someone a blessing. Ryan was instantly confused. Faye jumped in to explain. Tougo was stuck because he didn't really get what a blessing felt like. But Ryan didn't even know how to bless someone. The whole group paused in awkward silence, until Faye added, "It's like saying, 'I wish you happiness.'" That was enough for Tougo to get it. Even if it wasn't anything fancy, a blessing just needed to be genuine. Ryan, of all people, hesitated. How was he, a former pickpocket, supposed to bless anyone? But deep down, he felt it. The people around him, the ones he used to hate, the rich folks, the adults, they'd all helped him and Ange. That made him happy in a way he hadn't felt in forever. So he tried. Ryan gave a quiet, clumsy little angel blessing to everyone in the forest. And Tougo, he smiled big, like really big, because finally he got his angel's blessing. The next day, Carnelia lit up when she saw the outfit sketch Tougo had drawn. Now that's what an angel should wear. The frilly hem, absolutely perfect for Ange. With Carnelia's help, Tougo finally locked in the design for the angel outfits. When Ryan and Ange wore them, they looked like they'd walked straight out of ancient Greece. Noble, elegant, and totally on theme. Still, Ryan couldn't help feeling awkward in it. But hey, it was better than Interior's suggestion, where angels were sometimes drawn completely naked. So yeah, Tougo considered this a win. They headed to another large house Tougo had designed, something more like a guest house where the painting would take place. One of the rooms had been transformed by Tougo into a dreamy little set, a big fluffy bed piled with pillows, feathers everywhere, and in the middle of it all, a basket-shaped prop meant to represent an angel's nest. Ryan and Ange climbed onto the bed. Ange loved the softness, while Ryan still looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. And so, the painting began. Ange settled in naturally, leaning against the pillows. Ryan, meanwhile, stiffly held the angel's nest like it was a priceless artifact. Their poses looked good enough, so Tougo told them to hold still for 10 minutes. With every stroke of his pencil, Tougo slowly brought the image of an angel blessing a baby to life. Ange was clearly enjoying the session. Ryan, still awkward. After a few minutes, Ryan started grumbling. "Is it done yet?" Nope, not even close. In fact, Tougo had forgotten to draw the wings. He told Ryan to take a break and relax a bit. Turns out, modeling was way more exhausting than Ryan had expected. But when they finally saw the painting, both he and Ange were stunned. Even though it wasn't finished yet, the soft wings and floating halo gave the scene a pure, almost sacred feel, like a real blessing was happening on the canvas. Then, Ryan pointed something out. "Hey, why haven't you colored in the eyes?" Tougo sighed. He didn't have the right blue. None of his paintings captured the shade he wanted. If he could, he'd turn the sky itself into paint and use that for the angel's eyes. Ryan joked that maybe he should just cut out the eyes on the painting and hang it under the sky. Tougo laughed, then paused. Wait, that's actually not a bad idea. Without saying a word, he rushed outside, drew a paint tube on paper, and cut out the label. Holding it up to the sky, he hoped it might work. But he forgot something kinda important. Ryan and Ange were watching the whole thing. Embarrassed, Tougo quickly waved them off and told them to rest first. Once they left, he drew another paint tube and cut a small hole in the label. Then, lifting the drawing toward the sky, he poured his magic into the drawing. It worked. The paper shrank, transformed, and out popped a tube of actual sky-colored paint. But it took a toll. Tougo felt lightheaded. Guess turning the sky into paint was a bit more magic-intensive than expected. Yeah, probably not a trick he'd use again anytime soon. With the perfect shade of blue finally in his hands, Tougo headed home, fired up to finish the angel painting. He wasted no time, just picked up his brush and got to work. From sunrise to sunset, and even through the night, he barely moved, except to add color, one slow, meaningful stroke at a time. He slept right there on the floor, wrapped in a blanket, and the moment morning light touched the room, he was back at it again. Every layer of paint brought the canvas closer to life, but it wasn't until I reached the angel's eyes that Tougo allowed himself a smile. The painting was done, and he was proud. Without delay, he made his way to the Redguard mansion to hand it over to Sapphire. The moment Sapphire unwrapped the cloth covering, he paused. His reaction at first was subtle, but then his eyes lit up. The painting hit him like a warm breeze on a cold day. It was beautiful. The blue tones didn't feel cold at all. Instead, they radiated comfort and joy. Sapphire was mesmerized. He had never seen an angel look so genuinely happy, and it made him happy too. It felt like a painting born from a real encounter with a divine being. Tougo just smiled. Then came the payment. Sapphire handed over a massive bag of gold, way more than Tougo had expected. But to Sapphire, the painting was priceless. He couldn't stop thanking Tougo and was already excited to show it to his family. Tougo's first commission, a huge win. Later, back in the forest, Tougo handed Ryan the promised 50 gold coins, the exact amount needed to buy Ange's freedom, and also Tougo canceled the slave contract. No strings attached. Ryan and Ange were finally free. But Tougo had a small request. He asked them to stay a little longer. He wanted to paint them more. Ryan didn't answer right away. Instead, he handed the bag of coins back to Tougo. Then, with a bit of a shaky voice, he admitted that he originally planned to leave as soon as the job was done. He didn't get Tougo, didn't understand why he called people angels, or cared so much about strangers. But maybe that's why life here had felt so different, so fun. Ryan said he wanted to stay, do chores, help out, whatever it took. Ange agreed too. Tougo hugged them tightly, welcoming them with open arms. For a bond built in such a short time, it was already strong. A few days later, at the Redguard mansion, Faye got a stack of letters, 5 in total. At first, he had no clue what they were, but it quickly clicked. Word had gotten out about Sapphire's stunning painting. Yep, you guessed it. Tougo's got a line of people now, all waiting to commission their own masterpiece. Faye arrived in the forest with a letter in hand, only to hand Tougo not just 1, but 5 painting requests. Tougo's face said it all. Total confusion. All the requests came from Sapphire's friends, who'd seen one of his paintings and loved it. The real question is, was Tougo ready to take on all 5? At first, he hesitated. 5 commissions at once? That was a lot. But knowing people genuinely liked his art gave him the courage to try. Deep down, he was happy. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine becoming an actual artist. Not long after, Ryan, Ange, and Carnelia were out in a sunny meadow making flower crowns. But they weren't just playing, they were helping Tougo as models for his first request, a painting of a radiant angel. The 3 had grown really close, and their friendship shone through the scene. Time passed, and now Ange and Ryan were perched high in a big tree. Ange looked thrilled. That setup? It was perfect for Tougo's second painting, one that captured the spirit of a forest angel. The wind started picking up and yeah, it was getting a little chilly. It felt like the seasons were shifting. Autumn was just around the corner. That night, Tougo headed deeper into the woods, carrying only a paraffin lamp. He had 2 more paintings to work on, both inspired by the forest. One of them was meant to be a nighttime scene. And just when he thought it would be a quiet night, fairies appeared, glowing softly like fireflies. Tougo's eyes lit up with inspiration. He grabbed his pencil and began sketching, the paraffin lamp barely bright enough. Sensing his struggle, the fairies floated closer, their warm glow lighting up his workspace. It was a peaceful, magical moment, watching Tougo draw under the stars, surrounded by fairies. By the next day, things took an unexpected but hilarious turn. 𝕮𝕗𝕗 showed up dressed in full knight armor. Tougo's face lit up like a kid on his birthday. The final request was for a knight-themed painting to be displayed in a shop as a protective charm. 𝕮𝕗𝕗 fit the role perfectly. Tougo even joked, "If there was a god of war, he'd totally look like you." 𝕮𝕗𝕋 looked stunned at first, but seeing Tougo so happy, he smiled back. Once the 5 paintings were done, Tougo sat down that evening to write his report. He sealed the letter with hot wax, stamped with his very own artist's logo. He handed it to Pegasus to deliver it to the Redguard family. And with that, the 5 commissions were officially complete. Time had flown. It was already autumn. Tougo figured he should get ready for winter, while he still had time. The autumn breeze was in full swing, leaves dancing through the air like they had somewhere to be. Meanwhile, a big bird was chilling in a hot spring like it was on vacation. And above all that, 𝕚 came soaring in on a red dragon, heading straight for Tougo's place. Tougo greeted him at the door, clearly surprised. He handed Tougo a letter. Yep, just one, but the name on it? That got his attention. Thanks to all his study, Tougo could now read and write the local language, which was mostly phonetic and partly logographic, kind of like kanji. Flipping the envelope over, he read the sender's name, 𝕻𝕗𝕐𝕨 Argent. "Who's that?" he asked, totally clueless. 𝕚 blinked, then explained. They were a noble family, not just any nobles either. House Argent ruled over the second biggest territory in the country, just under the royal capital itself. Tougo opened the letter. The intro was super poetic, but the core message was clear. House Argent had seen his artwork, loved it, and wanted him to become their personal artist. That's right, exclusive to House Argent. Tougo's expression darkened. Meanwhile, 𝕚 was like, "Yeah, I saw this coming." And honestly, it was a big deal. Argent wasn't just some fancy name. Their relatives were top-ranking officials in the royal castle, some even ruling their own lands. If they wanted to change the country's laws, they probably could. And now they were knocking on his door. But Tougo couldn't help wondering, why him? Well, he might not have realized it, but those 5 commissions he completed recently, total hits. Word about him spread like wildfire, and it even reached the upper crust. Tougo had officially become a big name in the art scene. Still, he wasn't so sure. The offer was flattering, but being tied down as Argent's exclusive artist meant giving up the freedom he'd found in his current life. He asked 𝕚 how to politely turn them down. That caught him off guard. 𝕚 froze, unsure how to answer. The offer was great, and part of 𝕚 wanted him to accept, mostly because being in Argent territory would be much safer for him. But in the end, 𝕚 told him the choice was his. Tougo promised to think it through and write a reply. That night, Tougo sat frozen in front of a blank sheet of paper. Hours passed, but still, nothing. He had no idea how to respond to the Argent family's letter. Then, a knock at the door snapped him out of it. It was 𝐻loa. She'd seen his troubled expression through the window and came to check on him. Honestly, it freaked her out a little, especially since Tougo didn't even notice the fairies playfully messing with him. Once they were both seated with warm drinks in hand, Tougo explained what was weighing on his mind. He didn't know how to reply to the invitation from House Argent. 𝐻loa thought for a moment, then suggested something simple. Just say you'd like to hear more because you don't fully understand the offer. That way, he could meet them face to face. She even offered to go with him. And of course, 𝕬𝕗𝕐𝕨 would tag along. Interior could watch the kids while they were away. But first things first, they needed outfits fit for visiting high-ranking nobles. Then, it hit Tougo. Was this another conspiracy waiting to happen? 𝐻loa didn't think so, but she admitted that this might be even trickier than some hidden plot. The worry on Tougo's face said it all. Still, 𝐻loa tried to reassure him. As long as he was honest, he had nothing to fear. The next morning, 𝕚 looked off. Something was definitely bothering him. When Tougo checked on him, 𝕚 insisted he was fine, though he didn't even notice the fairies toying with him either. Tougo asked the big question. Did 𝕚 still think he should accept the Argent family's offer? As before, 𝕚 didn't give a clear answer. The choice was still Tougo's. But Tougo sensed there were things 𝕚 wasn't saying. 𝕚 admitted he was holding back, because if he said too much now, it might shape Tougo's decision unfairly. Better to hear from House Argent directly. So, Tougo made up his mind. He'd go, listen to both sides, and decide for himself. 4 days after sending his reply, House Argent responded. They wanted him to visit in person. No surprise, 𝕱 said nobles like them don't make house calls. This time, 𝕱 wouldn't be joining. His presence could complicate things. Laocoons, however, saw it differently. The offer felt like a subtle nudge for Tougo to break ties with the Redguard family. As Tougo got ready to leave with 𝕭𝒻 and Laocoons, 𝕰👉 stayed behind to watch over the forest and the kids. Then, 𝕭𝒻 walked in, dressed like a sharp, sexy secretary, complete with glasses. Tougo and 𝕱 couldn't hide the flush on their faces, but 𝕭𝒻 was serious. Image mattered, and she was playing the secretary role perfectly. 𝕱, on the other hand, looked miserable. Not just because he was left behind, but because he wasn't the one traveling with the gorgeous secretary. Later, at the Redguard mansion, Tougo and his crew departed in a carriage that 𝕱 had prepped. He waved them off, wearing a frown that screamed worry. During the ride, 𝕭𝒻 filled Tougo in. Argent's territory was on the opposite side of the royal capital, about a 3-day trip. They couldn't risk using summoning beasts like the Red Dragon or Alicorn. Not with so many nobles, especially Argent, hungry to get their hands on creatures like those. Thanks to 𝕭𝒻's planning though, the trip was comfortable and calm. Meanwhile, at House Argent's estate, an elderly man, 𝕱𝕬𝕐 Argent, was eagerly awaiting Tougo's arrival. He was stunned Tougo hadn't accepted the offer on the spot, especially with his family name on it. The fact that Tougo even asked for more details only made 𝕱𝕬𝕐 want him more. There was no way he'd let that talent waste away under Redguard. 𝕱𝕬𝕐 would take his time and make sure Tougo ended up where he truly belonged. Time flew by, and before they knew it, Tougo and the others had arrived in Argent territory. The town had its own distinct vibe. Stylish, sharp, and nothing like where they'd come from. Escorted by just one guard, the trio made their way to an eye-catching, massive building, the Argent Mansion. The moment they stepped inside, the air felt heavy. The silence? Almost suffocating. Tougo kept his cool, but the tension was real. After a while, the host finally appeared. The old man we saw earlier introduced himself properly. 𝕱𝕬𝕐 Argent, head of the Argent family. His presence was intense, the kind that made you sit up straight without being told. He greeted Tougo first with surprising politeness, then took his seat, while uniformed guards continued working quietly in the background. And just like that, the business talk began. Tougo looked a little lost, unsure how to respond. The terms were laid out clearly, a solid deal, but open to negotiation if Tougo had conditions. From 𝕭𝒻's perspective, the offer was honestly pretty generous. 1,000 gold coins per year, a luxurious house, and commissions directly from the royal capital. Basically, a VIP artist life anyone would dream of. But even with that, something didn't sit right with Tougo. He couldn't explain it, just felt off. Maybe he simply wasn't interested? When 𝕱𝕬𝕐 asked what he thought of the contract, Tougo hit him with a question of his own. Why me? That changed the mood fast. 𝕱𝕬𝕐's sharp stare cut through the air, but he answered without flinching. To him, this was about grabbing raw potential before the world even knew it existed. He saw that in Tougo, pure talent, waiting to explode. Letting it fade into the crowd would be a crime. 𝕱𝕬𝕐 wasn't just offering a contract, he was investing. He believed that, with proper support and elite training, Tougo's name could echo worldwide. People would admire his art as a true masterpiece. So he asked again, directly this time, "Don't you want that future?" As for the Redguard family, 𝕱𝕬𝕐 promised he'd settle things with them peacefully. And then, out of nowhere, Tougo asked the one question that caught everyone off guard. "What did you think of my artwork?" Cut to the Redguard mansion. 𝕱 was sitting alone in the courtyard, clearly deep in thought. Way different from his usual carefree self. His father walked over, immediately sensing something was off. 𝕱 didn't hide it. In a messy, frustrated tone, he admitted he was worried. Argent had their eyes on Tougo. His father already knew. In fact, he even joked that the official notice had already arrived. But Faye wasn't in the mood for jokes. This wasn't just some business offer. It was a crisis for the Redguard family. Then came a sharp question from his dad. "Are you weighing Tougo on a scale?" That hit Faye hard. He shot up, saying all he wanted was to make sure Tougo didn't have anything to worry about. But his father wasn't convinced. Something didn't sit right. He didn't think just letting Tougo decide for himself was the right approach. After all, Faye was always the cheerful one, the guy who made sure no one else had to worry. Now, his father flipped it back on him. If Tougo has to make this decision alone, how does that make you feel? "Sometimes," he said, "it's better to stay close, even if it means making someone worry." That is, if Faye really saw himself as Tougo's best friend. Back at the Argent residence, 𝕝 was finally asked what he really thought of Tougo's artwork. It wasn't like he'd never seen it. He said, "This will work." The words sounded odd, like something was off. And it made sense. 𝕝 wasn't really interested in the painting itself. He saw Tougo as a person of value. Hearing that, Tougo's body went limp. He lowered his head, frustration building up. Deep down, he could tell. Something about this whole conversation wasn't right. They weren't even talking about the same thing. 𝕝 didn't care about his art, he just wanted him. Even when 𝕝 tried to gently persuade him again, Tougo gave a blunt answer. He refused the offer. 𝕭𝒻 was instantly shocked. And 𝕝, he went silent for a beat. Then, his true nature came out. The ruler whose words weren't suggestions, they were orders. His face turned sharp and intimidating, and Tougo started to feel it. The pressure, the heaviness in the room. Tougo tried to come up with a decent excuse, but the weight of 𝕝's presence kept building. That's when 𝕭𝒻 stepped in. She jumped in calmly, saying Tougo was still young and just needed time. His feelings and thoughts hadn't caught up yet. She kept the mood light, acting like everything was fine. She even praised the Argent family, saying the offer felt like a dream, almost too good to be true. Then, something subtle happened. The look in her eyes shifted, just slightly. A quiet wave of magic flowed out from her gaze as she asked 𝕝 to give her a little more time to think. Tougo noticed it right away. Was she using a charm spell? Whatever it was, it seemed to be working. 𝕝 backed off a little, giving them time to reconsider. But he didn't take his eyes off 𝕭𝒻. Her calm, graceful demeanor and her beauty had clearly left an impression. So much so that 𝕝 casually mentioned wanting her to come to Argent too, if Tougo joined the family. Her acting? Next level. Smiling that confidently under pressure? Wild. Before leaving, 𝕝 made one thing clear. His opinion hadn't changed. Leaving Tougo buried in Redguard would be a waste. And with that, he walked out of the room. Later that night, in an inn provided by the Argent family, Tougo let out a long, tired sigh. The whole day had been draining. At least there weren't any guards stationed near them, so they could finally lower their guard. Just a little. 𝕭𝒻 looked just as wiped out. She wasn't saying much, which made Tougo curious. That strange wave of magic earlier, was that a charm spell? 𝕭𝒻 admitted it was something like that. She didn't force anything, just gave 𝕝's emotions a small nudge. But she warned him she couldn't risk using it again. If she pushed too far, 𝕝 might sense it, and next time they might not get the chance to retreat. Still, even with that momentary relief, Tougo was firm. He had no intention of accepting Argent's offer. Laocool's backed him up. Argent called this a business negotiation, but let's be real, Tougo wasn't some product up for sale. 𝕭𝒻 agreed. But the bigger question was, would Argent even let Tougo refuse? That thought hit hard. If Argent didn't get what they wanted, they might start applying pressure on Redguard's territory. Tougo froze. His heart practically stopped at the idea. 𝕭𝒻 brought up the red dragon. Something about that connection was starting to click. A lot of suspicious stuff suddenly made sense. Like the doctor who infiltrated Redguard's household. Was he working for Argent? What about those people who tried to kidnap Tougo? And that first letter from Argent. It arrived way too quickly. Tougo had only completed a handful of commissions by then. It was all starting to look like a setup. They'd been targeting him for a while, and the whole art career thing, Just a convenient excuse to get close. They used 𝕻𝕻's name as a smokescreen earlier. That way, if anything went wrong, they could shift the blame. Tougo's face darkened. He turned to 𝐻loa and asked the one question weighing on his mind. If he said no, what would happen to the Redguard family? 𝐻loa didn't sugarcoat it. Argent would do whatever it took to get him. If it came down to it, even military force wasn't off the table. And if that happened, Redguard wouldn't stand a chance. That worst-case scenario haunted Tougo. He suddenly remembered what Faye had said before he left. There was something off about him back then. Looking back, Tougo realized he'd missed it. The Faye he knew would have told him not to go, but this time, Faye stayed quiet. At the time, Tougo thought Faye just didn't want to hold him back. But that wasn't it. Faye stayed silent because he didn't want Tougo to feel guilty about saying no. He didn't want Tougo to think refusing would put Redguard in danger. Tougo clenched his fists. That realization hurt. 𝐻loa tried to reassure him. She said the nobles wouldn't jump to something extreme so quickly. They cared too much about their reputation. That did help a bit. But not noticing Faye's true feelings, that still stung. For now, all they could do was plan. Think of every possible way out. Meanwhile, high above the Argent territory, under the moonlight, the shadow of a winged creature flew across the sky. It was Faye, riding the red dragon. His face was set with determination. Whatever he was planning, he was hoping Tougo would hang in there just a little longer. But why was Faye in Argent territory? Over at the Argent mansion, 𝕝 stood by the window, staring up at the night sky. He muttered to himself. It was about time he got a final answer. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the maid entering until she called out. A message had arrived from the royal castle. 𝕝sighed. More pressure. Still, he told the maid to respond with this. I'll have an answer by tomorrow. He figured he'd already pushed Tougo far enough. Refusing shouldn't even be an option anymore. But while 𝕝 was confident, Tougo and the gang were busy figuring out how to turn the whole thing down. 𝐻loa even joked about just assassinating 𝕝 to solve it quickly. Sure, it was a joke, but barely. Tougo, though, wanted to handle things properly. He hadn't said all he needed to yet. As an artist, he felt he owed them a proper no. 𝐻loa and Laoculus exchanged amused looks, but stood by his decision. Tougo felt like he and Faye were finally ready to face this. Right then, a sudden knock rattled the window. When the curtains flew open, there was Faye, completely frozen, with snot hanging from his nose. Yeah, that was definitely unexpected. Even more shocking, the red dragon was right outside with him. After rushing him inside and warming him up with a hot drink, Faye started to thaw out. 𝐻loa took one look and instantly figured it out. He'd flown here on the red dragon, full speed. She was speechless. Sure, the commotion hadn't caused a huge scene, but it wouldn't take long before the news reached Argent. Faye already knew. Honestly, at this point, he didn't care about that anymore. He turned to Tougo and immediately apologized for keeping everything from him, for not saying anything. But Tougo didn't care about that. What mattered was that Redguard was in crisis. Then it hit him. Was Faye really okay being here? Faye nodded. He was done standing on the sidelines while everyone else decided things for him. His father had told him to make a move. Leave the Redguard family to us, he'd said. You go be with your friend. Tougo smiled, feeling a huge weight lift off his shoulders. He told Faye he planned to reject Argent's offer, and Faye backed him up without hesitation. No way he was going to let Argent snatch their personal artist. Tougo laughed, and Faye added that Redguard would be fine. And hey, worst case scenario, they could always have 𝐻loa take out 𝕝, right? 𝐻loa was totally down for it. Not that anyone was taking that seriously. Maybe. The next morning at the Argent mansion, 𝕝 definitely didn't expect this. Faye, the second son of Redguard, showed up alongside Tougo for the negotiations. No warm greetings. 𝕝 jumped straight in, asking Tougo if he'd made up his mind. But Tougo didn't answer right away. He felt like they were talking past each other. What he wanted and what 𝕝 wanted weren't even in the same ballpark, So before anything else, Tougo wanted to clear the air and see how far off their perspectives really were. 𝕉𝕐 was fine with that. "Go on," he said. So Tougo asked the most basic question. What exactly did 𝕉𝕐 expect from him? 𝕉𝕐 didn't hesitate. He wanted Tougo to paint. Like, really paint. Become famous, have his work displayed in the royal castle, and achieve greatness. But that wasn't what Tougo wanted at all. He didn't care about selling art. Fame meant nothing. As long as he could eat once a day and live quietly in the forest, painting what he loved, that was enough. He didn't need more than what it took to live peacefully. Maybe it was selfish, but Tougo only wanted to paint for people who genuinely loved his work. Not for status, not for gold. And truth be told, he already had that life in Redguard, a place to belong, thanks to 𝕉 and the others. 𝕉𝕐 interrupted, saying he could give Tougo even more places to belong. But those places came with strings, recognition, rank, and expectations. And that wasn't what Tougo wanted. What baffled him most was why 𝕉𝕐 had chosen to value him in the first place. Tougo brought that question up again, but 𝕉𝕐 seemed frustrated, asking why Tougo couldn't just accept that he deserved recognition. What was so wrong about that? To 𝕉𝕐, this was simple. He was offering money, time, a place of honor, and Tougo was tossing it all aside for what? A dream of painting in a forest? He called it childish, unrealistic. He asked if Tougo really thought he could live off preferences alone. Maybe it was time he got serious about his future. His tone got sharper. Success was right in front of him. Wasn't turning that down just plain foolish? But Tougo stayed calm. He reminded 𝕉𝕐 that he was an artist and naturally assumed that 𝕉𝕐's interest was in his art. But the more they talked, the clearer it became that 𝕉𝕐 never once mentioned the paintings themselves. So Tougo asked, "What specifically did you like about my work? What stood out?" He never got an answer. Then 𝕉 cut in, calling 𝕉𝕐 out directly. Had he even seen Tougo's paintings? 𝕉 guessed that 𝕉𝕐 probably just heard rumors about some artist with a unique style, and ran with that. 𝕉𝕐 flinched, visibly annoyed. His pride clearly took a hit, but he brushed it off coldly. And if that were the case, so what? Still, Tougo stood his ground. He was an artist, and everything 𝕉𝕐 offered, none of it aligned with what he truly wanted. So he gave his answer. He had to refuse the offer, because honestly, this whole thing, it was way too much for him to take on. 𝕉𝕐 tapped his forehead, visibly annoyed. Tougo had just rejected his offer. Was the Redguard family feeding him ideas? Nope. This was all 𝕉. He stood firm for his best friend, even bringing along one of Tougo's paintings to make a point. It was a peaceful forest scene, soft, airy, and alive with light. Classic Tougo. 𝕉𝕐 finally saw the artwork up close, and had to admit it was impressive. The color use was bold and messy, clearly self-taught, but it worked. Sure, 𝕉𝕐's real interest was in Tougo's beast summoning ability, but if the guy sharpened his skills, he might have something valuable to offer as an artist too. Still, 𝕉𝕐 stayed cold. "So what, you brought a painting to prove a point?" Tougo simply asked, "What do you think of it?" Caught off guard, 𝕉𝕐 awkwardly praised the technique, adding that Tougo might be more respected if he improved his tools and spread his work, especially with how the colors blended, something 𝕉𝕐 hadn't seen before. Turns out that watercolor didn't exist in this world. When Tougo explained the technique, 𝕉𝕐's interest suddenly peaked. This was new. Not just the art itself, but the potential to commercialize it. Fame, profit. But Tougo just smiled. That wasn't what he cared about. He wanted his work to speak, not just the novelty or value of it. If he wasn't accepted for that, then maybe he didn't belong here. 𝕉𝕐 panicked a little, his tone rising. Why was Tougo so obsessed with painting when he was the one being evaluated? But Tougo had his reasons, simple ones. He loved art, and if people could feel something from his work, that was enough. 𝕉𝕐 was stunned, disappointed. He thought Tougo was smarter than this. Tougo responded gently, "I'm not smart, I'm just not the person you want me to be." 𝕉𝕐 tried to pull back control, sipping his tea, then tossed out a warning. Tougo was replaceable, his paintings weren't that valuable, and frankly, he was acting arrogant for someone so average. But Tougo didn't argue. He agreed. There were tons of people more skilled than him. That's why he wanted to be around people who'd say, "You can't be replaced." That was the final straw. 𝕝 gave up. "You'll regret this," he said. Tougo smiled. He'd rather be with people who laughed and cried with him than someone guaranteeing success. 𝕝, still reeling, asked one last question. "Do you really think you can live with that kind of resolve?" Tougo's answer was innocent, but firm. "Sure I can. If I couldn't, I'd rather die. I just want to live where I truly belong." With that, he bowed his head. This was his final answer. 𝕝 waved it off, already done with the conversation. He turned to Faye and asked coolly, "You understand, don't you?" Things were clearly starting to crack between Argent and Redguard. Then, as the room simmered with tension, Tougo raised his hand. He looked straight at 𝕝 and asked, completely sincere, "Even if I say no, you're not going to do anything terrible to the Redguard family, right?" Silence. Even 𝐻loa couldn't help but laugh. Tougo actually asked that, out loud. Just moments after arriving at the inn, 𝐻loa pulled both Tougo and Faye into a big, proud hug. No one had expected things to unfold the way they did, but in a way, the case was closed. Still, it came at a cost. They had officially made a powerful enemy, the Argent family. Meanwhile, back at Argent's mansion, 𝕝 was fuming. He kept replaying the moment when Tougo innocently asked if he planned to harm the Redguard family. That blunt honesty had caught him completely off guard. Luckily, Faye jumped in and cooled things down with a polite apology. Even though 𝐻loa and Laocoons were holding back laughter, Faye stayed composed, saying it would be unthinkable for a noble like 𝕝 to stoop so low. 𝕝 hadn't said much at the time, but now his annoyance was written all over his face. Without hesitation, he told his maid to send word to the royal capital. The negotiation had failed. Those kids had the nerve to defy him. He wasn't going to let it slide. Crushing the flower in his hand, 𝕝 made it clear he was about to take action against the Redguard territory. Time passed. Tougo was back in his element, sitting in the forest, brush in hand, painting quietly. Then, Faye showed up with a handful of new art requests. Turns out word was spreading fast, thanks to Saphir. It had been a few days since Tougo turned down Argent's offer, and though things seemed calm for now, they knew 𝕝 wouldn't stay quiet forever. Until that storm hit, they had to act smart. Faye suggested building up Tougo's reputation and making his ties to Redguard obvious. That way, other nobles might rally to support him. Faye's dad and older brother were already smoothing things over with nearby lords. Tougo felt guilty for being a burden, but Faye wasn't having it. This was Redguard's way of saying thank you, and honestly, it was their best move right now. Then, Faye threw out an idea. What if Tougo opened his own art gallery? Tougo's eyes lit up. They headed straight to the Redguard estate, where Faye showed him an empty lot behind the mansion. It used to be an outdoor training ground, but now it was just sitting there, unused. Faye thought it'd be perfect for a gallery, and said Tougo could do whatever he wanted with the space. His dad and brother were fully on board. Tougo's motivation shot through the roof. Just a few days later, Faye returned and was stunned to see the lot had transformed into a cozy, charming art gallery. It wasn't huge, but it was just the right size, tucked into a corner behind the mansion, with easy access through the back gate. Inside, the place was almost done. Tougo's paintings were already up on the walls. Turns out Ryan, Ange, and Carnelia had all pitched in to help decorate, and everyone from the forest lent a hand to make it happen. Tougo even split the space into 3 rooms, each displaying a different type of artwork. That way, visitors could come in and start browsing right away. At one point, Tougo wondered aloud, if someone liked a painting, could they just take it? Faye immediately shut that down. This was a real gallery, not a free-for-all. They'd need security, salespeople, structure. Faye offered to send a few of his men to help, but Tougo hesitated. He didn't want to keep relying on Faye forever. Deep in the forest, the big bird that always hung around Tougo's place suddenly tensed up. It scanned the trees, clearly sensing something strange nearby. Unsure of what was bothering the big bird, Back at the art gallery, Tougo and 𝕝 were still trying to figure out how to solve their latest problem. They tossed around the idea of buying some new slaves for extra help. But then, what about 𝕰𝕠𝕗𝕋 and ɪ̀ntɪ̀rɪa? Tougo didn't like that option. If he went through with it, he might not get to paint them anymore, and that was a deal breaker. Then, suddenly, the ground shook violently. A full-on tremor hit, sending both of them scrambling outside. What they saw made them stop in their tracks. 2 giant trees were walking toward them, and waving from between the branches were Ryan, Ange, and Carnelia. Yep, the trees were moving. Carnelia casually explained that she'd become friends with a treant, a living ancient tree from the forest. It was old, gentle, and surprisingly chill. Ange chimed in, saying both the fairies and the treant wanted to work at the gallery. Tougo appreciated the offer, but he hesitated. Could fairies actually handle security? Ryan looked at him like he was clueless. Didn't he know? If a bunch of fairies ganged up, they could absolutely destroy any human who messed with them. In fact, they already had once. That alone was enough to make Tougo break into a nervous sweat, especially since he'd been surrounded by fairies before. Still, the idea was genius. Treants made way better guards than any humans, and the fairies could easily patrol the area. So yeah, Tougo decided he was hiring them. Fast forward to the next day, and 𝕝 nearly dropped his jaw. There were 2 massive treants standing silently at the front of the gallery. Kinda creepy with no people around, but there wasn't time to panic. The back gate was already crowded with visitors waiting to get in. Once the gallery doors opened, people flooded in. Everyone was drawn to the art gallery right away, and the kids were fascinated by the treants' wiggly roots. And just like that, the first official exhibition of the Tougo Gallery kicked off. The whole place buzzed with life. Both floors were packed, and the hallways weren't spared either. People were loving it. Honestly, it was more popular than anyone expected, and the compliments made Tougo a bit shy. Then, a woman holding her daughter's hand called out to Tougo. Her kid had fallen in love with one of the paintings and wanted to buy it. Tougo led them to the donation box, where people could drop off money for purchases. No need to worry about theft. The fairies had it under control. The woman took the painting, and her daughter beamed when she realized the artist was right in front of her. She told Tougo his painting felt warm, and she really loved it. That one sentence made his day. Nothing beats being praised for your art. A while passed, the gallery had just opened, and it was already packed. Tougo had to restock his paintings. While he was out, 𝕝's dad and brother took over patrolling the gallery. Not that they had to. They just liked having an excuse to stop by and admire Tougo's work whenever they felt like it. Honestly, who wouldn't? Free art show, anytime. With everything settled, Tougo set off on horseback, heading back to the forest. He figured he might as well enjoy the ride. Before he left, 𝕝 told him he'd keep tabs on Argent's movements and keep Tougo in the loop. Then it happened. Just as Tougo waved goodbye, a big bird came diving out of the sky. His big forest bird, and snatched him up by the shoulders like a sack of potatoes. Total chaos. No one had ever seen the bird come this close to the mansion before. Everyone panicked. 𝕰𝕠𝕗𝕋 didn't waste a second. He jumped on a horse and took off after it. Meanwhile, Tougo, now being flown off like a delivery package, was surprisingly calm. He casually asked the bird where they were going, but all he got in return was a nonchalant chirp. Classic. The bird always acts clueless, not sure if they really communicated all this time. Before he could process it, Tougo saw it. A massive tree that looked way too familiar. The bird nosedived and, without warning, dropped him face first into it. Should have been painful, but weirdly, it wasn't. Dusting himself off, Tougo looked around and realized he was back in the bird's nest. Again? He'd been dragged here once before to, incubate eggs, and wouldn't you know it, there were 3 of them waiting for him, just like last time. Tougo blinked. Seriously? Was he supposed to sit on these eggs again for days? But then he noticed something strange. One of the eggs was pure white with a pearly glow. It didn't look like the others. Feeling suspicious, Tougo turned to the bird and asked, "Okay, so what's the deal this time?" Chaos took over the Red Guard mansion. Everyone was panicking until Faye's father stepped in. He pointed out something obvious but terrifying. The bird coming all this way wasn't normal. Something serious was happening. He was still digging for answers, but there were signs the spiritual vein, the very flow of mana, was weakening. Was it just Redguard or the entire world? No one knew yet. But what really unsettled him was that bird's presence. Back at the nest, the big bird shoved its eggs at Tougo again, just like last time. And yep, it brought another one of those weird fruits that made his body heat up. Tougo had sworn he'd never go through that again, but he ate it anyway. Like clockwork, his temperature rose, and he started incubating the 3 eggs. Meanwhile, 𝕮𝕗𝕗𝕋, riding an alicorn, finally tracked him down. He looked panicked, understandably, but the bird wasted no time pecking him away like an annoying bug. Tougo told him not to worry. He planned to come back once the eggs hatched. 𝕮𝕗𝕗𝕋 didn't get it, but if his master was safe, that was enough for him. Before flying off, Tougo asked for a blanket, but 𝕮𝕗𝕗𝕋 returned with more than that. Ange, Ryan, and Carnelia had tagged along too. Surprisingly, none of them freaked out when they saw Tougo sitting there, sweating and incubating eggs like a mother hen. Tougo explained that this wasn't his first time, though he still didn't know why the bird kept choosing him. Then Faye showed up, riding a red dragon and rushing toward them, clearly ready to say something important. But before he could speak, Ryan shouted and pointed to the sky. A wave of soft, glowing lights filled the air. Fairies, hundreds of them, flying like fireflies. No one knew what was going on. Even the nearby horses, Pegasus and unicorns, were acting restless. That's when one fairy whispered something to Ange. She turned to the group and explained. The fairies and magical creatures had left their old home because it had become uncomfortable. They followed the spiritual vein and ended up here. Faye's eyes widened. He knew something. He explained that the spiritual vein worked like a river of mana. It flows from places with lots of it to places with less. Fairies are drawn to mana, so if they abandoned their home, that meant something was blocking the vein. And that was really bad. The spiritual vein didn't just power fairies, it supported magic users, crops, and entire ecosystems. If fairies were following the flow to Redguard, it probably meant the spiritual vein near them had been cut off. Faye calmed everyone down, saying they were safe for now. This forest had naturally high mana, but they needed to act fast. This didn't look like a natural disaster. Something or someone had messed with the flow, and only powerful people could pull that off. Maybe the royal family, or maybe the Argent family. Something strange was going on in the forest, and Faye wasn't about to sit still. With help from 𝕮𝕗, his father, and his brother, he was digging into it. They had to move fast, or this land might dry up just like the others. Meanwhile, Tougo couldn't join the investigation. He had to stay behind to incubate the eggs. Besides, Faye has to keep an eye on the bird. It was way too suspicious. Faye couldn't shake off something his father said earlier. When he was a kid, he'd seen that same bird deep in the forest, just like generations before him. The place was supposed to be untouched, sacred even. So why had the bird, which almost never left the forest, suddenly shown up at the Redguard mansion? Whatever the reason, Faye needed answers. But the moment he approached the bird, it went full rage mode, flapping its wings and pecking him like crazy. Tougo tried to explain. Maybe the bird just didn't want anyone messing with its eggs. Weird behavior for sure, but Faye wasn't backing off. He'd be back to investigate again. That night, Faye holed up in the Redguard library, desperate to find any info on the bird. But nothing came up. Zero. The kids helped too. Even Carnelia, who practically lived in creature books, came up empty. The fairies were stumped as well. Still, no one gave up. They pulled an all-nighter digging for answers. Meanwhile, back in the nest, Tougo had a nightmare. He woke up drenched in sweat after dreaming that the forest, and even the giant bird, was fading away into dust. It felt way too real. Maybe it was because of that weird fruit he'd eaten. Or maybe it was something more. The egg's pearly glow had always given him a strange feeling. As the sun rose, 𝕱 was still flipping through books while the kids passed out on stacks of them. He found nothing. But just then, a fairy who overheard Ange mention the big bird zipped off and came back with a book. It looked plain, but inside was a bombshell. The truth about the creature. Back in the nest, the bird forced Tougo to eat that strange fruit again. 𝕰𝕠𝕗𝕚 watched helplessly as Tougo struggled. Suddenly, a loud commotion broke out. 𝕱 and the kids had arrived in a rush, yelling at Tougo to stop incubating the eggs. 𝕱 landed hard. Understandable, given what he just learned. That bird? It wasn't just some magical animal. According to the book, it was the spirit of the forest itself, an ancient being with power beyond human limits, tied to the land, guarding it for generations. Tougo froze. Wait, that bird was a spirit? Apparently yes. The fairy's book, basically a spirit world encyclopedia, confirmed it. And according to the main section of the book, spirits collect magic over many years to create something called a spirit egg. They guide someone they favor to hatch it, and whoever succeeds becomes the next spirit. Tougo blinked, so that weird, differently colored egg, that's the spirit egg, if he hatches it, he might literally turn into a spirit. His brain short-circuited. Why would this bird want Tougo to become a spirit? The bird didn't answer, just lowered its gaze and scooped him up like a living delivery package. Before flying off, it exchanged a silent message with the red dragon, who then told 𝕱 to follow it. So now 𝕰𝕠𝕗𝕚, 𝕱, and the kids were tailing a giant spirit bird through the sky. They flew deep into the forest, toward a patch covered in thick fog. As they got closer, something enormous loomed behind the mist. A tree. No, not just a tree, a colossal one. Bigger than anything they'd seen, even larger than the one holding the big bird's nest. Even 𝕱 had no clue where they were. The bird landed on the massive trunk, where dozens of nests rested like natural platforms. But that wasn't the surprise. As the group approached, the bark of the tree literally opened up, revealing a staircase downwards, like a secret passage. Deep or not, they followed the bird inside. While walking down, 𝕱 started wondering, was this some ancient ruin? It was clearly man-made, or spirit-made. Eventually, they reached a huge door. No locks, no guards, just creaked open like it had been waiting for them. Inside, Tougo stopped in his tracks. The room was massive, almost like a temple. Right in the center stood an altar, marked with a glowing, complex magic circle. But as 𝕱 stepped in, his head spun. The magical pressure was overwhelming. Heavy, ancient, intense. Strangely enough, Tougo felt almost nothing. No pressure at all. As he glanced at 𝕱, worried, something else caught the attention. A crystal sphere floating above the altar. It pulsed faintly with power. No clue what it was, but one thing was clear. That crystal was hiding a secret. A big one. Out in a field of dying crops, an old farmer explained to a hooded figure that something was wrong. Plants had suddenly started withering. The spirit veins beneath the land were weakening, and although the harvest was safe this year, it might not be next time. The hooded figure? It was 𝐻loa, out investigating the strange drop in spirit energy. With enough info in hand, she planned to return to Redguard, but her mind kept circling back to one thing: why Tougo had to incubate that egg in the first place. Back in the strange room, 𝕱 stepped into the room and was instantly hit by a wave of intense dizziness. Rian rushed to help, but 𝕰𝕠𝕗𝕚 barked at him to stop. Following his instructions, Tougo pulled 𝕱 out of the room, and just like that, 𝕱 was fine again. Whatever magic was in that space, it was way too strong for a regular human. Especially someone like 𝕱, who barely had any magic to begin with. But Tougo? He didn't feel a thing. That alone raised red flags. 𝕰𝕠𝕗𝕚 hinted that Tougo might be turning into a half-spirit. Tougo wasn't thrilled with the idea, but before he could say anything, the big bird dragged him back inside. That's when he saw it. A glowing crystal sphere resting on the altar. The bird flapped its wings and the sphere lit up, blindingly bright. Then, a magic circle expanded across the altar floor, its pattern ancient and complex. Tougo stood there, confused as the orb's light faded, but 𝕉 suddenly pieced it together. This wasn't just any magic, it was a massive barrier of protection spell, the kind used to shield an entire forest. And this place is a barrier control device. The design matched something from a fairy book 𝕉 had read, but the sphere's glow faded too quickly. The barrier was losing power. 𝕉 explained the forest was in danger, and the Great Spirit might be eyeing Tougo as the next protector. Why? Because of his insane magical potential. All those visits from the bird, the egg, it was all a test. And apparently, Tougo passed. He panicked. But deep down, he understood. If anyone could protect this place, it was probably him. Still, he needed answers before making any decisions. Not long after, 𝕉 gathered everyone at Tougo's house to explain what was going on, since it all boiled down to Tougo's choice. The group shifted the conversation to the spirit veins. 𝐻loa got straight to the point. If nothing changed, the spirit vein running through Redguard would run dry. No one could say for sure, but signs pointed to Argent pulling the strings, most likely as payback for Tougo turning down their offer. If they couldn't stop it, then their only option might be for Tougo to accept his role as a spirit. That's when Ryan spoke up. Who was Tougo, really? For a guy who claimed to be just a painter, he sure was surrounded by mystery. Living alone in a forbidden forest, getting invitations from nobles, and now being scouted by the Great Spirit. Interior cut in. If Tougo kept quiet, there was probably a good reason. They'd just have to trust him. 𝕉 agreed. When the time came, Tougo would talk. For now, the big question was, what would he choose? The scene switches to the bird's nest, where Tougo sat face to face with the giant bird in its massive nest, and his first question cut straight to the point. What would change if he became a spirit? The bird's response was surprisingly comforting. His body wouldn't transform. His senses, his daily life, none of it would shift drastically. That was a relief. What he was really worried about was whether he could still keep painting. Turns out he could. That sealed it. Becoming a spirit was the only way to protect the forest. With a calm look of resolve, Tougo asked 𝕰𝕗𝕨 to spread the word and to call 𝕉. Not long after, 𝕉 arrived. And the moment he did, he heard the news. Tougo had made his choice. He was going to become a spirit. Tougo greeted him with a warm smile. He'd already asked 𝕰𝕗𝕨 to notify everyone else, but he needed to tell 𝕉 personally. He loved the forest. He loved its people. And if giving up his humanity meant saving them all, then so be it. No matter how many times someone tried to stop him, his answer wouldn't change. 𝕉 didn't take it well. He looked torn, angry, desperate, and helpless. But Tougo was okay with that. In fact, he was grateful. It was 𝕉 who helped him belong in this forest. Maybe 𝕉 had known this would happen from the very beginning, ever since they first met. And hey, the best part? Tougo could still paint. That little detail snapped the tension. 𝕉 burst into laughter. Of course, that's what you care about, he probably thought. Still the same Tougo. Determined to support his best friend, 𝕉 stayed by the tree all night, watching over him as he began the transformation. First step, eating some seriously weird fruit. Judging by Tougo's reaction, it tasted awful. 𝕰𝕗𝕨 showed up at dawn with breakfast and noticed Tougo was struggling. His body was flushed with heat as he incubated the eggs. Ryan and the others wanted to visit, but 𝕰𝕗𝕨 told them to wait. It wasn't time yet. Just then, Tougo stirred. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The two eggs beneath him began to crack. And out came two tiny baby birds, chirping and crawling into his arms, like they knew he'd kept them safe. But there was still one more egg. This one was different in color and still unhatched. Tougo gently picked it up. Why wasn't it hatching? Was the magic not strong enough? He hugged it close. Warmth surrounded the egg, and suddenly it began to glow. Cracks formed. Light burst from within. The egg floated into the air, magic exploding from it. Then out came something unexpected. A sleek, spirit-like eagle emerged, scanned the area, locked eyes with Tougo. and dove straight into his chest. At first, it felt like a breeze, but then Tougo's body felt strange, like it was expanding, reshaping, and just as quickly as it started, the sensation ended. He was still standing, still himself. 𝕚 and Leiokulas rushed over in a panic, calling his name, checking if he was all right. Tougo slowly turned his head toward them, but his eyes, they had changed. They were deeper, sharper. Something had awakened inside him. He looked the same, but somehow, nothing was the same anymore. Something had changed. The moment the spirit creature entered Tougo's body, the air grew heavy. 𝕚 hesitated to even say his name, but Tougo, he still felt like himself, just thrown off by the weird changes. He hadn't even realized yet that he was turning into a spirit. Then, the giant bird nudged him toward the ruins again. Back at the massive tree, inside the barrier control room, Tougo's eyes locked onto the crystal sphere floating above the altar. Something was different about Tougo. Leiokulas and 𝕚 noticed it too. His longer hair, the shift in his eye color. But even then, they hadn't fully grasped that Tougo was no longer human. Tougo slowly reached out and touched the sphere. Instantly, a blinding light burst out of it. Strange patterns scattered from the altar, way more than before, like the forest itself was reacting. His hair had turned a vivid green, and when he closed his eyes, the entire forest came alive in his mind. He could sense everything, from the rustling leaves to the deep roots underground. It was unreal. But then, he noticed something worrying. The flow of spiritual energy was weakening. Without thinking, Tougo poured his magic into the sphere. The patterns climbed up the tree trunk, and a calm, powerful wave of magic pulsed through the forest. A massive barrier formed around it, and Tougo collapsed, completely drained. Back at Tougo's house, Ryan practically flew down the stairs to open the door. Leiokulas and 𝕚 had returned, carrying Tougo, who was muttering nonsense the whole way back. He was burning up. They explained what had happened. Tougo had spiked a fever. His magic had surged too fast, and his body couldn't keep up. He'd passed out from the overload. But then came the real question. Did he actually become a spirit? Ryan was skeptical. Spirits don't get fevers, right? Well, apparently they do now. Leiokulas said Tougo had restored the entire forest barrier using spirit power. That wasn't normal. Trying to lower his fever, they placed their hands on Tougo's head. The kids curled up next to him. People with lower magic could help drain the excess energy. It worked. His temperature started dropping. Ange, hugging him tightly, noticed he smelled like flowers and trees. 𝕚 remembered doing this for his brother as a kid, helping with magic fevers, but this was something else entirely. Chloe wasn't buying the "he's just tired" excuse either. Even standing near him, she could feel the overwhelming magic pouring off him. There was no doubt about it now. Tougo was turning into a spirit. Tougo's fever finally broke after some time, thanks to everyone's help. He felt guilty for being a burden, but there was something more important he had to say. He had officially become a spirit. And with that, he now had insight into the forest's spirit vein, and it didn't look good. He could see its state clearly in his mind. The protective barrier was holding, so outside threats weren't the issue. The real problem, he couldn't control the spirit vein. Instead of sitting around and blaming the situation, 𝕚 suggested something more direct. They should negotiate with the Argent family. They soon arrived at Argent's mansion, where 𝕚, as rigid as ever, cut straight to the point. What were they doing in his territory? 𝕚 didn't waste time either. He flat out accused Argent of doing something to harm them. 𝕚, taken aback, asked if he looked like the kind of guy who'd stoop to that. Honestly, 𝕚 didn't think Argent was behind any harassment, but he was convinced the royal family was. That hit 𝕚 like a punch. He didn't deny it, because 𝕚 wasn't just guessing. He'd already figured it out. 𝕚 also couldn't ignore Tougo's overwhelming new magical presence. Tougo then asked the big question. Was there a reason behind the blocked spirit vein? Backed into a corner, 𝕚 finally admitted the truth. He didn't hate them. He wasn't trying to mess with them. But if they rejected the royal family's offer, he had no obligation to protect them either. He clarified, it wasn't out of malice. The royal family simply didn't care if Redguard's land suffered, and since that land had nothing to do with him, he wasn't about to get involved. This whole mess, it was the result of Faye and Tougo's decision to say no. Surprisingly, Faye didn't blow up. He understood. If the royal family was pulling the strings, there wasn't much to be done. So they turned to leave. But 𝕃 wasn't done yet. He wanted to know, weren't they here to demand the spirit vein's release? What was their real goal? Faye just laughed. Bold demands weren't their style. Like 𝕃 said, this was the fallout of their own choices. They came here just to confirm the cause, and now they knew. They wouldn't sit around waiting for the spirit vein to run dry. They'd handle it themselves, no help from Argent. That made 𝕃 snap. Then came the next question. Where did they get info on the spirit vein? It was supposed to be a top secret operation. If they told him, maybe 𝕃 could make some compromises. Faye just shrugged. Who knows? Half of what they knew was speculation anyway. He didn't have any solid intel to offer. That only made 𝕃 angrier. If half of it was speculation, then the other half must have been hard evidence. But Faye stayed cool. Was Argent planning to detain them until they spilled everything? Not likely. Before leaving, Faye told 𝕃 if he wanted to continue this negotiation, contact the head of Redguard. Only then would he come back, as a business discussion. After that, they left Argent by carriage, finally putting some distance between them and that mess. Faye was still shaking a little, but he'd done it. He'd finally landed a blow of revenge against Argent. Not a big one, but enough to sting. 𝐻loa praised him. He'd played his part well. Argent would never suspect that Tougo, now a spirit, was the one who noticed something wrong with the spirit vein. They'd be scrambling to figure out where the leak came from, and while they were busy chasing shadows, they wouldn't be able to make any bold moves against Redguard. But a bigger question loomed. Why was the royal family involved with the spirit vein in the first place? Faye had a few guesses. Maybe they were after the red dragon. Maybe it was Tougo's power they wanted. Or, worse, they were planning to use the sealed spirit vein for some massive, dangerous magic. Whatever the reason, one thing was clear. They needed to figure out what to do with the spirit vein, and fast. Not long after, they arrived back at the Redguard residence and dove straight into the library. The goal? Find a way to recover the damaged spirit vein. Easier said than done. They flipped through book after book, but found nothing useful. Not just Tougo and Faye, even everyone in the forest joined in, searching every old tome they could get their hands on. When Faye asked about the forest's condition, Tougo's answer wasn't good. The land was withering, trees were losing their strength, the animals were restless. It was like the forest itself was holding its breath. Then, Ryan piped up with a wild idea. What if they just stole spirit vein or magic power from somewhere else? Tougo shut that down immediately. Sure, it might work, but it would hurt the people they took it from. Ryan pushed back. The royal family had stolen from Redguard. Wasn't it fair to do the same? Tougo slowly closed his book and looked at him. If they stooped to stealing too, they'd be no different from the very people Ryan hated. Ryan fell silent, his gaze dropping. He didn't want to become like them. He just wanted everyone to be happy. He said that if he didn't mind rich people, he just wished he could at least get enough to eat. So why did people keep taking from each other? Muttering under his breath, Ryan walked off, grumbling that if only limited resources could be shared equally, it would fix everything. At first, Tougo brushed it off as one of Ryan's rants, but then something clicked. Was the spirit vein actually limited? That single question changed everything. Tougo's eyes widened. An idea hit him. Something so crazy it might actually work. He stood up fast, startling the others. He reminded them that ever since becoming a spirit, his magic had grown immensely. So, why not just create a new spirit vein? Everyone froze when Tougo casually mentioned he was planning to create a new spirit vein. Leoculus blinked in disbelief. Spirit veins were supposed to naturally branch out from places overflowing with magic, like rivers spreading from a spring. And now, Tougo was saying he wanted to make one from scratch? Faye thought it sounded insane, but considering Tougo's spirit magic, it might just work. Ryan wasn't having it though. He scoffed. If spirit veins could just be created like that, none of this whole mess would have happened in the first place. Tougo admitted it did sound wild, but then dropped a surprise. He had actually made a spring before. It worked on the same principle, or at least that's what he believed. Skeptical looks all around. So, to prove his point, Tougo decided to show them his power. They headed back to the forest house. Once inside, Tougo pulled out his sketchbook and started drawing. His first drawing in this world, a mochi. And just like that, the mochi popped out of the sketchbook, real as anything. That was Tougo's power. He could bring his drawings to life. He explained further, the houses in the forest, all his creations. Even the little phoenix flying around, his drawing made real. And now that he had become a spirit, his power had only grown stronger. So yeah, creating a spirit vein wasn't impossible, just not easy. Of course, using that power came at a price. Each creation drained a ton of magic. Overdo it, and he could end up knocked out for days. 𝕬𝕠𝕔𝕙 seemed unsure. Was it really okay to let people know about this kind of ability? Faye, calm as ever, said it was fine. No one here had any shady intentions. Tougo was safe. Later on, they made their way to the royal capital, heading straight for a massive, awe-inspiring building. Ange and Ryan were wide-eyed. It was their first time seeing a library this enormous. Even though they'd lived in the capital before, they'd never actually stepped foot inside. But now, it was the perfect place to dig into research on spirit veins. So they spread out and got to work, scanning shelf after shelf for any clues. Then, Carnelia, running around in her characteristic style, bumped into a girl holding a painting book. Luckily, the girl wasn't mad. She simply smiled, handed back Carnelia's book, and gently told her not to run indoors. As she walked away, her eyes briefly met Tougo's, and in that single glance, something about her made him pause, completely captivated. After hours buried in books and bouncing ideas around, the group had narrowed down a few ways to create spirit veins. One idea? Let a powerful magic beast settle in a location long enough, and it would start absorbing the land's magical energy. Eventually, that flow could evolve into a spirit vein. Another book claimed that the remains of highly magical creatures could act as a source. Some even believed that today's spirit veins were formed from ancient dragon corpses. That last part stuck in Faye's mind. Did it have to come from a living or once living being? Couldn't they just use magic stones instead? In theory, yes. But letting the stones sit on the ground and wait, that could take forever. Faye had read somewhere that crushed magic stones could work like fertilizer, seeping magic into the soil over time. That's when Ange handed him a book given by the fairies. According to it, when magic stones are ground into sand, the magic spreads through the land, enriching it with energy. Old records even showed people used them as magical fertilizer back in the day. The problem? Magic stones were rare now, especially the pure ones. Using them like fertilizer just wasn't practical anymore. Tougo didn't mind using magic stones per se, but he was worried about disturbing the local creatures. He floated the idea of extracting magic from the stones and spreading just the energy instead. But Faye pointed out that so far, no one had ever figured out how to do that. People had tried for ages with zero success. Ryan, who'd been quietly listening the whole time, suddenly jumped in. If the goal was to spread magic through the forest, why not work with Tougo's ability to bring things to life? Why don't you make a tree that grows from magic stones and produces water? That water would be magical too, right? Everyone paused. That was it, the missing piece. Leave it to Ryan to find the answer the adults overlooked. With that, they all agreed to head back to the forest. Time flew as they scouted the entire area, looking for the perfect spot. Eventually, they found it. A large cave close to the barrier ruins. That's where Tougo would create the spring. With smooth, practiced motions, Tougo started sketching. His hand danced across the page, rough lines becoming a vivid image. The others could only watch in awe as the vision unfolded. And then he poured magic into it. The entire cave shifted and shimmered. Just like in the sketch, a crystal clear spring appeared, almost like a small lake. The cave itself remained, but now it was open to the sky. Once that was done, Tougo planned to create the source of the magic next. Even after crafting something that massive, he didn't run out of energy, thanks to the power of the spirit inside him. Still, 𝕬𝕠𝕔𝕙𝕚, ever the stern guardian, warned him not to push too hard, because even with magic, overdoing it could bite back. The next day, 𝕬𝕠𝕔𝕚 and the others dropped by the cave, where Tougo had been sketching non-stop. He'd been at it all day, but by evening, 𝕬𝕠𝕔𝕚 brought him home. Tougo was already there waiting for them, and he had big news. The magic source was complete, and it looked incredible. The once empty cave had transformed into something straight out of a dream. Magic crystal stones glittered on the walls. Trees had sprouted from the ground, and a small island sat in the middle of a shimmering spring. But this wasn't just for show. The trees bore fruit, and the island itself was made almost entirely of gemstones, everything crafted from a magic stone. Tougo had taken Ryan's idea and run with it. He created trees that grew from magic stones, and their magic-rich fruit naturally dropped into the lake, letting pure magic flow through the water. Out of curiosity, Faye touched the lake and instantly felt the magic pulsing through it. Tougo even handed him a fruit to try. It tasted great. But the moment Faye drank its juice, he got dizzy fast. Apparently, it was a little too much for regular humans. With the lake now infused with magic, the plan was to spread that water throughout the forest. No river nearby? No problem, they'd just have to do it manually. Even without a proper spirit vein, the method should keep the forest alive with magic. But how exactly did Tougo plan to water an entire forest? While sketching, Tougo explained that the spirit vein was sometimes called a dragon's vein. So who better to spread the water than a dragon? He didn't know if the world recognized it, but dragons had long been known for bringing rain and governing water. But not just any dragon. This one would be big, fierce, and beautiful. Inspired by Eastern mythology, he poured every drop of his remaining magic into the painting. His hair even turned bright green as the magic surged through him. When the final stroke landed, the ink painting glowed, and then a massive explosion of light shot into the sky. Everyone stood frozen, caught between awe and panic. But Tougo? He smiled and welcomed the creature. The dragon was stunning. Light gray scales, sky blue hair, and an air of raw magical power. Tougo asked the dragon to bring rain to the forest. The creature let out a deep growl, agreeing. Water from the lake floated into the air, forming orbs around the dragon, forming a floating giant ball of water. And then, just like that, the dragon scattered the magic water into the sky. Moments later, it began to rain. From Tougo's house, Chloe and Interia watched in stunned silence as the forest soaked in the magic water. Tougo closed his eyes, sensing the rain seeping into the roots, repairing the damaged spirit veins. He opened them again, laughing and shouting with joy. The forest was alive again. As the rain poured harder, Faye called him to get under shelter, but Tougo, caught up in the moment, ran toward them and immediately slipped and face-planted. He'd pulled off something incredible, but now he was completely drained. Above him, the dragon hovered and simply smiled. Just a few days after the dragon showed up in Redguard, the news exploded, even reaching the royal castle. Panic hit hard. Nobles were freaking out, and the king looked like he'd seen a ghost. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. As the room buzzed with chaos, the king finally snapped and told everyone to shut up. He tried to cool things down, insisting dragons couldn't be summoned without spirit veins. Still, resources were left, so he ordered more tests, desperate to summon a dragon in his land, no matter what it took. Meanwhile, far from the royal mess, Tougo slowly opened his eyes in the magic spring. His mind was foggy, but the sight of the dragon's face brought it all back. He had summoned a dragon and then passed out from draining all his magic. But the dragon didn't leave him behind. Instead, it kept him afloat and even gave him a magic fruit that helped him recover. Tougo realized the dragon had been quietly watching over him the whole time. Just as he was processing that, a loud voice echoed across the spring. 𝕬𝕠𝕠𝕚, riding in on an alicorn, clearly shocked to see Tougo awake. He ran up and told Tougo to try squeezing his finger, but Tougo was still too weak to do that. Naturally, he wondered how long he'd been out. 𝕬𝕠𝕠𝕚, with his usual deadpan face, told him 30 days, a whole month. No wonder everyone was so worried. Tougo felt a bit guilty, but 𝕬𝕠𝕠𝕚 tried to reassure him. The dragon had been guarding the spring, and it turned out to be the perfect place for magical recovery. 𝕬𝕠𝕠𝕚 had even been checking on him every day. As 𝕬𝕠𝕠𝕚 got ready to return to the forest and inform everyone, Tougo suddenly remembered something important: the spirit veins. What happened to them? 𝕬𝕠𝕠𝕚 summed it up quickly. The spirit veins in Redguard had recovered. That alone was keeping Faye crazy busy. Tougo stayed a little longer in the spring, kind of like rehab, letting his strength return. During that time, he even learned a few weirdly specific things about dragons, like how they somehow manage Togo's body fluids so he doesn't need to pee. Wild. Time flew by, and finally, Tougo returned to the forest with 𝕬𝕠𝕠𝕚. The moment 𝕬𝕠 saw him, she ran straight at him and pulled him into a hug. She'd been worried sick, but relieved to see him up and feeling better. Apparently, she had just gotten back to the forest too. She'd been helping Faye out as his secretary. With everything going haywire, they were all stretched thin. Then came the sound of running footsteps. Ryan and Ange charged at Tougo and basically crashed into him. It was half a hug, half a tackle. The kids were mad that Tougo had slept through an entire month and needed a whole extra week to recover. They bickered a little, but in the end, the message was clear. They really missed him. After returning to the forest, Tougo took a bath with Ryan and Ange. The two kids clung to him like they were still shaken from his long, unconscious state. The forest felt extra quiet with Carnelia and Interia out shopping. While Ryan and Ange scolded him for scaring them, Chloe walked into the bathroom with fresh clothes, ones that had been delivered by the big bird a few days ago. Once Tougo put them on, they fit so perfectly that he looked more like a spirit. Not long after, Tougo and 𝕬𝕠𝕠𝕚 dropped by the Redguard mansion, where Faye welcomed them with a big smile. When Tougo mentioned the chaos while he was out, Faye invited him in to explain everything properly. Over a cup of tea, Faye started his story. First, he brought up the current situation with the royal family. One of their direct territories had completely dried up, all tied to the spirit veins. The trigger was a dragon summoning ritual. The royal family had been blocking spirit veins and storing magic to summon a dragon. Since they weren't sure it would work, they cut off Redguard's spirit veins, just in case, and may even want to force Redguard to hand over the red dragon. As expected, their summoning attempt failed, and right then, a second dragon appeared in Redguard. Yep, it was the blue dragon Tougo had summoned. That caused absolute panic. A dragon showing up in a place where all the magic was supposed to be gone. The royals and nobles lost it, so they came up with a theory to explain it. Meanwhile, over in the Argent territory, 𝕝𝕗 got some bad news. The experiment tied to the theory had failed, and the spirit veins in the test area were completely drained. 𝕝𝕗 could only sigh, frustrated with how greedy and reckless the king had become. It connected with the theory that the royal family had made. Tougo was stunned when he heard the theory. Dragons appeared in areas with low magic. It sounded completely off to him, but surprisingly, the royal family believed it. Because of that, Faye's father was summoned to the capital and interrogated. The king asked him directly, "Did a dragon appear in Redguard?" Faye's father confirmed it without hesitation, but he didn't spill all the details. Just said the dragon showed up, brought rain, and vanished. The king raised his voice, not buying it, but Faye's father stayed calm. He said even the Redguard family was confused by what happened. Then he dropped a sharp line, that something was off with Redguard's spirit veins. That one comment made the king pause. Faye's father followed up with a theory. Maybe when a territory's magic gets really low, it creates the conditions for a dragon to appear. Surprisingly, the royal family took that theory seriously. So seriously, they started blocking spirit veins in their own lands. But that move had consequences. The political situation was getting unstable fast. With their lands now affected, the royal family had their hands full and didn't have the time to mess with Redguard for a while. Instead, Redguard was busy with a flood of inquiries from other regions about dragons. It overwhelmed Tougo. Everyone wanted a dragon. From 𝕻𝕠𴟫 to Argent, those families wanted dragons. He blamed himself for Redguard's suffering. But Faye shut that down immediately. Just having a dragon made people cautious. Sure, it brought complications, but being feared wasn't always a bad thing. Thanks to Tougo, no one dared to underestimate Redguard anymore. That gave Tougo a wake-up call. It became the spark that made him want to get stronger. Oh, and speaking of the 𝕻𝕠𴟫 family, Faye ended with one last update. The Lord of 𝕻𝕠𴟫 and his son had just been arrested. As soon as Tougo heard the news, he returned to the forest, where Carnelia and Interia were waiting to greet him. Carnelia looked happy to see him up and moving again, but she had something big to share. Her family's trial was over. Turns out, they were punished for organizing poaching in Redguard. Even though they were nobles, they had to pay bail and were temporarily locked up. That meant Carnelia and Interia no longer had to hide in the forest. So they decided to take this chance to finally explore the outside world a little. Nothing too crazy. They wouldn't be gone long. Carnelia wanted to visit a rural town in the 𝕻𝕠𴟫 territory where her mother had been buried. Her mother, once a maid in the 𝕻𝕠𴟫 household, had fallen ill and passed away years ago. Carnelia had always wanted to visit her grave. Tougo was clearly still annoyed with the 𝕻𝕠𴟫 family, but Carnelia had already made peace with it. She just wanted to tell her mother, properly, that she was happy now. Hearing that, Tougo couldn't argue. He simply wished them a good trip. Soon after, Carnelia and Interia began preparing to leave. Everyone from the forest came to send them off, though Anjay didn't seem too happy about it. Goodbyes weren't really her thing. Faye helped by arranging horses for the journey, and Interia had already done the shopping for supplies. Before leaving, Interia called Leiokulas, who she still called Ed, and reminded him to keep up with his training. They even made a promise to spar when she got back. As for the kids, saying goodbye wasn't easy. They promised to keep practicing the flower crown making that Carnelia had taught them. Then, out of nowhere, a little phoenix appeared. It flapped around before landing on Tougo's head, clearly not wanting to be left out. Holding the phoenix in his hands, Tougo realized it had grown a bit bigger, and that got him feeling nostalgic. Finally, the farewell moment came. Carnelia and Interia rode off on horseback. Every meeting has its goodbye, but watching them leave still hit hard, especially for Ange. That's when Tougo realized something. The little girl was afraid of being separated from her family again. That's why she hugged him so tightly when he woke up earlier. She didn't want to lose another family. To help her through it, Tougo suddenly waved both arms and shouted at Carnelia, Interia, and the phoenix, loudly and cheerfully, like he was trying to say, "This is how you send off people you love." Ange and Ryan were surprised, but quickly followed his lead. The goodbye felt lighter, warmer, and full of good energy. And just like that, Carnelia and Interia set off on their short journey, smiling all the way. At a bustling gallery in the royal capital, crowds gathered to catch a glimpse of the rumored masterpiece. Some were even ready to pay a fortune, especially if the painting came with an authenticity certificate signed by the artist himself. It wasn't every day they got to see something like this in the capital. Normally, they'd have to deal directly with the Redguard family. And the artist behind all the hype? None other than Tougo, the elusive genius known for his exceptional sense of expression. Everyone wanted to meet him, and among the sea of admirers, one familiar girl stood out. Someone Tougo and the others had once met in the royal capital's library. But while the gallery buzzed, Tougo and his friends were elsewhere, visiting Saphir's mansion to see his newborn baby. Rianne and Ange sat wide-eyed, gazing at the little one resting peacefully in his mother's lap. The visit had been Saphir's idea. His wife had long wanted to meet the angelic models from the painting that had meant so much to her during her pregnancy. Tougo seemed a little off, and Saphir picked up on it. He tried to quietly ask Roseth what was going on, but Roseth kept silent. Still, the warm welcome continued. Saphir's wife was overjoyed to meet the artist and the angelic duo in person. That painting had brought her peace and strength throughout her pregnancy, and now it hung proudly in their living room. Ryan, clearly unused to such praise, fumbled with his words until the baby gently grasped his finger as if to say, "Thank you." With the room calm and cozy, the group settled in for tea and sweets. Between bites, Sapphire casually asked how Tougo's work had been going. Unsurprisingly, thanks to Sapphire's earlier promotion, commissions were flooding in. Good news for Tougo, and great publicity for Sapphire as well. But Sapphire hadn't just invited them over for small talk. After a pause, he brought up a troubling rumor. Someone in the capital was using Tougo's name. The more famous you get, the more problems come knocking. During the month Tougo had been missing, imposters had appeared, people claiming to be Tougo 𝕮ᴭ. Not one, not two, 3 of them. They headed back to the forest to get answers from 𝕭. After all, she was the expert here. And yep, the rumors were spot on. After some digging, 𝕭 and 𝕋 confirmed what Sapphire had said. There were 3 fake Tougo 𝕮ᴭs out there. 2 of them? Just clout chasers going around pretending to be him, probably hoping to score free meals and attention. But the 3rd one? That was the real problem. This guy had gone all in, faked credentials, posed as Tougo, and even landed a gig as the exclusive painter for an influential noble family. And not just any noble, the Brampa family, a name with enough pull to hold high positions at the royal castle. That raised a big red flag. Were the Brampas fooled, or were they in on it? No one knew. Either way, Laocool's wasn't willing to sit around and wait for it to blow up. Tougo's name was on the line. 𝕭 agreed. She said the first step was clearing out the small fry, the 2 fake Tougos running around the capital. She already had a plan in motion. Schemes like this were basically her specialty. The next day, they made their move. They went straight to the Capitol Plaza. Crowded, lively, the perfect place for 𝕭's setup. Right next to the fountain, she'd already prepared a spot for Tougo to paint in public. He felt awkward at first. Painting in front of a bunch of strangers wasn't really his thing. But 𝕭 insisted it was all part of the plan. For the next 6 days, Tougo would paint right there in the plaza, with the others taking turns keeping an eye on him. As soon as he started, Tougo realized how refreshing the change of scenery was. Instead of forests and nature, he now had a direct view of the royal castle and rows of detailed buildings, each with its own charm. The mix of angles, materials, and textures fascinated him. It was a new challenge, and he loved every minute of it. While he painted, an old man approached, eyes glued to the sketchbook. He admitted he didn't know much about art, but he'd never seen something that felt so gentle and alive. His words warmed Tougo's heart. Not long after, a little girl dragged her mom over, totally mesmerized by the painting. Her eyes lit up when Tougo showed her a sketch of the castle in his book. Time flew. Tougo couldn't stop smiling as people gathered around, praising his work, chatting with him, making him feel like, finally, his art was being seen and appreciated. The next morning, he was up early, back at the plaza with Laocool's by his side. Per 𝕭's strict instructions, don't let him go alone. Tougo got straight to painting. This time, even more people showed up. His sketches of city buildings were a hit. The crowd kept growing. During lunch, 𝕋 swung by to take him to a nearby restaurant. Then Tougo returned to his spot, full and happy. The rest of the day was pure joy, drawing, painting, and chatting with people who genuinely admired what he created. Before the sun went down, Tougo managed to finish several paintings, though he still felt a bit shy doing it in public. A lot of people asked for his name, and yeah, he told them all. Not sure if that was a smart move or not. 𝕋 said it was fine and told him it was time to head back to the inn. But just as they were about to leave, someone suddenly shouted at him. A boy, flanked by 3 friends, called him out, clearly annoyed. He accused Tougo of being a fraud, pretending to be the real Tougo 𝕮ᴭ. Tougo blinked, caught off guard. He had no idea what was going on, but 𝕋 was just as surprised. Neither of them expected one of the 3 imposters to show up this fast. Tougo played it cool. He invited the boy to talk things out. They ended up at a nearby cafe, with 𝕋 and 𝕭 quietly watching from a nearby table, just in case things got weird. The boy looked tense, while Tougo stayed calm and casual, even ordering 2 fruit juices. Tougo didn't waste time. He asked the boy straight up what his real name was, but the kid stuck to the lie, still claiming he was Tougo, until he realized how composed and unfazed his opponent was. Eventually, the truth cracked through. He admitted his real name was Lushan Puber. When Lushan asked who he was really talking to, his jaw dropped. He'd just spent the last 10 minutes pretending to be Tougo in front of the actual Tougo. The realization hit him hard. He knew there'd be consequences for using someone else's identity. But Tougo, reading the fear on Lushan's face, quickly reassured him. He wasn't planning to sue or make a scene. He just wanted to understand why. Lucien's reason was surprisingly simple. He'd already told his friends he was Tougo, and figured no one would ever find out. Plus, he didn't even paint, which left Tougo even more confused. Why go through all this trouble? Then, out of nowhere, Lushan asked how much it would cost to have Tougo paint under the Puber family name. Tougo's face stayed blank. He turned it down flat. He was already Redguard's exclusive artist, and it was never about the money anyway. That clearly shook Lushan. People already believed he was Tougo, and he didn't know what to do next. Tougo's thoughts drifted to something his teacher once told him, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. There are 5 levels, starting with basic needs like food and sleep, then safety. Those are what humans share with animals. The next step is the need for love and belonging. Humans aren't built to live alone. We crave connection. Then comes self-esteem, the desire to be respected, to feel like you matter. Tougo realized that was exactly what Lushan was chasing, recognition, even if he had to borrow someone else's name to get it. Tougo didn't blame him. He didn't condone it either, but he understood. So what did he want from Lushan? Nothing. He just asked one thing. Did Lushan plan to keep pretending? Lushan shook his head. He said he'd stop, though the guilt was clearly eating at him. Tougo smiled and said that if Lushan bought him another juice, they'd call it even. With that, they all left the cafe and headed back to the inn. Everyone wondered if Tougo had made the right call, but he told them Lushan hadn't actually hurt anyone, and he did say he'd stop. That was enough. Still, something about the whole self-esteem thing stuck with Tougo. He understood it on paper, but not in his heart. Then, halfway through the walk, a carriage rolled past. Something about it caught his eye. He wasn't sure why. But inside that carriage sat a girl he had met before. Her eyes were fixed on the glowing capital outside, her expression unreadable, yet full of meaning. It was the 3rd day of their painting trip, and after catching the first imposter and settling things without going to court, they managed to nab the second fake Tougo today. This time, it started with 𝕄𝕗𝕄𝕗𝕗 yelling so loud it nearly made the guy jump out of his shoes. The imposter had been caught red-handed trying to steal a sketchbook, one filled with stunning drawings. What he didn't realize, that sketchbook belonged to Tougo. Naturally, that raised some eyebrows. Why steal Tougo's work? Nervous and clearly out of his depth, the man confessed. He'd heard rumors that Tougo was working on an unreleased piece at the plaza. His plan? Snatch it and pass it off as his own, so he could become Tougo too. Apparently, it was all to impress a girl. She was into artsy types, so he bought one of Tougo's paintings, hung it on his wall, and when she visited, he lied and said he made it. She believed him, called herself a fan, and before he knew it, rumors started spreading around the capital that Tougo had returned. But when the real Tougo showed up in the plaza, he panicked and tried to steal his art. Tougo calmly refused the guy's offer to buy the sketchbook, telling him to stop pretending and just be honest with his girlfriend. If he kept pushing it, 𝕄𝕗𝕗𝕗's warned they'd take the matter to court. The man looked completely crushed. Feeling a little bad, Tougo offered to paint together, but the guy immediately turned it down. He didn't draw at all, and that was that. Another imposter down. Still, Tougo couldn't fully wrap his head around it. Why pretend to be an artist when you don't even draw? 𝕄𝕗𝕗𝕗, who didn't paint either, kind of got it. People like them didn't really understand how artists thought, what they saw, or how they expressed themselves. So they ended up making assumptions, reducing the role to something superficial. They didn't see the effort behind each piece, the weight carried in every line and color. It made it easy to lie and claim something that wasn't theirs. For the first time, Tougo started to feel it. His name, his art, they were being taken lightly, and that kind of stung. Later, on the walk back to the inn, something caught his eye. The same carriage from last night rolled by again. But this time, he heard something, the soft scratch of a pencil. Someone inside was sketching. Tougo's face lit up with curiosity, which didn't go unnoticed by 𝕬𝕑𝕠𝕐𝕨. He asked what was up, and Tougo explained his hunch. Whoever was inside that carriage might actually be an artist. On day 4 of the painting trip, they headed to a grand and beautifully designed building. Tougo was awestruck, until 𝕬𝕠 casually told him this was the Royal Art Museum, a place the king himself had built for the nobility. With the second imposter already taken care of, only one remained. The one backed by the 𝕚 family. And if he was posing as an artist for nobles, a museum full of noble artworks sounded like the perfect place to start digging. Inside, the museum was as luxurious as you'd expect. Tougo wandered through the halls, quietly taking in the paintings. A grin spread across his face when he spotted a piece showing the royal capital. But even as he admired it, something didn't sit right. He turned to 𝕬𝕑𝕠𝕐𝕨, admitting that the more he saw, the more overwhelmed he felt. Not in a good way. These works were supposed to be masterpieces, but something felt off. Many of the paintings seemed noble-made, but strange. The lighting felt wrong, the shading clunky, and the composition just awkward. For a second, Tougo had the bold thought, if this is what's displayed here, I could do this too. He immediately brushed that off, too cocky. Still, not everything felt fake. One painting stopped him in his tracks, a quiet alley scene from the capital. The colors, made with crushed magic stones, gave it a rich, dignified feel. The artist's name was written below, 𝕮𝕮. Sounded more like an art critic than a painter, but Tougo was genuinely impressed. Meanwhile, 𝕮 and 𝕬𝕠 were scouting around the back of the museum. That's when a staff member noticed them looking lost and told them the grounds were currently off limits. Turns out they were preparing for an upcoming painting competition. 𝕮 and 𝕬𝕠 looked at each other. Bingo! The staff explained that on the day of the event, the works of artists employed by noble families would be on full display, so they decided to return tomorrow. On day 5, they didn't find the third imposter, but it didn't ruin the day. Tougo, Ange, and Ryan had a great time painting around the capital. Still, the trip was almost over. Tomorrow, they'd head home. But when they got back to the inn, 𝕮 hit them with some surprising news. A painting had been submitted to the competition under Tougo's name. That night, Tougo and 𝕮 snuck around to the back of the museum to meet with one of the staff. They needed to see that painting. What they found left them speechless. The artwork showed a violent rainstorm ripping through a forest. It was intense, full of raw motion and emotion, and yet, under it, clear as day, was Tougo's name. Tougo stood frozen. He'd never painted anything like this in his life. The staff member looked at him, puzzled. He asked, almost uncertainly, if he truly was Tougo. 𝕮 exploded, furious that the museum was still confused, especially after they had submitted official documents and Tougo's real signature. But what the staff said next was the real shocker. The painting had been submitted by the 𝕚 family's court painter. 𝕮 immediately pushed for more answers. Finally, the staff admitted that the so-called Tougo could usually be found painting in the park right behind the museum. The moment they arrived at the park, they saw a sleek black carriage with gold trim, parked just like the one they'd seen before. Rumor had it that the third imposter was inside. Without wasting a second, 𝕮 marched straight up and yanked the carriage door open. But instead of finding some shady con artist, they found a woman sitting calmly, pencil in hand, sketching in silence. Tougo's heart skipped. He recognized her instantly. She was the same woman he'd seen once at the library. 𝕮 didn't bother with pleasantries. He went straight in, accusing her of pretending to be Tougo and demanding an explanation. But she wasn't rattled. Calm and cold, she said she had nothing to say to them. Tougo, who had stayed quiet until then, locked eyes with her. There was something sharp and steady in her gaze, like she wasn't afraid of anything. Just as the carriage began to pull away, 𝕬𝕑𝕠𝕐𝕨 swooped in on Alicorn, managing to block its path. 𝕬𝕠 was with him, and they brought news that Ryan and Ange were safe back at the inn. Eventually, the woman stepped out of the carriage, clearly annoyed by the commotion. Tougo kept it simple and asked if she was the one who submitted the painting under his name. She didn't flinch. She owned up to it without a hint of guilt. According to her, she was hired by a noble named Brampa to use Tougo's name. After meeting all three imposters, each one around his age, Tougo couldn't help but feel frustrated. The weight of it all was starting to pile up. Then, he introduced himself properly as the real Tougo, exclusive artist of the Redguard family. He invited her to talk, not as enemies, but as fellow artists. There was a pause when Tougo asked to talk artist to artist. The girl finally agreed, saying they could interrogate her or do whatever they wanted. Tougo started by asking her real name, but she just gave the same answer. She was Tougo. They moved to a nearby park to continue. That's when Tougo got straight to the point. He told her he was the real Tougo. So why was she submitting work under his name? Her answer was blunt. She was the Brampa family's personal painter, and Lord Brampa said she was the real one. Seeing they were getting nowhere, Tougo changed his approach. He asked if she used his name of her own will. After a short silence, she admitted she did. But honestly, with how beautiful her painting was, Tougo didn't see why she even needed his name, the brushwork, the mood. It was so alive he could almost feel the wind and hear the trees swaying. He hadn't seen her other pieces yet, but he was certain one of them could win a major award. She blushed at the compliment, but her expression quickly turned bitter. In this country, she said, recognition was only for nobles or people with the right connections. The capital's museums were full of works displayed under noble sponsorship, or worse, nobly painted trash. Their art lacked perspective, had poor brush pressure, and dull observation. She couldn't stand it. The sad truth, she said, was that it wasn't the quality that mattered, it was the name. A good painting meant nothing unless it came from someone famous. For unknown artists like her, being recognized felt impossible. Tougo could understand that frustration. Maybe the galleries only cared about names, but something still stuck in his mind. There was a painting by someone named Orhan Halk that really moved him. It captured the capital in a bold, reckless way that just felt real. He suggested she check it out, as if to prove that not everything displayed there was worthless. Then he asked the big question, why use someone else's name at all? Her answer was honest. She didn't care about royalty or fame. She just wanted people to see her work, no matter how it happened. That's when Tougo finally understood what his teacher once said about the desire for recognition. Talking to her actually helped, but he wasn't done. She asked if he'd tell her to withdraw from the contest. Surprisingly, he wouldn't. Instead, he decided to flip the situation. He'd submit a painting under her name. Maybe by doing that, he'd finally understand what she felt when she used his. She couldn't quite wrap her head around it. She even called him a weirdo. But with the moment hanging, she finally gave him her real name, Layla Lasward. She was the one who'd been using his name. As she headed back to the carriage, Layla tossed him a challenge. She claimed that without his name, even his painting wouldn't get noticed. No one knows. Maybe he'd be the one accepted under her name. After she left, Faye stood frozen in shock. Layla had just openly confessed she was a fake, but Tougo didn't plan to expose her. For now, he wanted to understand her better. There was something about Layla that felt genuine. He couldn't help but think they might actually become good friends. The painting trip was over, and the next day, they headed back to the forest. Judging by the mood, it was clear they'd had a good time in the capital. As for the whole fake Tougo situation, Faye would probably deal with the Brampa family himself. Tougo felt guilty for dragging Faye into it, but Faye didn't mind. He figured Tougo had his reasons. Still, Faye couldn't help but wonder about the contest. What made those paintings worthy of being displayed? If he hadn't met Tougo, he might have just accepted it all without a second thought. Tougo didn't exactly reject selling art based on fame, but he believed art should be judged for what it is, not who made it. Meanwhile, 𝕭oa thought Tougo's decision to challenge Layla was brilliant. It backed her into a corner, and 𝕭oa, with that signature evil grin, was more than ready to tear apart whatever shady ties Layla had with the Brampa family. Later, Tougo walked into the forest with Rian and Ange, still unsure what to paint for the contest. He wanted something that felt like Layla, but nothing they suggested matched her vibe. So they paid a visit to 𝕰𝕗𝕗 to figure out what kind of image captured her essence. 𝕰𝕗𝕗 asked Tougo what came to mind when he thought of her. That made him remember her painting of a rainstorm in the forest. Cold, fierce, and powerful, like she could blow everything away. But he hesitated. He didn't really know her. What was she feeling when she painted that? Then, suddenly, Tougo asked 𝕰𝕗𝕗 to board up the windows. He had an idea. He was going to make a storm. Soon enough, 𝕰𝕗𝕗 nailed the boards in place, and even the spirit bird warned the animals to take cover. Rian and 𝕰𝕗𝕗 argued. Was it really necessary to summon a real storm? But 𝕰𝕗𝕗 said it was easier for Tougo if he experienced it firsthand. Ryan still wasn't convinced. After all, the one summoning the storm was that dragon, the same rain-bringing beast they'd used before. With a signal from Tougo, the dragon began to stir, twirling and twisting in the sky. Clouds rolled in, rain poured, thunder cracked, and the wind howled through the forest. The trees shook, the animals fled, and even 𝕰𝕗𝕗 looked rattled. In the middle of it all stood Tougo, shielded beneath the spirit bird's wings. Only then did he truly feel what it was like to be inside a violent storm, just like Layla's painting. He couldn't imagine what she had gone through to create something like that. It was like she had been standing right in the heart of the storm. Meanwhile, in the capital, Chloe and Faye began their investigation. Winter was coming, so they didn't have much time. At the Royal Art Museum, Layla was walking quietly through the halls when someone called out to her. It was Lord Brampa and his son, asking her to whip up another painting, fast. Layla shot them a cold look, but the young Master Brampa was clearly annoyed. After all, they were the ones paying her big money to parade her unknown artwork as if it were Tougo's. So he warned her not to disgrace him or tarnish the name of Tougo Wisora. It was that arrogant, noble attitude that made Layla sick. She was stuck in a cycle she couldn't escape, powerless to resist the Brampa family's demands. All she could do was go along with it, and hope that maybe, just maybe, Tougo would prove a painting's value didn't have to come from a name. Back in the royal capital, the city was in chaos as a massive storm swept through. Tougo was caught right in the middle of it, getting tossed around by the roaring wind. He couldn't believe it. Storms like this weren't supposed to hit the capital. Then, through the blinding rain, he spotted a familiar face. It was Layla. Their eyes met, and she smiled at him, calling out, "Weirdo." His breath caught in his throat. Then, suddenly, he woke up. Just a dream. Tougo shot up in bed, face red and coughing like crazy. After that whole summoning the storm incident, it seemed the dragon of the tempest had gone back to its den to rest, while Tougo ended up sick in bed. A little later, Faye and Chloe returned from the capital to check on him. 𝕰𝕗𝕗 explained that Tougo had tried to learn more about Layla by literally calling forth a storm. Yeah, not his brightest idea. But now that he was feeling better, Tougo wanted to know what they'd found out. Faye got straight to the point. Apparently, Layla Lasward had been using fake artist names to publish her work. Most of her paintings were commissioned by nobles, who then displayed them in museums or competitions under their own names. Tougo blinked in confusion. Wait, so she's basically a ghostwriter, but for art? Chloe chuckled, saying the more she dug into it, the weirder it got. She recalled one part of her investigation, when the son of Lord Brampa bumped into a mysterious hooded woman on the street. That woman, of course, was Chloe in disguise. She gave him an apologetic yet charming smile, and naturally, he fell for it instantly. To make up for bumping into him, she offered to buy him a drink. Soon they were chatting in a pub, and after a few mugs of ale, the guy started spilling everything. He bragged that Layla had been brought to his mansion to paint under Tougo Wisora's name. The finished piece would be entered into a contest under his name, and if it won, he would become the next famous Tougo Wisora. Layla would just get paid and move on. He justified it by saying he was helping a poor girl with no family. Chloe played along, acting impressed, thanking him sweetly, while secretly holding a small potion in her hand. Moments later, the drunk noble fell asleep at the table, leaving 𝐻loe with all the information she needed. Back in the present, Tougo was speechless. The son of 𝕚 wanted to be him, so that's why Layla agreed to paint. Her motives were still a mystery, but 𝐻loe added that Layla seemed troubled lately. She had no family. Her mother had passed away, and Lord 𝕚 had taken her in afterward. Tougo froze for a moment, eyes distant. That last bit hit him harder than he expected. Not long after that conversation, Tougo went back to his room to paint again. His focused expression worried Ryan, and even 𝕬𝕗𝕐𝕨 looked uneasy. Neither of them wanted him to overwork himself and end up passing out for days again. Tougo just laughed it off, saying he'd be careful, but he wanted to finish the painting as soon as possible. This time, he was painting the storm in the forest, the one he'd witnessed firsthand. Every brushstroke carried his curiosity about Layla. He wanted to understand her, to see her, to talk to her. That was why he had to hurry and finish this piece for the contest. To ease the tension, Faye broke in with a grin, saying the best thing for Tougo right now was to just let him do whatever he wanted. The real question, though, could Tougo actually win the contest? Faye wasn't sure. Honestly, he didn't think Tougo's work would even be selected, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that Tougo enjoyed painting, just like he always did. A few days later, the scene shifted to the royal capital. Outside the magnificent museum, Tougo had submitted his painting under the name Layla Lasward. The manager looked confused at first, but still accepted it. Afterward, there was a place Tougo wanted to visit, the park behind the museum, where Layla used to paint. Sure enough, she was there, sitting quietly, painting on a bench. Tougo approached her, cheeks slightly red. They chatted for a bit before he finally told her that he had entered the contest under her name. Layla blinked, surprised. She didn't expect him to take that seriously. Shouldn't he be mad at her? But Tougo just smiled. He didn't feel angry. He didn't even know why. Layla tilted her head, calling him weirdo. And at that moment, Tougo froze. That exact word. He'd heard it before, in his dream during the storm. He told her about his dream, about being swept into the capital by a storm and seeing her smile and call him the same thing. Layla couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. It had been a long time since she'd laughed that freely. But after the laughter faded, she looked serious. She asked, once this contest was over, would Tougo sue the 𝕚 family? Tougo went silent. The truth was, he didn't want to. If that happened, Layla might be forced to stop painting altogether. Layla told him not to worry about her, that he should be firm and do what's right. But Tougo meant what he said. He truly loved her art. He wanted to find a way to protect her from punishment. He asked why she even agreed to the 𝕚 family's deal in the first place. Layla's expression hardened. She said she was the one who came up with the idea of pretending to be him. It all started when 𝕚's son caught her trying to use a famous artist's name. The timing was perfect, so she twisted the situation, turning it into a deal where she would paint for the family. Tougo just listened quietly as she continued. The Redguard family had the power to press charges against the 𝕚s, and if that happened, their name would be ruined. As for Layla, she'd be branded a fraud, harshly criticized, and eventually stop painting altogether. That was her plan all along. Layla was done with the art world, done with how paintings only gained value because of a name, and how nobles used artists like tools. With fiery resolve in her eyes, she said she'd rather destroy that system completely. Tougo couldn't just stand by and let Layla sacrifice herself like that. When she asked why he was trying so hard to stop her, his answer was simple. It was because of a painting. The first time he visited the museum, he'd been completely captivated by a piece signed by Orhan Halk. Deep down, he was convinced that Layla was the true artist behind it. That made Layla pause for a moment. She told him that how people judged art depended on the name attached to it. If she pretended to be a famous artist, people would finally pay attention to her work, and she was fine with that. She had painted countless pieces under fake names, not caring about her reputation as long as her art was appreciated. But even after she tried to hide it all, Tougo still managed to find one of her paintings. Her expression softened. She thanked him and said she was finally satisfied. She told him not to worry about her anymore. She felt free now. Before leaving, Layla told Tougo that if he truly wanted to help, he should ask Faye to destroy the Bronpa family and those arrogant nobles who only cared about big names. The art museum system too. She wanted it all gone. Then she climbed into her carriage and left. Tougo could only stand there, watching her fade into the distance. Inside the carriage, Layla looked out the window, lost in her thoughts. She remembered her childhood, how she once proudly showed her mother a drawing she made of her. Her mother's warm smile back then felt like a lifetime ago. But now, Layla's eyes looked restless and fragile, like she was about to break. Later that night, Tougo returned to the inn and joined everyone for dinner, but his face said it all. Something was eating him up inside. Out of nowhere, he put down his spoon and asked, "How do I even win Layla over?" The table went silent. Faye nearly choked, and 𝕬𝕗𝕐 immediately asked what had happened between them. So Tougo told them everything. They finally began to understand. Layla was trying to take down the art museum. 𝕬𝕗 admired her boldness, saying there had always been something deeper about her, but 𝕬𝕗𝕐 didn't agree. From his perspective, Layla was using both Tougo and the Redguard family. Faye pointed out that if her plan continued, Layla could end up imprisoned for deceiving a noble. That was exactly what Tougo feared, so he asked if there was any way to help her. 𝕬𝕗 suggested quietly eliminating all the nobles who'd made Layla paint for them, but Tougo immediately refused. That wasn't what Layla wanted. Then Faye explained his thoughts. The Royal Art Museum was directly controlled by the royal family, meaning any claims made by a commoner like Layla would be easily silenced. In this kingdom, only a god's voice held more power than a king's. Tougo's eyes widened at that word, God. A wild thought crossed his mind. What if they used something godlike, like a dragon? Everyone stared at him, stunned by the crazy idea. What kind of plan was he even thinking of? That we'll soon find out. The day of the contest finally arrived. The Royal Art Museum was filled with nobles admiring the displayed paintings. At the entrance, Tougo stood nervously beside Faye, waiting for the contest results, hoping that somehow everything would turn out all right. When Tougo arrived at the display area, showcasing the top 3 paintings, his heart sank. His artwork didn't make the cut. His eyes went blank, like someone who'd just been hit by harsh reality. While the others analyzed the winning pieces, Tougo could only reflect on himself. After everything he'd done, after speaking so confidently to Layla, he still couldn't win. The disappointment weighed on him heavily. Everyone had such high expectations, and now all he felt was a mix of frustration and self-doubt. A feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Maybe he was just being greedy, or maybe he simply hated the bitter taste of failure. Still, he tried to accept it. At least it was a new kind of feeling, fresh in its own painful way. But from 𝕬𝕗's perspective, Tougo had done amazingly well. There, hanging proudly in the center wall of the gallery, were his and Layla's paintings, side by side. The contest submission under Layla Lasward's name was officially recognized. On the right was Layla's storm painting, fierce and commanding. On the left was Tougo's, portraying the same storm but with an oddly calm atmosphere. 2 storms, same subject, completely different emotions. As Tougo stared at them, more and more visitors gathered around, drawn to the strange contrast between the two. People whispered and pointed, admiring how each artist interpreted the storm in their own way. Then, Tougo noticed it. His and Layla's name tags displayed next to the paintings. For a moment, embarrassment crept in, but it was quickly replaced with pride. Deep down, he couldn't help but feel proud of what he'd accomplished. But that calm moment was shattered when a loud crash echoed from the next room. Glass broke, and chaos followed. That was it, the beginning of their plan. Back at the inn, Tougo had once asked, "What if I created something like a god?" And naturally, they all thought of one thing, a dragon. In the royal family's eyes, dragons were divine beings. So what if one suddenly appeared out of nowhere? And that's exactly what happened. A massive storm dragon emerged straight out of a painting frame, shocking everyone in the museum. Panic spread, but at the same time, awe filled the air. No one had ever seen such a dragon in history. The creature's glowing eyes met Tougo's, and with a gentle flick of its tail, it looked like it was greeting him. The dragon spun around, and the wind around it began to blow fiercely, sweeping through the entire art hall. Papers flew, displays rattled, and even the prized name tags were torn from their places. The nobles who had always taken pride in those nameplates watched as they scattered across the air. But then, instead of destroying them, the dragon delicately returned some of the tags, though not in their original spots. The museum manager froze, staring in disbelief. Why did the dragon rearrange the name tags? What message was it trying to send? Meanwhile, a sudden gust of wind erupted inside the Royal Museum, turning into a full-blown storm that spread across the capital. Layla, who was just arriving at the museum, could barely move forward against the roaring wind. But as she reached the entrance, her eyes widened in disbelief. A majestic, slender dragon was emerging from the museum itself, its long body gliding through the air before disappearing into the stormy sky. She stood frozen, stunned by what she had just witnessed. When she finally entered the museum, she was surprised to see that nothing was destroyed, only a few cracks in the walls. Every single painting was still intact, and right there in the middle of it all stood Tougo, smiling as if this chaos was somehow part of the plan. Layla hurried over, demanding to know what had just happened and why a giant dragon had appeared out of nowhere. Tougo explained that the dragon had simply brought the storm, but more importantly, the wind had blown all the name tags of the paintings. Somehow, his and Layla's tags had switched. It was almost as if fate itself wanted the real artist's name to be where it belonged. Layla froze, her breath caught as she looked at her name finally resting next to her painting, the very thing she had always dreamed of. Through the museum's large window, she watched the dragon swirling gracefully in the sky. For some reason, she found it beautiful. A while later, outside the museum, Faye informed them that the contest had been postponed due to the mix-up and the minor damage inside. Tougo, however, couldn't shake the guilt, feeling maybe he'd gone a little too far this time. But Layla felt something else entirely, something lighter. Her expression softened, almost glowing. She laughed softly, saying the dragon was kind of funny considering all the trouble it caused. Tougo didn't mean it to go that far. He'd only asked the dragon to stir things up a bit. Still, not everything turned out bad. For the first time ever, Layla saw her own name displayed proudly next to her artwork. She smiled faintly, admitting that she once stopped using her own name because it didn't bring money. Back then, survival mattered more. Her mother had been gravely ill, and medicine was expensive. At just 13, Layla painted in the back streets of the capital during her day off from the factory. One day, a nobleman passing by bought one of her paintings. She was thrilled. The money bought her mother's medicine. But that same nobleman entered the painting into a contest, claiming it as his own. It won, and the prize money was 100 times more than what Layla had received. She had felt a mix of anger and hope. If her art could win such glory, then maybe she was worth something after all. After that, she painted under the noble's name, receiving commissions and decent pay. Her mother got a good doctor, and for a while, that was enough. Even when her name was missing, seeing her art hung in galleries made her proud. One day, however, a critic harshly dismissed her work without even knowing who the real artist was. It stung deeply. Not long after, her mother passed away, never knowing the truth about what her daughter really did. That was the breaking point. Layla decided to end her deceit and the arrangement with the noble once and for all. That's when she chose the name Tougo. In her mind, only Redguard and Tougo were powerful enough to condemn her actions, and she wanted to face that judgment head-on. She said she was ready to die for it, and meant it. Her words left Tougo speechless. He suddenly regretted stopping her earlier, not realizing how firm her resolve truly was. It reminded him of his own pain, his own regrets, things he thought he'd long buried. Layla, on the other hand, thought Tougo would be furious at her for stealing his name, but instead he showed kindness. Deep down, he wanted to keep talking to her, to understand her better. The thought made her blush. As Layla processed everything, she was suddenly bombarded with invitations to hang out and have fun once the trial ended. Watching from the side, 𝕝, 𝐻loa, and 𝕬𝕖𝕨 just sighed and smiled bitterly. They'd seen this coming from the start. A few days later, the royal trial finally began. The king himself presided over the session, opening the proceedings with the oaths of both sides. The defendant, 𝕬𝕤 and the Brompa family, and the plaintiff, Tougo, with the Redguard family, represented by 𝕝. Inside the grand hall, sunlight poured through wide-open windows as the royal castle trial officially commenced. This wasn't a trial forced upon 𝕬𝕤. It was something she personally requested, and Tougo was simply following her wish. Several nobles were present as jurors, each testifying that they had personally witnessed the appearance of a majestic dragon. That same dragon had caused the storm and scattered the name tags at the art museum. To the nobles, this was no ordinary event. They believed the dragon was a divine messenger sent by the gods to expose the injustice that had taken place. Word of the divine dragon spread across the capital like wildfire, and people began calling it a sign of divine judgment. That time, 𝕬𝕤 admitted the truth. She confessed that the nobles had indeed used their power to hide the facts. The king approved the statement, and the deliberations will be revealed at the court, just as Tougo and his companions had planned. As the trial continued, Tougo looked around, realizing for the first time that there was an actual courthouse inside the royal castle grounds. 𝕝 quietly reminded him to behave. This was a sacred place, symbolized by its wide-open windows. The people believed the gods watched over the trials through those windows. Tougo nodded, listening, though part of him couldn't help but wonder, did this world's gods really exist? And was that dragon somehow connected to them? Then the arguments began. 𝕝, acting as Redguard's representative, accused the Brompa family of deceiving the Redguard family by hiring a fake painter under Tougo's name. That deception, he argued, tarnished the Redguard family's honor, and for that, they demanded compensation of 4,000 gold coins. When asked if the Brompa family knew of this fraud, the family head claimed ignorance. But before he could say more, 𝕬𝕤 calmly stepped forward and confessed. She explained that she had used Tougo's name because the Brompa family ordered her to. Panic instantly broke out. The Brompas tried to blame her, calling her ungrateful. Even as they argued, 𝕬𝕤 stood firm. The family head begged the judge for a short recess to talk to her privately, but instead of staying quiet, 𝕬𝕤 boldly presented her work contract. It clearly stated that she was to paint under Tougo's name, with the assumption that the art would be credited to the Brompa's son. Brompa shouted that it was a lie, but the nobles attending the trial immediately refuted him. Thanks to 𝐻loa's help, the truth had already been verified. Then, 𝕬𝕤 revealed one more crucial detail. Every painting she created under a false name carried her personal mark, a tiny signature hidden on the back. When the paintings were brought in as evidence, the mark was indeed there. The courtroom fell silent as the truth became undeniable. It surprised Brompa, of course, who had just learned that 𝕬𝕤 did this every time she finished a painting. After hearing enough from the defendant, the judge requested proof that the Tougo standing in court was indeed the real one. Tougo was caught off guard, but luckily, 𝕝 had prepared a witness for this moment. Their witness wasn't just anyone. It was 𝕱𝕗 blada argent, a noble who owned the second largest territory after the royal capital itself. The courtroom instantly erupted in whispers. Even Tougo was surprised. 𝕱𝕗 calmly stepped forward and testified that the black-haired young man before them was unquestionably the real Tougo. The man had met him personally during a business meeting and had no doubts about his identity. Hearing a high-ranking noble like 𝕱𝕗 give such a clear statement, the king accepted his testimony without hesitation. With that confirmed, the judge turned to the other side, asking if the girl present was indeed 𝕬𝕤 Lasward, not Tougo Uesora. 𝕬𝕤 smiled softly and admitted it. Yes, she was 𝕬𝕤 Lasward, the anonymous painter behind the works. After giving his testimony, 𝕱𝕗 turned to Tougo, assuring him not to take his appearance the wrong way. He was simply repaying a favor to the Redguard family. Then, with a brief nod, he left the courtroom, leaving Tougo bowing deeply in gratitude. Once all the evidence and testimonies were heard, the king finally delivered his verdict. He declared the plaintiff's claims valid and ruled that the Bronpa family had indeed defamed the Redguard name. As punishment, the Bronpa family was ordered to pay 2,500 gold coins in compensation, while 𝕬𝕬 was fined 1,000 gold coins. Bronpa immediately exploded in protest. Why should that girl pay less when she was the one who caused the entire mess? But the king shut him down. He explained that, considering 𝕬𝕬's position and circumstances, it was clear that the nobles had not only stolen her work, but also claimed it as their own. 𝕬𝕬 had merely used Tougo's name out of desperation, forced into it by their deceit. When Bronpa tried to argue again, the king's voice grew firm. He reminded everyone that this trial was held under the will of the dragon itself. That creature's descent upon the museum wasn't random. It was a divine sign, showing them the truth by swapping the nameplates. This trial, the king declared, is the way for the nobility to atone for their sins. No further proof is needed. Accept this as the dragon's will. Tougo gaped as he watched the trial unfold, but this was the king's way. The verdict had been obvious from the start. This was about faith in the dragon. 𝕬𝕬's punishment was decided, a fine of 1,000 gold coins. The girl didn't flinch. She'd already prepared for this, declaring she would pay it off even if it took a lifetime. But before the judgment was finalized, Tougo suddenly raised his hand. He proposed something unexpected, letting 𝕬𝕬 move to the Redguard territory to live and work there. 𝕱, as the Redguard family representative, agreed right away. Unfortunately, that quick decision stirred suspicion. Bronpa's son accused them of plotting together to frame his family, and the courtroom broke into chaos. Just as voices rose and tempers flared, Tougo heard a familiar sound from above. He looked up toward the window, and there it was. A massive round shape slowly emerged, as unpredictable as ever. It was a big bird, or more precisely, a spirit bird. The entire court fell silent as the creature hovered majestically outside. The nobles looked confused, but the king's face turned pale with shock. The bird then spread its wide wings, reflecting the dazzling sunlight, as if displaying both elegance and majesty. Then, without warning, it dove toward 𝕬𝕬, grabbed her with its claws, and soared out of the courtroom in a flash. Everyone froze. The nobles had no idea what they had just witnessed, but the king knew exactly what it was. A divine bird, a messenger of the gods. First came the dragon, and now, the gods themselves had intervened. When 𝕬𝕬 was taken away, confusion filled the room. No one knew what to do until 𝕱 muttered that it must have been the will of the gods, and you don't defy that. The king agreed, officially leaving the matter to the Redguard family, though deep down he knew he couldn't go against divine will. Later, back in the forest, 𝕱 couldn't hide his irritation. What on earth was that bird thinking? But as they reached home, they found 𝕬𝕬 lying under the big bird, pinned awkwardly at the horse stable. Once she got free, she glared at both the bird and Tougo, suspecting this whole thing had been a setup. Tougo quickly tried to explain that it wasn't his doing. The bird acted on its own. Still, it worked out perfectly. He was planning to invite her anyway. Without further ado, Tougo welcomed 𝕬𝕬 to the forest where they lived, which was within Redguard territory. She was shocked to learn that people actually lived here, in this hidden forest village. 𝕱 assured her there'd be no more trials and that her verdict stood. She would live and work here, and 𝕱 would take responsibility. Truth be told though, Tougo seemed way too happy about that arrangement. Honestly, she didn't mind. And when 𝕬𝕬 asked what kind of work she could do, she started listing her skills: farm work, weaving, embroidery, and even preparing art supplies for magic paintings. That last one caught Tougo completely off guard. Magic paintings? His eyes lit up instantly. 𝕬𝕬 thought it was nothing special, just something she did often, but for Tougo, it was something else entirely. His admiration was obvious, and soon they were teasing each other like kids. Everyone around watched with gentle smiles. That was the Tougo they knew. Cheerful, curious, and full of heart. Finally, Tougo grabbed her hand and asked her to be his teacher. The request turned 𝕬𝕬's face bright red, like tomato-level red. A few days had passed since the trial ended, and 𝕬𝕬 was slowly getting used to life in the forest. Her daily routine wasn't too bad. Tending to small fields, helping 𝔻𝕋 with house chores, and being Tougo's magic art teacher. She even got her own house now, complete with Tougo's artistic touch, of course. Like everyone else before her, she was stunned when she saw a brand new house just appear right in front of her one day. Apparently, Tougo had built it while she was out shopping, conveniently right across from his. The seasons were about to change, and the cold wind hinted that winter was coming. Inside his cozy home, Tougo sat near the fireplace, completely absorbed in practicing magic painting. He looked frustrated with the result, but 𝕬🏞 encouraged him, saying he did a great job applying colors using magic stone powder. Still, Tougo felt he wasn't good enough. 𝕬🏞 insisted she was being honest. What he'd done was actually impressive, something most people couldn't manage in just a week. That made Tougo smile warmly. Maybe that meant she was a good teacher. Hearing that, 𝕬🏞 blushed and turned away, but then she paused, remembering Tougo would soon be heading to the capital. She wanted to ask for a favor, to stop by and retrieve something that once belonged to her mother. When the day came, their small group set off: Faye, Tougo, 𝕬🏞, and 𝕬𝕖𝕨. Faye needed to report to the court about finding 𝕬🏞, so this trip was both business and personal. Even though it was the middle of winter, Tougo wore ridiculously light clothing. 𝕬🏞 couldn't help but worry, and 𝕬🏞 quickly scolded him, telling him to cover up since the snow would start falling any minute. After some time on the road, they arrived at the capital's residential quarter, a maze of narrow alleys filled with modest homes. 𝕬🏞's house was near the edge of the city, which made sense. Rent near the royal district was expensive, so poorer citizens lived farther out. It reminded Tougo of the first time he met Ange and Ryan, those same quiet streets, the same cold air. Soon, they reached 𝕬🏞's old home. She rarely returned after her mother's death, but surprisingly, the house was still in good condition. The furniture was intact, just covered in dust, untouched for a long time. 𝕬🏞 began searching every corner until she finally found what she was looking for: a pendant with a small, beautiful gem. It was the only valuable thing her family owned, carefully kept by her mother, and now by her. 𝕬🏞 had never really opened it before, but for some reason, today she felt compelled to. Slowly, she unlatched it, and inside were several tiny seeds. 𝕬🏞 froze. No words came out. Instead, memories of her mother flooded her mind, warm, vivid, and bittersweet. It was a memory from long ago, the day her mother taught little 𝕬🏞 how to plant flower seeds in the small field beside their house. Time flew by, and soon those seeds bloomed into beautiful pink flowers. 𝕬🏞's face lit up with pure joy as she watched them sway under the sunlight. Her mother said that they were called eye flowers. That day, her mother also showed her something special: a piece of cloth dyed by 𝕬🏞's grandfather when he was still alive. The fabric shone in a deep indigo color, created from the eye flower's leaves. 𝕬🏞 was stunned. How could a pink flower's leaves make such a beautiful indigo? It was then she first learned about colors, and about the magic hidden in nature. That small lesson opened up her world. Before she knew it, she was completely drawn to colors, sketching everything she saw. Her first drawing was of her mother, on a small scrap of paper. Her mother's eyes softened with pride and happiness when she received it, and the two shared a warm, quiet hug that made the world around them stop for a moment. But that happiness didn't last forever. Her mother eventually fell ill. By then, 𝕬🏞 had grown into a teenager and came to her mother's bedside with hopeful news. She had been hired by a noble family because of her painting skills. Finally, she could earn enough money for medicine. Her mother smiled, not because of the money, but because her daughter had found a place to do what she loved. She apologized for their poor life, but said that 𝕬🏞's art was her greatest treasure. No matter what happened, as long as 𝕬🏞 kept coloring her own world, she'd be proud. Even if life didn't go as planned, 𝕬🏞's true colors would never fade, just like an indigo flower. Her mother told her that one day, people would realize how beautiful the color indigo truly was, just like the color of 𝕬🏞's eyes. Those words echoed in 𝕬🏞's heart. Even now, so many years later, tears welled up in her eyes as she held the pendant close. She couldn't believe everything that had happened, all the mistakes, all the chaos, yet her mother's voice still pushed her forward. Soon after, Layla and Tougo left the house, carrying only what truly mattered. Her expression softened, a calm relief in her eyes. She decided to cancel the rent contract. After all, she already carried every precious memory from this place within her heart. Seeing her finally at peace made Tougo and the others quietly smile. They soon headed back to the royal capital, where Layla's report went surprisingly smoothly. The officials were stunned when Faye explained how she found Layla, resting inside a giant nest after spotting a huge shadow flying above the Redguard forest. Still, Faye was just relieved that it didn't change the fact that Layla had been well taken care of. Besides, the Bronpa family's case had been officially closed, so Layla no longer had to hide in the capital. Hearing that, she quietly mentioned she wanted to visit the art museum. When they arrived, both Layla and Tougo froze at the sight of a massive signboard that read, "The dragon was here." Faye leaned in to read the description next to the entrance. It said that during the 29th painting contest, a heavenly dragon had shattered several name tags. Later, the auctioneers discovered that the broken name tags didn't belong to the artists themselves. The note concluded that perhaps the dragon appeared to sound an alarm against human arrogance. The case, it added, was still under investigation. In other words, the paintings and name tags switched by the dragon were still on display, including those by Tougo and Layla. Crowds now flocked to the museum just to see those two paintings that depicted the raging storm. Layla originally came only to see her own painting, but watching people admire it filled her with a strange, overwhelming feeling. Seeing her name proudly displayed on the plaque made her smile quietly. It was a rare, precious moment in her life. Meanwhile, Tougo stood silently beside her, conflicted. He was happy that Layla's work was finally being recognized, and yet, he couldn't shake off the guilt. His painting was there too, drawing attention it might not have deserved. He wondered, was it wrong to feel happy in such a complicated situation? Layla noticed his hesitation and turned to him with a curious look. She asked why he seemed troubled about feeling happy. To her, the answer was simple. Anyone would be happy when people appreciated what they love. That's why she was happy when Tougo admired her painting. She hoped others would feel the same, because she too admired Tougo's art deeply. She loved his painting, and she'd be even happier if Tougo could learn to love it too. That moment made Tougo recall something his old teacher once told him, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. His teacher taught that after people fulfill their basic needs, they move to the fourth stage, the desire for approval. To reach it, one must first feel safe, accepted, and valued. Then comes the fifth stage, self-actualization, the need to become one's true self. Humans, his teacher had said, are creatures of endless desire. When Tougo was loved, appreciated, and secure, that would be the moment he could truly express himself. And when he started craving praise, that wasn't a bad thing. It simply meant he was finally ready to grow. Now, standing beside Layla, hearing her kind words about his painting, Tougo felt happy. But a strange doubt crept in. Was it just flattery? Or was it genuine? The thought frustrated him. Maybe he really did have that desire for approval his teacher talked about. He didn't know for sure, and part of him feared what that meant. Yet, if both his teacher and Layla sincerely liked his art, why should he deny it? Slowly, a smile formed on his face. He thanked Layla and told her, with genuine warmth, that he loved her painting too. Faye, watching from a distance, couldn't help but smile at the wholesome scene. But the moment didn't last long. The museum manager suddenly approached them, bowing slightly in gratitude for the other day. He came not just to thank them, but to deliver an invitation and a proposal. The museum director wanted to acquire both Tougo and Layla's paintings for the Royal Museum of Art's permanent collection. In short, the museum wanted to make their works part of its official royal archive. It all tied back to the dragon incident a few days ago, when the dragon had swapped the name tags. Among all the artworks, only Tougo and Layla's paintings had their true names restored by the dragon itself. That alone made them priceless. And Tougo, still processing everything, stood in stunned silence. He never imagined that a dragon's random act would get this big.